A Marxist History of Capitalism. Henry Heller. Contents. Preface. Introduction. 1. Merchant capitalism. 2. The political economy of capitalist transition. 3. Ascendant capitalism, 1789 to 1980. 4. Neoliberalism, 1980 to 2018. 5. Towards socialism. Index. Preface. During the Cold War, people were reluctant even to name the system we live under. Today capitalism is all over the media and has become a hot topic. A concept that was once taboo is suddenly on everyone's lips. A recent mainstream review of the existing scholarship entitles itself Capitalism, the Re-Emergence of a Historical Concept, Kaka and van der Linden 2016. The end of the Cold War and the financial crisis of 2008 has made it possible to name the system. Prior to 2008 we were told we stood at the end of history and that capitalism would go on forever. But the bursting of the financial bubble in that year and the ongoing economic malaise since has led to a nagging sense of doubt. People at all levels of society are asking themselves, does capitalism have a future? Reflecting an anxiety widely felt, the future of capitalism has become a popular subject of feature articles in the pages of establishment journals such as the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, The Guardian, Le Monde, Die Zeit, Der Spiegel, and the Financial Times. The history of capitalism is suddenly voguish. The growing importance of the history of capitalism was reflected in an important feature article in the New York Times, Schuessler 2013, and an interesting new entry on Wikipedia, History of Capitalism. New courses and programs in the subject are proliferating at places such as Harvard, Cornell, Johns Hopkins, the University of North Carolina, the University of Florida, University of British Columbia and the Catholic University. At the beginning of 2018 a new mainstream academic journal with a prestigious list of advisors entitled Capitalism and History was announced. Even business historians have taken note. In a remarkable keynote address given at the 38th Annual Economic and Business History Society Conference in Baltimore, Lou Galambos of Johns Hopkins pointed to the brilliance of recent books on the history of American capitalism. Based on these works, he forecast that in future the history of business will be written no longer from the point of view of individual enterprises but from the perspective of capitalist society as a whole, including its values, tastes, and culture. Galambos takes this position even though he acknowledges that the teaching of the history of capitalism inevitably implies criticism of business rather than apologetics. All the more so as in practice the historical approach to capitalism raises the specter of Marxism, Galambos 2014. But here two times have changed. The crisis of 2008 has led to a widespread revival of interest in Marx. Marx has resurfaced in the mainstream media in the form of feature stories with titles such as Marx is Back, What Marx Can Teach Us and Marx Was Right. In university circles the financial crisis and economic malaise had led to a questioning of the neoliberal paradigm and a return to Keynes but also the waning of postmodernism and cultural studies in favor of Marxism, Palmer 2012. Of course the history of capitalism has always interested Marxists, including Marx, who was certainly a Marxist despite his disclaimers. There is no doubt that Marx's Das Kapital is devoted to analyzing the structure of 19th-century capitalism. But Marx conceives of capital as based on an evolving relationship between capitalists and workers that was intrinsically historical. His analytical concepts incorporate and compress much historical material. Moreover, Marx ends the long first volume of his grand opus by offering an account of the historical origins of capitalism through primitive accumulation. Throughout Das Kapital and especially in volumes 1 and 3 Marx's notes are full of insightful historical insights that are worthy of study in themselves. Since Marx his followers have continued to take an interest in the history of capitalism because, since at least the time of Lenin and the crisis of World War I, they have sensed that it was in trouble. The subsequent depression and the devastation of World War II formed the background against which the famous debate on the transition from feudalism to capitalism first unfolded. Discussion was set off by the publication of Maurice Dobbs' Studies in the Development of Capitalism, 1946. Dobbs' work was debated during the next decade in the pages of the American Marxist journal Science and Society at the height of the anti-communist repression in the 1950s, Hilton 1976. The transition debate reflected the insight of Marxist scholars who understood that capitalism had entered its senescence. Understanding feudalism's demise and the birth of capitalism, it was presumed, could shed light on the end of capitalism and a historical evolution towards socialism. The debate has continued ever since, Heller 2011. This debate has itself been raised to a higher level by increasing discussion of Marx's concept of modes of production that views capitalism as merely a passing phase in human history. Among Marxists, the sense that capitalism has entered its twilight has only deepened in more recent decades. In this light, we offer a brief history of capitalism designed for the general public and university students. It is based on an awareness of current scholarship, both Marxist and non-Marxist, but in its premises it is solidly Marxist. Such a history is necessary if only as a counterweight to the growing body of historical scholarship on capitalism that is non-Marxist. 1. The latter aims somehow to recuperate capitalism in the belief that it is still reformable. We do not think so. This work is rooted in the idea that, like previous modes of production, capitalism is in decay and its decline needs to be explained. We assume that the worm was in the bud from the beginning, that its premises were flawed in that it showed a reckless disregard for both people and nature. It highlights both its immediate contradictions and long-term reasons for its current decline. Most of the text is an account of the historical development of capitalism, its accomplishments certainly, but also its flaws and its increasingly adverse impact. Faced with capitalism's crisis, it is possible that the global society we live in will fall to pieces or destroy itself, a regression towards nuclear war and barbarism. A dystopian future is a popular theme in contemporary cinema and literature and is certainly possible. But the likelihood is that it will not happen. We assume, on the contrary, that the only rational outcome to the crisis is a transition to socialism. Moreover, to coin a phrase, we think the rational will become real. Historians ordinarily deal with the past and avoid predicting the future. It is true that Marx himself was reticent to provide the outlines of a future socialism. On the other hand, his analysis points to the idea that socialism is latent within capitalism. Capitalism as it develops, as it were, becomes more and more pregnant with socialism. It is difficult to predict events in the short run. On the other hand, foreseeing longer-term outcomes based on powerful and deep-rooted historical factors is more plausible. That early liberalism would likely lead to political democracy, that the independence of the United States was likely to make it a great power, that imperialism would produce war, etc. were outcomes that in fact were widely predicted. That Marx's insights that the ongoing concentration and centralization of capital and the socialization of production would in future produce socialism appears similarly plausible. Moreover, the times are so out of joint that scholars in my view have the responsibility of offering some guidance with respect to the future if they can. At this point, remaining silent and refusing to offer an informed opinion amounts to a form of dereliction. We assume that getting to socialism is likely to be messy and that historical change on this scale will involve death and upheaval as part of the cost of revolutionary change. But then what do we have now in the absence of revolution? In fact, a considerable body of literature exists on how a transition to socialism might take place. Without falling into dogmatism or utopianism, this work tries to suggest how a transition to socialism might occur and what the essential elements of such a new way of life might look like. I have long been interested in the history of capitalism, and the focus of my research has been on the early history of capitalism, including the French Revolution. At the same time, a long-term interest in modern politics and commitment to political activism have spurred a continuing attention to the more recent history of capitalism. In recent years, my theoretical understanding of capitalism has deepened as a result of my friendship with distinguished students of Marx Radhika Desai, Alan Freeman, and Peter Kulczycki. I would also like to thank Rosemary Hnatiuk, Karen Naylor, Ken Kalternick, Cy Gonick, Bob Gowerluck, Roberta Hector and Sig Laser for their support and comradeship. Introduction. Capitalism, which began in the 16th century, did not create inequality. That began long before, at the start of recorded history. Social inequality was a product of the development of the state and classes and has been with us since the end of the Neolithic period, 3500 BC. It is rooted in the control of a limited economic surplus by a ruling class. Class struggle begins when such a class achieves a degree of independence from the state while being dependent on it for protection. The perpetuation of its control over the land and enhanced consumption being the goals of this class, the latter increases its demands for surplus. At the same time, the producers, faced with the demands of the landlords, limit what they produce and try to withhold as much as possible. Hence the class struggle that becomes the motor of historical development. Inequality and civilization then go hand in hand from the latter's beginnings and into modern times. The degree of inequality has varied through the centuries. The fall of the Roman Empire in the West at the hands of German invaders and the Arab invasions of the Middle East saw a temporary leveling down of society. In the Dark Ages that followed the fall of the Roman Empire, isolated peasant communities existed in Europe that exhibited a high degree of equality. But in general, class-based inequality was the rule throughout classical antiquity and the Middle Ages. The crisis of the late Middle Ages witnessed a partial redistribution of wealth at the expense of the rich. On the other hand, in the medieval period the narrowing of differences between the rich and poor that did occur was limited. In the early modern period, from the 16th century onwards, inequality of wealth defined society. Today inequality is arguably more extreme than ever, greater even than prior to the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution. Great revolutions in modern times like those in France, Russia, and China did produce a reduction in inequality, but these proved temporary. But if modern times did not produce any leveling down, it did produce a bigger material surplus. As usual, the rich appropriated most of the benefit and held onto power. But a minority of the producers, including workers, fortunate to live in Europe and North America, eventually saw some economic gains in the period from 1880 to 1980. While this is not the full story, exploitation of the global South had its part. It was the expansion of the forces of production under industrial capitalism that made this belated improvement possible. Moreover, it has always been the expectation of Marxists that capitalist economic growth would become the basis for the establishment of socialist equality in the future. Europe in the 16th century, or the period of the birth of modernity, the time of the Renaissance, Reformation, crystallization of the territorial state and conquest of the New World, did not then give birth to equality. On the contrary, the number of dispossessed or those without land or other property began to rise. This was not in itself new if we think of the history of the peasantry in ancient Greece and Rome, or of peasants in the early modern history of India, Ottoman Empire, or China. It was not new either that those who had no land began to sell or were forced to sell their labor in order to gain a livelihood. Some wage labor existed in almost all pre-capitalist societies. It was not new that those who bought this labor prospered. They began to buy more land and other productive properties. They expropriated more and more of the land of the poor in order to increase their wealth further. The number of those who sold their labor increased from one generation to the next. What was new was that this process never stopped. Expanding from one century to the next, by the 20th century those dispossessed of land came to include the overwhelming majority of the population. The new bright idea was that instead of renting land to producers, property owners would rather rent their labor instead. What was new was that the work of the dispossessed bought for wages was turned into a new form of collective labor called value, which in its phenomenal form manifested itself as capital. A new mode of production was born. Moreover, the expansion of collective labor ballooned into enormous wealth under the control of the capitalist class. The history of the capitalist mode of production divides into four unequal stages. The longest lived was merchant capitalism, 1500 to 1780, marked by the slow accretion of capital and in which colonialism played an integral part. industrial capitalism, 1780 to 1880, which saw the full-scale entry of capital into production and an explosion of industrial growth focused in the main capitalist countries, monopoly capitalism and imperialism, 1880 to 1945, in which capitalism conquered the rest of the world, economically and politically, and finally late capitalism, 1917 to 2017, which saw the continuation of the previous period of monopoly capitalism and imperialism but included a period of consumer capitalism, 1945 to 1980, and then extended into the years of neoliberalism and global monopoly capitalism, 1980 to 2017. Late capitalism thus saw a brief period of consumer prosperity followed by the onset of crisis and a new and dramatic rise in poverty and inequality worldwide. This history narrates the story of the development of the phenomenal and concrete aspects of capitalism that have manifested themselves over the course of centuries through primitive accumulation, the birth of the sovereign state, the creation of the world market, mercantilism, colonialism, war, revolution, industrial revolution, economic crisis and depression, monopoly capitalism, imperialism and financialization. It deals first of all with the origins of capitalism and its development as merchant capitalism. It then outlines the second or mature phase of capitalism, which begins with the onset of the Industrial Revolution and the French Revolution. Discussion of late capitalism, which dates from World War I and the depression of the 1930s, takes us towards the crisis of 21st century capitalism and a consideration of a possible transition to socialism. The accumulation of capital. But what is value? What is capital? In ancient and medieval times, what was valued was strongly colored by moral considerations. Things economic were valued, but use values were more important than exchange values. Contemplation, knowledge, and pleasure were seen as valuable. Moreover, nature was understood to have value. As late as the 18th century, the French physiocratic school insisted that land was the source of economic value. But from the 17th century, nature came increasingly to be seen as a free good to be used or conquered, and labor was recognized as a source of value in the context of an increasingly market-driven society. A series of British economists, including William Petty, Adam Smith and David Ricardo, asserted that labor was the source of value. What was valued was that which produced money profits. Economically minded thinkers realized that it was labor that was creating profits and hence was the source of value. Theorizing about an increasingly mature capitalist economy, Karl Marx developed a theoretically sophisticated version of the labor theory of value rooted in a historical view of the development of capitalism. According to this view, the concrete labor of workers, organized into a division of labor under the control of a rich farmer, merchant, or mine owner, produced market commodities such as wheat, wool, and coal, which, when sold, were transformed into profits in the form of money. Parts of these profits were reinvested in the purchase of more productive assets, raw wool, picks, shovels, pumps, horses, harnesses, plows, carts and farm implements, as well as the labor of more workers, which were combined to produce more and more profitable commodities such as wool, cloth, or wheat. As this process repeated itself and became general, individual, and concrete labors gradually amalgamated and expressed themselves as collective social labor, or the concrete abstraction known as labor power, abstract labor, which could be bought and sold for money like other commodities, Starista and Caligaris 2016. The wage labor of increasing numbers of workers turned into this new thing which Marx refers to as value from the 16th century onward. Point 1. Abstract labor under the control of capital materializes itself as value through the objectification or materialization of social labor in commodities which likewise are bought and sold. Value is not a material thing like a tree or horse. It is a social relationship that appears as a tangible characteristic of a commodity. In other words, the social relationship that is manifested in value and the magnitude of value is constituted in production, circulation, and exchange. Value is then a form of wealth that is created under capital's auspices and control. Under capitalism, social labor or value comes into being under the aegis and control of capital. Such social or collective labor has been dominated by capital up to the present day. Imprisoned by those who control means of production, value manifests itself in phenomenal form as capital controlled by its owners. There are three aspects of value that manifest themselves in a capitalist commodity. The first of these value forms is use value, which includes commodities like food, clothes, and shelter. But the second and most important form of value found in a commodity is that which is created by abstract labor, which is generated in production. The third aspect of value is exchange value or the price of a given commodity, and is the way a commodity appears in phenomenal form in the market economy. Commodities there are exchanged for money, part of the proceeds of which go back to the workers as wages or the price of their labor. The value of the means of subsistence, which go back to the worker as wages, is determined by the amount of abstract labor necessary to produce his/her means of subsistence. The extra value, or what remains after payment of wages, or the part of what Marx called necessary labor, surplus value, is realized as money capital and pocketed as profit or rent. The goal of capitalists is to increase surplus value as much as possible. Surplus value can be increased by extending the hours of work and by intensifying work or absolute exploitation. But it can also be increased by diminishing the part of necessary labor through relative exploitation, or enhancing labor productivity through the reorganization of production or technological innovation. That part of surplus value which is reinvested is crucial to the expansion of capital. The expanding spiral of investment in production and the sale of more and more commodities sets value in motion and turns it into its phenomenal form known as capital. Accumulation of capital takes the form of a mounting spiral of capital or of value in motion. It is enhanced by the growing importance of relative exploitation in the course of the historical development of capitalism. It is this accretion of capital that has manifested itself in the emergence of gigantic corporations, powerful territorial states, great cities, monumental buildings, and the highways and byways of modernity. The rise of the working class. The working class, which is the agent that produces value under the ferule of capital, is an intrinsic part of its history. It comes to the surface already in the 16th century in grain fields, coal mines, and print shops, and takes on significance from the 18th century in England, but also in Holland, Belgium and France. The generation of more and more value prompts the further development of the working class, including a deepening division of labor and perforce cooperation among its members. Class war. With its growing class consciousness and organization, the working class began to liberate itself, making a serious impact on politics from the mid-19th century onwards. Its rising influence took the form of an ongoing war of position against capital to gain a higher level of subsistence and social protection for itself. We refer to public meetings, marches, riots, slowdowns, sabotage, boycotts, strikes, unionization drives, political clubs, campaigns for suffrage and voting, and the formation of socialist, labor and communist parties in the 19th and 20th centuries. From protests over the price of bread, the introduction of machines and demands for the vote, it gradually turned to strikes and agitation over the length of the working day, conditions in the factories and workplaces, and pensions and unemployment insurance. Finally, workers began to form and participate in political parties that represented their interests within the confines of the bourgeois state. But the rise of the working class also expressed itself in a war of movement or open struggle for state power with capital from the mid-19th century onwards, including revolutions in Russia, China, Korea, Cuba, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and El Salvador in the name of socialism. In most of these cases, the working class may have been relatively small in numbers, but its role was strategically important. The working class now. It is commonly asserted that the power of the industrial working class, the main agent of revolutionary change in Marx's conception of socialist transition, declined from the latter half of the 20th century onwards. On the contrary, this work will argue that the potential power of the organized working class worldwide has never been greater. The concentration of capital has increased its influence, as has the relocation of much industrial capital to the global south. It is a sleeping giant. Wage labor, slavery, and serfdom. The establishment of socialism will entail the decay of value and the establishment of use value as the basic measure of wealth. Value itself cannot be understood as a merely economic concept. Certainly it came into being under the thrall of capital. But, as we will endeavor to show, it emerged through a historical process beginning in the 16th century, which involved a struggle for increased social equality based on the equalization of all kinds of labor. This conflict entailed ongoing ideological and class conflict. Moreover, wage labor or free labor emerged in tandem with and also in rivalry to other forms of exploitation, including serf and slave labor. The latter two forms of exploitation entailed personal dependence and therefore could not be translated into abstract labor based on the exchange of money. Moreover, this conflict between different forms of exploitation was far from progressing in a historically even way. The advance of wage labor in the heart of Europe entailed the simultaneous advance of serfdom and slavery on its periphery from the 16th century onwards. As will be shown, it was only in the 19th century that the final showdown between slave, serf, and free labor took place. The battle of ideas and class conflict on a grand scale became an integral part of the struggle between these different modes of exploitation in the first part of the 19th century. Absolute and relative exploitation. The great economic advantage of wage labor to other forms of exploitation was that it led to a ballooning of value and greatly enlarged material output. Moreover, such growth could be enhanced by increasing the productivity of labor. But this advantage only became fully apparent during the Industrial Revolution. At the beginning of capitalism, absolute exploitation or the reduction of wages, extension of the working day to as much as 14 hours or the intensification of work through work discipline were the primary ways of increasing surplus value and accumulation. But from the beginning, absolute exploitation was amplified by the use of more efficient methods of production, which increased the productivity of work and consequently increased the amount of surplus value produced in each working hour. In the early phases of capitalism, the fencing of land and the introduction of so-called convertible husbandry, the reorganization of production through the putting out system, or alternatively the centralization of parts of production in a large workshop or manufacture, boosted productivity. Within workshops, an increasing division of labor also enhanced output. Over time, such relative exploitation played an increasing role in capitalist production, greatly increasing the extraction of surplus value and the accumulation of capital. Indeed, at a certain point the expansion of value took on a law-like form which is referred to as the law of value. Different enterprises produce a given commodity with varying degrees of efficiency. In consequence, the individual labor time required to produce a given commodity will differ. Yet the commodity will sell at the same price. More efficient enterprises in which individual labor time is less than socially necessary will realize more surplus value or profit per unit of output than less efficient firms in which individual labor time is greater than socially necessary labor time. The difference between individual value and market value forces the introduction of new production methods in order to be competitive. The impulse to introduce more and more techniques that augment relative exploitation follows. Also spurring relative exploitation is the increasing demands on capital as a result of class struggle from an increasingly militant and organized working class. Faced with the necessity of making concessions to workers, the most creative response of capital is the introduction of more and more labor-saving techniques. If the growth of relative exploitation and the operation of the law of value were key to the blossoming of capitalism in the 19th century, the decline in the production of surplus value as a result of a decline in the extraction of value through enhanced relative exploitation and the weakening of the effects of the law of value are key to understanding the crisis of contemporary capitalism. Against Brenner. Although Robert Brenner, arguably the most original and influential contemporary theorist of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, does not mention the law of value, his thesis suggests that competitive pressures based on the law of value drove the extraordinary development of British capitalism from the 16th century onwards. Brenner 1976. It will be the argument of this text that such a view is anachronistic. Competition was an intrinsic feature of capitalism from its very beginnings. But the labor relations created by primitive accumulation, absolute exploitation, and concentration of capital were more important in the early development of capitalism than was relative exploitation. Relative exploitation and the centralization of capital spurred by competition only became decisive in the 18th century. The law of value did not fully operate until the 19th century. Eurocentrism opposed. This work will also argue against the too Eurocentric view of Brenner's conception of capitalism's past, Brenner 1977. For him capitalism originated in England or at best in England and Holland. I will insist that capitalism, from its beginnings, was a global system. This is because, from its inception, capitalism was dependent on the global market and the raw materials and primary products produced by serfdom and slavery on the margins of Europe, which were integral to the development of the wage labor and profit system that emerged in Europe. Moreover, capitalism cannot be understood only in terms of the exploitation of labor but must be grasped in terms of the development of money capital embodying surplus value. Money was no new thing. But the development of money encapsulating surplus value was. Such money in the quantities necessary to develop the European and world economy came not from Europe but mainly from Latin America and Japan. Capitalism from the beginning was global and not merely European. In its earliest phase the history of capitalism was in a sense the pursuit of money as its necessary catalyst. Capitalism and revolution. At a certain point the rise of capitalism necessitated political revolutions which cleared the way for the further expansion of value and accumulation of capital. The existing social relations of production stood in the way. Capitalism was able to develop initially within the context of feudal society. Moreover, in Germany and Japan in the 19th century capitalism was based on passive revolutions from above imposed by the traditional or feudal classes without social uprisings from below. On the other hand, contrary to revisionist arguments, including those of Brenner and his followers, we insist on the fact that the initial critical transitions to capitalism in early modern Holland, England, and France were the product of bourgeois revolutions in which craftsmen, petty merchants and peasants played a decisive role. The current crisis. The current economic depression stems from the existing social relations of production once again standing in the way of the further expansion of surplus value as was the case in earlier crises. Moreover, this crisis must be seen as the third in a series which began with the depression of 1873 to 1894 and which reoccurred in 1929 to 39. Both of these crises were resolved by restructuring, the first by monopoly capitalism and imperialism and the second by war, socialism, and then the institution of Fordism and the global restructuring of capitalism post-1945 under U.S. auspices. Productivity gains and the lowering of trade barriers under American auspices increased the rate of surplus value and increased profits dramatically in the next 2 decades. Gains by capital allowed impressive increases in salaries and benefits going to workers in the advanced capitalist countries. But this forward momentum came to an end during the 1970s. A decline in growth rates and the rate of surplus extraction then set the stage for the onset of neoliberalism, which has dominated the world economy to the present. The thrust of neoliberalism has been to restructure once more to restore the rate of surplus value at the expense of workers in order to shore up capitalism. The period up to 2000 therefore saw a dramatic increase in the extraction of surplus value and profits and decline in working class living and working standards. But since the onset of the crisis in 2008 levels of investment in the productive or surplus value sectors of the economy and growth rates have lagged despite the intensification of pressure on wages and further erosion of workers' welfare benefits. The owners of capital have been able to maintain their position by speculation, investing in debt and outright confiscation of wealth from the working class. Indeed, the decline of surplus value lies at the heart of the current crisis. But this time it is a general crisis that includes rising working class consciousness and loss of confidence in capitalism, a decline in the credibility of the politicians who control liberal democracies, a reluctance or unwillingness of capital to invest in productive capital, and an incipient environmental emergency. Moreover, while China, whose economic power is second only to that of the United States, fully participates in the global economy, its loyalty to the capitalist system cannot be taken for granted. Capitalism has surmounted difficulties before, but overcoming its current slump seems more and more daunting. As we have argued, value and the extraction of surplus value have been central to the development of capitalism from its beginnings. As Marx argues, the extraction of fresh surplus value from living labor is essential to the animation of fixed capital, which otherwise is so much dead labor. Moreover, the law of value represents the most important regulatory mechanism of the capitalist market system, and its operation is essential to a mature capitalist economy. But its renewed operation, a resumption and continuation of which presumes the restoration of historical rates of the accumulation of capital, may not be possible and is certainly not environmentally desirable. An alternative to value or abstract labor as the measure of wealth would be the creation of a socialist and ecological economy. Accordingly, we will argue that it is public ownership, planning based on information technology, cybernetics, democratic decision-making, and a refocusing of the goals of production to create use values rather than exchange values that represent the real alternative. 1. Merchant capitalism. Introduction. Capitalism as a mode of production began in England in the 16th century. Its expansion based itself on the increasingly generalized production and sale of market commodities. Its gains were distributed as profits, rent, and wages paid in money. In succeeding centuries, it spread across the globe. Capitalism is now the way of life of the entire world. Virtually everyone on earth is dependent on market capitalism. There is no frontier beyond its reach. The whole earth is saturated with capitalism's commodities. All of nature has been conquered and is up for sale. We live in a culture of commodities. The institutions of the state, the legal and educational system, and the media reflect and reinforce capitalism's dominance. Capitalism has been with us for a long time, more than 500 years. It is difficult at this point to think of a different way of living outside the reach of this now totalized reality. It has triumphed everywhere but is reaching its term. We think that capitalism by its very nature needs to expand further spatially and penetrate more deeply into society, and is having increasing difficulty doing so. It is reaching its limits as a system. It is a mode of production which is coming to its end because it is locked into the militarism, imperialism, and unending war that goes with national state sovereignty, insuperable economic as well as political contradictions, increasing social inequality and disintegration, and unfolding ecological disasters, a rising litany of troubles to which, by virtue of its own inner dynamic, it has no political answers. As a result, we live in a world of declining opportunities and increasing fear. Whereas earlier capitalism had been able to overcome repeated and serious crises, the current build-up of problems is so great that it is highly unlikely that it can manage to do so again. Moreover, it has increasingly lost its economic and political legitimacy in the eyes of most of those who live under it but who no longer benefit from it. Decline of this mode of production has now become highly likely and might take a catastrophic form. This happened before with the fall of the Roman Empire and in the crisis of feudalism at the end of the Middle Ages. An interregnum, a time of chronic uncertainty, unexpected and unwelcome change, deep pessimism, and growing popular unrest, has opened up, and its outcome, a triumphant victory for humankind through the breakthrough of socialism or a fall into a nightmare dystopia, is uncertain. Contemporary capitalism is gripped by pessimism. This was not true in the past. Capitalism was associated with growth and once embodied hope. The early success of capitalism reflected itself in the idea of progress, i.e., the notion that human history was the story of ongoing economic and cultural advance. This sunny view had already surfaced in the Renaissance but became a popular idea only during the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries. The idea of progress was based on the fact that Europe, under capitalism, was developing immense forces of production that potentially could be used to improve all aspects of human life. Progress based on the indefinite expansion of capitalism became a shibboleth of European and American ideology in the 19th century. 2 world wars in the 20th century and successive economic crises have tainted the idea that there can be progress under capitalism. Instead of diminishing poverty and inequality, as its apologists promised, capitalism has made these problems much worse. The level of global social inequality and poverty has never been greater. Moreover, the ecological regime on which capitalism bases itself, i.e. cheap energy, food, resources, and labor, has turned on itself and is no longer sustainable. Beginnings. The capitalist mode of production is built on the exploitation of workers by capitalists. From start to finish it has been based on the gap between owners of property or those who control means of production, land, mines, factories, machines, etc., and wage workers or producers who lack such ownership or control. In order to gain a livelihood, producers from the 16th century onwards found that they had to sell their labor power to capitalists for a wage. The capacity to labor, like wheat, wool and wood, became a commodity for sale in the market. Capitalists back then, as now, pocketed the surplus value created by the producers and realized as profit, which was then reinvested and allowed the further expansion of capital and the development of new means of production. Inequality based on control of productive property or the absence thereof was the source of capitalism's dynamism and also its original sin, which it has never overcome. In the face of this basic division at the heart of production, advocates of capitalism eventually promised representative democracy as a sop to the fact of the undeniable tyranny of the workplace, those who worked being exploited by those who owned. More substantially, they pointed towards a continuous expansion of the material surplus beyond that achieved in the feudal or tribal modes of production under which humankind had previously lived. And capitalism did, from its beginnings, provide more material wealth at least to its primary beneficiaries, i.e. capitalist farmers, merchants, manufacturers, landlords, and to the emerging territorial state. Even workers in the advanced capitalist countries saw limited economic improvement from 1880 onwards. The unprecedented nature of this development needs to be stressed. Throughout the history of class-based societies, dating from the birth of civilization, upper classes have demanded surplus from peasant producers who formed the overwhelming majority. The goal of producers was purely defensive. It was always to ensure the simple reproduction of their way of life based on subsistence agriculture. Consumption versus accumulation. During the long historical period that followed the beginning of civilization, the aim of the upper class was to enlarge its access to economic surplus in order to increase its consumption. It was upper class demand for more surplus and peasant resistance that created conflict and drove history forward. With the appearance of the capitalist class in the 16th century, the goal of the upper class changed. The primary goal of this now profit-seeking class was no longer consumption but the accumulation of capital, indeed, the accumulation of capital for its own sake. The revolutionary character of this development has to be underscored. Consumption of wealth became entirely subordinate to its accumulation, the necessity of which was intrinsic to the new mode of production. That is why the debut of the capitalist mode of production in the 16th century represented a qualitative historical breakthrough. Capitalists who own means of production or productive property exploit labor not because they directly coerce producers as plantation owners did under slavery or by extorting rent to access means of production as landlords did under feudalism. Capitalists exploit because they appropriate the major part of what workers produce as capitalist profit while paying the latter a mere subsistence wage for their labor. They do this by buying labor power from workers in order to produce commodities for sale from the means of production under their control. The profit that is realized in the form of capitalist money derives from the surplus value contained in commodities produced by workers. Accumulation of capital or the self-expansion of value that is the keynote of the capitalist mode takes place when profits in the form of money capital are repeatedly reinvested back into productive capital, i.e. land, tools, machines, which makes possible the production of yet more commodities for sale and their realization as more money profit. Late medieval crisis. How did labor power or the capacity of wage earners to work become a commodity for sale? It began in the first place in Western Europe. Serfs there liberated themselves de facto and de jure from personal bondage at the end of the Middle Ages. Liberation from personal dependence became possible because the tributary or feudal mode of production experienced a major economic and political crisis. The crisis itself was a result of overexploitation by the upper class. In reaction, the peasantry and urban populations rebelled all across Western Europe. In other words, the feudal mode was undermined by an economic crisis and class war in the late Middle Ages. Like the present decades, the years between 1300 to 1450 were an interregnum marked by uncertainty, pessimism and unrest. The period nonetheless did see mass uprisings from below and the liberation of the mass of the population from personal dependence on overlords and a marked decline in the burden of rent. Peasants and other small producers enjoyed a temporary improvement in their condition. Hilton 1985. Some achieved enough wealth to control or rent agricultural property and to begin to hire other less well-off peasants for wages. Primitive accumulation. Indeed, from the 16th century onwards, more and more peasant producers lost access to sufficient land or means of production to maintain themselves, while these properties became the possession of landlords or rich peasants. Breyer 2006, Dimmock 2014. Whereas class war from below had extended the land holdings of the mass of producers and weakened feudalism in the 14th and 15th centuries, this dispossession of poor peasants by wealthy peasants and landlords or 16th century class war from above initiated capitalism. The loss of access to the land was often a violent and traumatic experience. This process is part of what Marx called primitive accumulation because it allowed a certain concentration of wealth, but especially because it put in place the social relations that permitted the further accumulation of capital. This transformation, which began in 1500, unfolded into the 19th century across the face of Western Europe. England found itself in the vanguard of capitalist development. Based on the extension of these new social relations, commodity production became generalized as more and more of what was produced was put on the market and increasing numbers of producers were forced to sell their labor as a commodity. By the end of the 18th century, half the population of Western Europe were wage workers. Tilly 1983, Lucassen 2005. This meant that their labor was available to generate surplus value, creating profits for the bourgeoisie that, as a result, grew increasingly powerful as a class in the course of the early modern centuries. Free labor. Insofar as exchange using money and the possession of commodities became the general form of the relation between people, the notion of the equivalence and equality of all kinds of concrete labor, or the notion of value, gradually developed over the course of the early modern period. Already implicit in the 16th century in the Protestant theologian Martin Luther's concepts of the priesthood of all believers and all labor as a divine calling, a belief in the natural equality of humanity was strongly entrenched in public opinion by the end of the 18th century and became a popular prejudice during the French Revolution. Among political economists in the late 18th and early 19th centuries studying the development of capitalism, the equivalence of all kinds of labor crystallized into the concrete abstraction value. The idea of value was deployed most famously in the economic thought of Karl Marx. Purchase of labor power, the capacity to labor, in the market, he argued, was critical to creating new value. In other words, value is a thing that is both real and an abstraction that developed historically as capitalism gradually blossomed and then came to be conceptualized as such by political economists. Marx saw that it was the extraction and self-expansion of value that was key to the accumulation of capital that was revealing itself dramatically in his own lifetime in the form of the Industrial Revolution. Indeed, value in expansion and movement is the leitmotif of the history of capitalism. Its growing inertia today is a signal of capitalism's crisis. The struggle for social equality that marked the early modern period and the French Revolution was actually intensifying during Marx's lifetime. It took the form of the struggle for the rights of free labor and against serfdom and slavery. The affirmation of the rights of free labor, or the legal and unrestricted right to offer one's labor for sale as a market commodity, allowed the expansion of value and played an important role in the agenda of the bourgeois revolutions that marked the first part of the 19th century. Drescher 2002, Morris 1996, 32-3. The establishment of the legal freedom of labor meant freedom from the personal dependence on a master characteristic of a slave or a serf, and as such marked a real advance in human freedom. Socially and economically, it blocked the forcing of producers back into a relation of direct dependence and compelled the capitalist to obtain labor power by buying it in the market in exchange for money. This allowed the transformation of concrete labor into labor power and the latter into value. The creation of value without the personal freedom to sell one's labor power is unthinkable. The world market. As we have seen, capitalism began in much of Western Europe at the beginning of the 16th century while gradually centering itself in Holland and England. While capitalist agriculture and manufacture concentrated in these two states, the second main feature of capitalism took the form of a world market and developed simultaneously alongside the spread of independent wage labor in Western Europe. The expanding world market was based on the global circulation of gold and silver, which allowed the realization of surplus value through the capitalist production and sale of capitalist manufactures worldwide and the transformation of coerced or non-capitalist surplus labor, slavery, indentured labor, serfdom, into commodities, sugar, tobacco, wheat, being sold for money. Manning 2002, Pomeranz and Topek 1999, Flynn 1996. From its inception, capitalism was a world system. The whole of the emerging inter-European and global commodity trading system depended on the existence of world money or gold and silver produced, for the most part, in Peru and Mexico. The availability of money was essential not only to the exchange of commodities but also to the developing process of capital accumulation, as it was the only way that the cycle of capital accumulation could complete itself and finance its own further expansion. Given that the source of this world money essential to capitalism was non-European, regarding capitalism as an exclusively European creation makes no sense. Uneven development. The capitalist world developed unevenly. Some places became focal points of capitalist production and exchange, while other places were relegated to the margins and dependent on the center. In a process of uneven development, the accumulation of capital in the center came at the expense of dependent areas consisting of the global south, the Middle East and Eastern Europe, which provided markets for European manufactures and cheap food and raw materials based on coerced labor. In the social formation of the early modern period, the capitalist mode increasingly predominated economically, but the feudal, slave and hunting and gathering modes coexisted with it and were linked to it. In this context, serfdom and slavery actually grew stronger in the context of an advancing capitalism. The wheat, sugar, and furs produced in these non-capitalist regions became capitalist commodities as they were absorbed into the overall capitalist system dominated by wage labor. Indigenous populations in North America, for example, continued to organize their communities based on hunting and gathering, but they supplemented their livelihood by selling furs in exchange for money, using the latter to buy European commodities such as flints, gunpowder, rifles, knives, cooking utensils, cloth, and other tools produced in France and England. The development of capitalism accordingly tended to concentrate capital in England and Holland, while other areas such as Eastern Europe, the Mediterranean, including the Ottoman Empire, West Africa, and Latin America became economically subordinate to the states of the Northwest Atlantic seaboard. As a result of early capitalist development, the feudal or tributary mode of production based on landlord exploitation of peasants at first became stronger and was entrenched in the Habsburg Empire, Russia, the Ottoman Empire, India, and China. Merchant capitalism, 1500 to 1760. Under merchant capitalism, production in agriculture and manufacture tended to be subordinated to the control of merchants. Control of means of manufacturing production was more informal than real. Investment in actual means of industrial production was limited. Absolute exploitation in the form of low wages and long hours was more important than relative exploitation or the introduction of new technology and the reorganization of production into more productive forms. As a result, in its first centuries the capitalist mode of production did not see any great breakthroughs in the rate of growth. Much of the wealth that accumulated into the hands of employers or bourgeoisie came about as a result of the latter's establishing indirect control of the means of production by means of offering credit or through monopolizing access to domestic and foreign markets. Productivity only began to rise significantly in the 18th century, and the advanced capitalist agriculture of southern England did not exceed the level achieved in the Yangtze Delta of feudal China until the end of that century. Heller 2011, 232. Over much of England and the rest of Europe a compromise existed between manufacturing and agriculture, in which many industrial producers continued to live in the countryside and produced much of their own subsistence based on domestic family labor. In this setup the subsumption of labor to capital was incomplete, and older means of production simply fell under the control of merchant entrepreneurs. Heller 2011, 233-7. Meanwhile, over the period the rural and urban population became more and more dependent on wages as a result of primitive accumulation and population growth. State and capitalism. The development of capitalism in the 16th century was made possible by the appearance of a new kind of state whose laws and coercive apparatus proved an indispensable framework to the formation of markets and capital accumulation. It took the form of relatively compact sovereign territorial states in England, Holland, and France, and to a certain extent in Castile, Denmark, Sweden, and the lesser principalities of Germany. While territorial states gained power, the overarching political authority of the Pope and Holy Roman Emperor, which hitherto had blocked the political aspirations of lesser rulers, faded. This devolution was facilitated by the relatively isolated location of Western Europe, which was peripheral to the ambitions of the powerful centralized empires of China, India, and the Middle East, whose political and military preoccupations and fiscal demands limited the economic ambitions of merchants and manufacturers. The territorial state, over time, subordinated autonomous territories and independent towns to itself and fixed borders and frontiers delimiting its space from that of rivals. It reorganized the space it controlled, making it homogeneous by establishing a more or less uniform administrative grid based on centralized control. In alliance with merchants, the rulers of territorial states competed with one another, striving to expand internal markets and gain markets externally. To be sure, the class basis of the early modern state remained landlords. In England, France, and other West European countries, the early modern state was in fact a reorganized system of landlord domination, which made it possible for the ruling feudal class to overcome the late medieval crisis in the face of a loss of direct control over the peasantry and the towns. On the other hand, the money and expertise necessary for the salvage operation were provided by merchants or the nascent capitalist class that was growing within the interstices of feudalism. Within this early modern social formation, the feudal mode was able to reconsolidate itself based on the support of the bourgeois agents of the new capitalist mode of production. Anderson 1980, 18-23. The early modern state played an indispensable role in the development of merchant capitalism. It facilitated economic growth by suppressing disruptive violence by feudal warriors and popular protesters, helping to gradually create a national market by administrative and legal unification, protecting nascent industries, opening markets by colonialism and war, and reinforcing official religious belief that sanctioned upper-class rule. It directly supported capitalism by forcing those who lost their land and were poor to become wage workers. The state ever since has constituted an indispensable framework within which capitalist accumulation has been carried on. Religion, sexuality, and family. Christianity remained the dominant ideology. But churches, whether Catholic or Protestant, tended to become subordinate to the state. The state used confessional religious conformity to reinforce its own authority over its subjects. Among other things that the state accomplished was to use direct repression as well as religion as a means of enforcing primitive accumulation and to impose the acceptance of wage labor and a more intense and longer work regime on dispossessed peasants. In the fully capitalist countries of Holland and England, as elsewhere, state churches prevailed, but a more individualized form of religion gradually developed. The gendered division of labor was strongly maintained. Suspicion of deviation amid growing social polarization led in some cases to the outbreak of witch hunts directed mainly against socially vulnerable women. As many as 20,000 witches were executed in the 16th and 17th centuries in Central Europe, where religious conflict was intense. Waite, Bakush, and Petreman 2013. At the beginning of the period of merchant capitalism, sexual reproduction was carefully regulated in terms of access to property, which remained in the hands of men. Late marriage was the rule, and marriage was only possible if one had access to land or a dowry. The upper class had more children than those beneath them. The family was the basic unit of production and reproduction. Unpaid labor within the family, including children, as well as increasing wage work outside, sustained the reproduction of the family. The gradual proletarianization of the population broke this reproductive system based on property, leading to earlier marriage and growing illegitimacy among dispossessed peasants and workers in the 18th century. The decay of the early modern reproductive cycle, the decline in the frequency of famines and plagues, and improvement in medicine and sanitation in the 18th century led to a rapid increase in the working class population, which thereby became available to capital for exploitation. In the 18th century, workers, in contrast to property-holding peasants, had many children whose work helped to support the family. Population increase also created an army of unemployed, which kept the price of labor low. Secum 1995. Witchcraft persecutions declined in the 18th century as a result of the spread of the ideas of the scientific revolution among the political and social elites. The rejection of tradition and authority as the basis of truth in favor of fact and reason was pioneered by an intellectual avant-garde sprung from the bourgeoisie in Holland, England, and France, which included the likes of Baruch Spinoza, René Descartes, and Isaac Newton. Early modern revolutions. During the period of merchant capitalism, most states in Europe remained feudal and absolutist, but in England and Holland constitutional government controlled by the bourgeoisie took power through revolution. There were in fact a series of increasingly powerful capitalist and bourgeois revolutions against the feudal class and absolutism, running from the German Peasants' War to the Dutch Revolt and then to the English Revolution, English Civil War. They were complicated by international conflicts between the revolutionary bourgeois states and the feudal and absolutist states. We reject as factually and historically inaccurate that part of the currently fashionable notion of consequentialism, which argues that these conflicts were not led by bourgeois capitalists. Davidson 2012, 428-81, Heller 1985. Later revolutions, such as the passive revolutions in Germany and Japan, are a different matter. The Dutch fought a prolonged war of national liberation, 1576–1648, against the Habsburgs, and in the last years of this struggle the conflict turned into a general European war. The 30 Years' War, 1618–48, was a struggle between feudalism and capitalism defined in economic terms. But it was also a clash between two modes of production that embraced two kinds of society and civilization. It was a struggle of two cultures in conflict, one rooted in humanism tinged with Protestantism, with Holland as an example, the other a Catholic humanist culture taking Spain as the example. It was a clash between two power blocks in which the Dutch revolt of the 16th century against Spanish absolutism became linked to the English Revolution. It was a class conflict that crystallized into an interstate struggle whose outcome saw the triumph of the capitalist states of Northwest Europe, on the one hand, and the refeudalization of Central and Southern Europe on the other. Polizinski 1971, 261. Uneven development. The economies of Central, Southern, and Eastern Europe alongside those of Latin America became subordinated to those of Holland, England and France. In these economically backward places the exploitation of labor tended to be based not on wage labor but on slavery, serfdom, rent, indenture, peonage, and other forms of dependent labor. In fact, the intrusion of capitalism into Central and Eastern Europe and Latin America tended at first to strengthen the systems of feudal absolutism and rent extraction. As noted, in this early modern social formation the capitalist mode predominated economically, but the feudal, slave and hunting and gathering mode coexisted within it and was progressively transformed by it. Lemarchand 2011, Blackburn 1997, Wolf 1997. The period saw a revolutionary breakthrough of the capitalist mode politically in England and Holland. Such political change was important because the state reflected the concentrated power of class. Political rule by the bourgeoisie rather than the nobility had profound economic and social consequences. But in Europe as a whole, because powerful states like France, Spain, Prussia, Austria, and Russia remained absolutist, we would say that the feudal or tributary mode remained ascendant until the French Revolution. Colonialism. The importance of exchange relations was manifest not only in the gradual unification of markets within the capitalist states but in the growth of overseas markets and colonialism. Three states, Holland, England, and France, the latter a feudal and absolutist state with an important merchant bourgeoisie, vied with one another in overseas trade and colonialism. The most lucrative part of world trade came from the import of spices, tea, silk, porcelain, and cotton fabrics from Asia, and sugar, tobacco and rice from the Americas. In Marx's view, colonialism, including the production of commodities by slave labor, has to be understood as a form of ongoing primitive accumulation or a means of extracting surplus by coerced and increasingly rationally managed labor rather than by creating wealth by the extraction of surplus value and capital accumulation. The transformation of products from overseas by manufacturing and the sale of manufactures overseas was what produced surplus value in Europe. Marx 1975, 1031-4, Marx 1978, 555. Confessional hatred died down in the 18th century with the spread of the ideas of the scientific revolution. But religious bigotry was replaced by a pseudo-scientific racism which justified highly profitable slavery, the colonialization of non-European peoples and the creation of European settlements overseas. White 1995. While the slave trade and slavery weakened in the 19th century, racism actually grew stronger with the onset of imperialism, Jim Crow discrimination and modern anti-Semitism. There was a massive contraction in the numbers of hunting and gathering peoples as killing and disease took their toll. Stannard 1993. Biological and political conquest, including the redefinition of the terms of land holding and land clearances, transformed and constricted the relationship of indigenous peoples with nature. Coates 2004, 141. At the same time, hunting and gathering peoples became increasingly involved in commodity exchange, as, for example, in the fur trade in Russia and North America. While absolute exploitation predominated in the period of merchant capitalism, there were nonetheless some gains in relative exploitation in the form of printing presses, mechanical screws, ovens and pumps for the extraction of coal and refining of minerals, blast furnaces, water and windmills for the processing of grain, wood, leather, cloth and sugar, shipyards and new sailing ships and all manner of increasingly sophisticated workshop tools. While most manufacture was carried on in the countryside, there developed an increasing number of centralized urban workshops or proto-factories where an increasing division of labor under capitalist control took place. Nature insulted. Ecological damage was manifest in the widespread killing of wildlife, deforestation, overgrazing, and soil depletion. Early capitalism established a series of commodity frontiers, which were specific places of expanded commodity production in mines, sugar plantations, forests, sheep runs, fishing grounds, backed by territorial power. And commodity frontiers moved successively from one place to the next, marked by booms and busts due to the ecological contradictions of expanded commodity production. As a mode of production, capitalism, itself a product of a society in nature, from the beginning treated nature as a free good. Jason Moore has recently argued capitalism was in fact a system within nature that, cancer-like, abused it. Moore 2015. In my view, a better formulation, and one based on Marx, is that of John Bellamy Foster, who views society as a system which operates both inside and outside nature. The metabolic functions of earlier forms of society were symbiotic with those of nature. Capitalism progressively disrupts this interrelationship and ultimately destroys it. Bellamy Foster 2000, 141-77. Popular revolts. There was continued popular resistance to the state, landlordism, capitalist and colonial exploitation during the period. Revolts against rent increases, enclosures, oppressive taxation, food prices and shortages, religious and cultural oppression, colonial incursions and domination waxed and waned. Heller 1985. Pontiac's Revolt, 1763, was the major indigenous uprising against 18th-century British colonial policy in North America. Anderson 2000. During the American Revolution, 1776–83, indigenous tribes joined with the British in guerrilla campaigns to resist further encroachments of American settler colonists across the Alleghenies. More than 100 revolts by indigenous people against Spanish colonialism rippled through the Andes during the 18th century, with the uprisings becoming increasingly large-scale, widespread, and violent. This so-called Age of Andean insurrection culminated in the powerful Tupac Amaru II uprising, which swept through the southern Peruvian and Bolivian highlands from 1780 to 1782, Walker 2014. France was unique among feudal absolutist states in the level of class conflict during the period of merchant capitalism. A culture of violent popular protest developed that was unparalleled elsewhere on the European continent. As the administrative centralization of the state advanced across the whole country and the bourgeoisie were busy creating a national market and growing in numbers and wealth, popular urban and rural protest became ubiquitous. Niebuhr 1977, Nichols 2002. The periods 1560 to 1660 and then 1750 to 89 were particularly disturbed. It was the common people who were becoming increasingly dependent on wage labor and who more and more needed to buy their food in the market who took the lead as the French Revolution drew closer. The growing frequency of food riots in the countryside signified the emergence of a rural working class that could not produce its own subsistence and had to use their wages to buy food. Notable was the fact that strikes by wage workers, among other forms of popular resistance, also became more frequent and were particularly severe during the revolutionary crisis. This also reflects the growing dependency of the population on wages. Heller 2010. The stage was set for a revolution in which the increasingly powerful bourgeoisie would take power, destroy feudalism, and install capitalism as the dominant mode of production. 2. The political economy of capitalist transition. The previous chapter is a faithful account of the historical origins of early modern capitalism, but it is possible and necessary to analyze these beginnings more deeply. By turning to political economy or a theoretical understanding of the economy of bourgeois society, the historical narrative can be made more profound. Indeed, Marxist political economy tries to understand the capitalist economy from a perspective that is both historical and materialist. Marx's Das Kapital is both a work of history and political economy in which capital is the protagonist. Although stress is placed on analyzing the structure of 19th-century capitalism, the presupposition of the work is that capitalism is the product of history. Its concluding section on primitive accumulation makes this clear. Heller 2014. Marx's great work Theories of Surplus Value tries to analyze and criticize the economic thought of leading bourgeois economists from the 17th century onwards. It constitutes a magnificent example of intellectual history. Marx 1989–94. Marxists including V.I. Lenin, Rudolf Hilferding, Rosa Luxemburg, and Nikolai Bukharin, and more latterly Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy, produced highly sophisticated analyses of monopoly capitalism and imperialism. Marxist crisis theory produced a rich literature since the 1920s both in the Soviet Union and the West. Both Marxist theories of monopoly capitalism and crises are based on a historically grounded analysis. The theory of combined and uneven development, largely identified with Trotsky, brilliantly develops the Marxist understanding of history. The historical origins of capitalism have been intensively analyzed by Marxists since the 1940s. It was thought then that capitalism, plagued by depression and imperialist war, had entered its final crisis. In the light of the ongoing instability that set in during the 1970s and the crisis that broke out in 2008, we consider this view not wrong but somewhat premature. In any case, the sense of crisis back then stimulated an intensive debate on the transition from one mode of production to another. Using the best example to hand, the question was posed as to whether a theoretical understanding of the historical crisis of feudalism and the birth of capitalism could illuminate how capitalism might end and a transition to socialism take place. Is capitalism purely European or is it a world system? To what extent do non-economic factors play a part in such a transformation? And, at a more abstract level, how does change from one mode of production to another take place? Is such a change driven by class struggle or the forces of production? How important are economic as against political or cultural factors? Answering these questions became part of a discussion that has continued until the present. The resultant body of scholarship amounts to both a history of primitive accumulation and a theorization thereof comparable to Marx's own work on 19th-century capitalism. This ongoing controversy on the transition underscores the point that a Marxist view of the origins of capitalism and, indeed, of history as a whole must be not only faithful to the facts but also must endeavor to theorize their meaning as fully as possible. Indeed, the transition debate produced a political economy of primitive accumulation equivalent to that produced by Marx on 19th-century capitalism. Brenner's achievement. In the initial transition debate, Dobbs' view of the transition based on class conflict as key to transition was pitted against Paul Sweezy's exchange-based model. In this debate, Sweezy had his defenders as, for example, the French historian Georges Lefebvre, who stressed the importance of merchants to capitalism. But most of the contributors to the initial round of discussion agreed with Dobbs' emphasis on class struggle. Hilton, 1976. Writing in the 1970s, Robert Brenner also lined up with Dobbs. He consolidated the initial discussion by setting out a carefully articulated, logical and comprehensive interpretation of capitalism's origins. Brenner, 1976, 1977. Brenner's view was compelling and subsequently hardened into a school of history known as political Marxism. For him, the class conflicts of the 14th and 15th centuries were the starting point of both the demise of feudalism and beginnings of capitalism. The positivism of Brenner. Brenner begins by reinforcing Dobbs' class struggle viewpoint while emphasizing changes in production relations as key to capitalism's development. But he abandons the ongoing importance of subsequent class struggle and opts instead for an economic determinism based on market competition. Moreover, this market competitiveness is not the result of the emergent class conflict between farmer capitalists and peasant workers as one might expect. Rather, it is the result of the social property relations between capitalists and landlords set in the late Middle Ages that supposedly establish the unchanging parameters of market competition for the whole early capitalist epoch. We will argue that this account of the transition is wrong-headed because it is rooted in positivism. Under the sway of the analytical Marxism of the post-1960s, Brenner's positivism in principle rejects dialectical thought as metaphysical. As a result, it leads Brenner to seek first causes, an approach that makes it difficult to appreciate the role of ongoing dialectical conflict and progressive circularity in how capitalism actually develops and operates. The root of the first cause approach is itself the product of a positivism rooted in methodological individualism. Methodological individualism is an epistemological point of view which is itself imprisoned by capitalist reality. It is unable to grasp the dynamic that underlies capitalism in the form of movement, contradiction, and totality, which are the hallmarks of both dialectical thought and actual social development. It is dialectical method that arises from social and psychological reality itself that best captures the totalizing, dynamic and conflictual nature of capitalist development. A proper view of capitalism sees it as based on the three moments of production: circulation of commodities and profit realization that mark the cycle of accumulation. It is true that production and its social relations are most important. On the other hand, the circulation of commodities in the market and their sale in exchange for money and realization as money profit are essential to the spiral, which is at the same time value that is expanding and capital that is accumulating depending on perspective. It is a dialectical perspective that allows one to understand the two-sided nature of this relationship. But it is a viewpoint that is alien to positivists who have difficulty conceiving how something can simultaneously be embodied as value and capital, or for that matter wave and particle. As a result, the positivist Brenner dismisses the realm of circulation and realization as simply dependent variables of production and therefore an afterthought. Since capitalist production was mainly located in England and Europe, this view of capitalism becomes fundamentally Anglo- or Eurocentric. The absence of such capitalist relations of production in non-European countries is not a characteristic of the system as a whole but the result of the failure of these countries to develop these class relationships. On the contrary, it is only through an appreciation of the importance of circulation and realization that were mainly non-European and global phenomena that one appreciates the critical role of the world market and money to the completion of the cycle of capitalist accumulation and an appreciation of the system as a whole. It is only by appreciation of circulation and realization globally that one can understand unequal development and colonialism. Understanding the birth of capitalism therefore requires a two-sided or dialectical understanding. Moreover, as we shall see, early modern capitalism was in good part a chase after world money or universal equivalent in the form of gold and silver from the New World necessary to the advance of capitalist production in Europe and the consolidation of a world market based on transatlantic and trans-Pacific trade. It is a dialectical viewpoint, dismissed by Brenner, which permits one to comprehend that world money stimulated capitalist production in Europe and exchange on a world scale while simultaneously spurring the search for and production of yet more world money in the New World. As a result of this lack of a dual or dialectical perspective, Brenner is unable to grasp the fact that capitalism was both a mode of production and a set of exchange relations that extended across the globe. Rejection of dialectics leads Brenner furthermore to dismiss the importance of class struggle and revolution in the origins of capitalism in favor of a reductive economism. Class struggle between a nascent bourgeoisie and the popular classes on the one hand and the nobility on the other is critical to an understanding of the birth of capitalism in England and, for that matter, Holland. Such conflict is rooted in the dialectical relationship between feudalism and capitalism, the latter of which grows out of the former and then in dialectical fashions enters into conflict with it. Brenner, it is true, attributes great importance to the class struggles of the late Middle Ages, but he treats them as a kind of first cause that establishes a set of property or economic relationships which become determinative. It is these property relations rather than ongoing class struggle which then necessitates the development of capitalism. Class struggle plays no further role. Rather than fighting the nobility, the bourgeoisie comply with the former's demands for higher rents by becoming more competitive. Dobb argued that peasant revolts and demographic decline during the late medieval crisis led to the end of feudalism. Brenner agreed with this but also further claimed that during this crisis changes in social property relations unique to England set the stage for the subsequent development of capitalism. Having retained most of the arable land despite the crisis, the English nobles were able, from the 16th century onwards, to impose economic or market-based rational rents on tenants. It was these economic rents which then forced tenants to become progressively more efficient producers. Among other things that tenants did to enhance profitability and to meet the terms of these economic rents was deploying wage labor in increasingly efficient ways and thereby accelerating the accumulation of capital. In other words, the development of relative exploitation, which itself was a dependent variable of changes in social property relations, lies at the heart of the origins of capitalism. It is this ongoing economic dynamic confined to England that determined and shaped the development of the market, colonialism, and slavery in the rest of the world, Brenner 1977. But Engels, in his well-known letter to Carl Schmitt, 1895, acknowledges that while value existed at the beginning of capitalism, the development of the law of value, and concomitantly the influence of relative surplus value, was the outcome of a long historical process. It is exactly the same with the law of value and the distribution of the surplus value by means of the rate of profit. Both only attain their most complete approximate realization on the presupposition that capitalist production has been everywhere completely established, society reduced to the modern classes of landowners, capitalists, industrialists and merchants, and workers, all intermediate stages, however, having been got rid of. Marx and Engels 2010, 50, 464. However, such developments were ongoing over an extended and indeterminate period of time, as Engels acknowledged. Brenner anachronistically assumes that the law of value is already fully operative in 1500 and that it was the driving force behind capitalist growth from its inception. His assumption is that rational or more or less perfect markets already operated in the 16th century in the way they presumably operated in the 19th century. On the contrary, we take the position that such markets were only in the course of formation in 1500 and that ongoing class struggles and the development of the early modern state played a large role in facilitating this process. The gradual development of the law of value is demonstrated by the fact that although gains were made in relative exploitation in England from the 16th century onwards, the real breakthroughs in this respect only came in the 18th century during the so-called agricultural revolution, Heller 2011, 87. Indeed, in the Grundriss Marx notes that as late as Adam Smith's day exchange value and determination by labor time were not yet fully developed on a national scale, Marx 1973, 169. This is as much as to confirm that the whole period prior to the late 18th century saw a gradual development of the law of value. Instead of understanding the market as historically evolved, Brenner has reified it into an ahistorical institution that operated in the 16th century as it operated in more modern times. Invoking the rationality of markets as a driver of capitalist growth seems plausible to the modern reader because market rationality plays that role in the present. But it is a poor argument when it comes to the beginnings of capitalism in the 16th century. The development of relative exploitation was undoubtedly a new and essential feature of the emerging capitalist system. But it is important to reassert that ongoing absolute exploitation and primitive accumulation were likewise essential and constantly augmented relative exploitation in the development of capitalism, Heller 2011, 88. That was true in the early phases of capitalism and is no less true today. This suggests that far from being a strictly economic process, capital accumulation in its initial phase relied on political and social compulsion as much as on market forces, and consequently we assume that, pace Brenner, capitalism is not merely an economic phenomenon but a mode of production that reflects the effects of not only economics but also politics and culture. There is in Brenner's superficially impressive arguments an overweighting of the economic, which reflects not the past but the fixations of our economically reified neoliberal present. Notable is Brenner's emphasis on the role of the landlord class as opposed to the peasants, bourgeoisie, and workers. True, his account of capitalism's beginnings takes its start from the peasant revolts of the 14th century. But whereas others have stressed the social advances of the peasants and their consequent differentiation into wage laborers and employers of labor as key to the emergence of capitalist relations of production, Brenner instead emphasizes the retention of control of the means of production by English landlords and their ability to dictate economic terms to would-be capitalist farmers. This despite the fact that the very existence of economic rents is disputed before the 18th century, Heller 2011, 99. Moreover, the existence of agriculturalists who can afford to pay capitalist rents presupposes the emergence of a class of well-off peasants as a result of a process of class struggle and social differentiation made possible by the late medieval crisis, which weakened the grip of landlords. Brenner, to the contrary, stresses the ongoing power of the landlords. Moreover, Brenner's economism ignores the role of ongoing ideological/religious struggle in the liberation of the late medieval peasantry and craftsmen as part of class struggle. The heretical Lollards in England, but also the equally heterodox Brethren of the Holy Spirit, Beguines and Beghards, Hussites, Waldensians, spiritual Franciscans and Savoniolans on the European continent helped to undermine the ideological institutions of feudalism. The religious heresies, new cultural movements and revolutionary social movements of the late Middle Ages were important factors in the decline of feudalism, but find no place in Brenner's exclusively economistic and point of production perspective. Criticizing Brenner's emphasis on the continuing power of the nobility, Chris Harman in particular has stressed the class capacity of the petty producers in the class struggles of the late Middle Ages. Harman insists on the increases in the productivity of agriculture in the High Middle Ages both in England and on the European continent. Agricultural surpluses were marketed in the towns, manufactures were consumed not merely by nobles but also by peasants and townspeople, and commercial ties between producers in town and country were strengthened. Wage labor began to be employed on a limited basis by incipient capitalists. Social differentiation among the peasantry strengthened these tendencies. The late medieval crisis affirmed rather than annulled these economic and social advances of the 12th and 13th centuries. During the period of late medieval crisis, the lead in opposition to the nobles was taken by those peasants and craftspeople who were most in command of the forces of production that had developed in the previous period of prosperity. In other words, Harman considers the social upheavals of the 14th century throughout Western Europe to be a proto-capitalist revolution brought on by the development of the forces of production in the High Middle Ages and their fettering by the persistence of feudal relations. Harman 2008. Marx, in his discussion of the birth of capitalism in 16th-century England, does speak of social property relations, stressing the relationship between agrarian farmers and rural wage earners and the new social and political importance of profit. Marx 1975, 905-7. Brenner's stress is rather on the social property relationships between landlords and their tenants and the continued force of rent, albeit capitalist rent. But here the relationship between tenant and landlord is viewed in purely economistic terms. The ideological and ultimately political significance of the class struggle between landlords and their tenants, including the setting of the terms of rent, is ignored. Indeed, the role of the state and of class-based revolution in constructing markets and in the transition to capitalism is dismissed. Rational markets are presumed to exist from the 16th century and determine not only economic but also social and economic change, whereas it seems clear that a unified national market in England only fully emerged in the 18th century if not later, and that the state had much to do with creating it. Likewise, capitalism having appeared in the 16th century, it is assumed that it faced no serious opposition. The Tudor and Stuart dynasties tended to favor capitalism more than monarchies in Europe, but at the same time the state, until the English Revolution of the 17th century, reflected the interests above all of the nobility and established church. The end of feudal property as well as the power of the established church were anathema to them and represented serious obstacles to the consolidation of capitalism. The Crown's interference in prices and wages, its laws against the enclosure of the land, arbitrary taxation, defense of guilds and establishment of new economic regulations and monopolies inhibited the development of rational markets. By virtue of its control of the repressive and ideological apparatus of government, the English monarchy represented an ongoing barrier to the consolidation of capitalism. Ideological conflict between the established church and Puritanism based on the middle class reflected growing class conflict. Indeed, the struggle over control of the state was the keystone of early modern revolutions. Heller 2011, 124-6. For Brenner, a fully mature capitalism existed from the beginning of the 16th century, and the class and legal struggles of the Tudor and Stuart period are of secondary significance at best. His objective is to downplay the importance of the Stuart monarchy's resistance to capitalism. Whereas most students of the period consider England a social formation in which the feudal mode remained dominant until the 17th century political revolutions, the existence of capitalist competition in 1500 makes England capitalist. For him, the English state is patrimonial rather than absolutist. Brenner's view of the transition is not only economistic but is also deeply anachronistic and ahistorical. Continental capitalism. Brenner's insistence that capitalism's beginnings was unique to England is also quite parochial. Point 1. Its beginnings cannot be understood by looking at England alone. Capitalism, from the start a single system, actually began in Italy, spread to Germany and then to Holland and France. England was the last stop in this progression. Many of the factors leading to the development of capitalism in England were also present in these other countries. The key difference between these countries, where the development of capitalism was limited or arrested, and England lay in the balance of power between capital, the state, and feudal power. At the beginning of capitalism, Italy failed to consolidate a territorial state thanks to the too great strength of merchant capital, while in Germany and France feudalism itself proved too strong. Our study of these cases will demonstrate that, in addition to the economic conditions stressed by Brenner, two political conditions were critical to the successful development of capitalism: the existence of a territorial state and the influence of capitalist or incipiently capitalist classes over the state. The faltering of capitalism in Italy, France, and Germany sheds light on the importance of the more propitious political conditions that were obtained in England and Holland. And capitalism, being a single system that developed in an uneven fashion, meant that its eventual consolidation in Holland and England came at the expense of its further development on the continent of Europe. Primitive accumulation, the initial step towards capitalism, i.e. the expropriation of the peasantry, began all across Western Europe at the end of the Middle Ages. It assumed different forms and different paths and speeds in different countries. Sooner or later it cleared a path to the development of capitalism. England was only the classic case of this process. Capitalism certainly developed earliest in the city-states of 15th century Florence, Milan, and Venice, based on their highly developed agriculture and advanced commercial, manufacturing and banking enterprises. Despite political division, the late medieval period saw the emergence of an internal market for labor and goods in the peninsula and, as a consequence, the appearance of agrarian capitalism in the fertile Po Valley. Capital there entered and transformed agricultural production, and producers were transformed into wage laborers. Industrial development was likewise strongest there, especially in Lombardy. But lacking a centralized territorial state that could protect it and too dependent on feudal and absolutist power, Italian capitalism tended to remain at the level of finance and trade and declined in the late 16th century. Heller 2011, 54-61. Brenner simply ignores this Italian experiment. He furthermore flatly denies that capitalism developed in France. For him, the origins of capitalist accumulation lay in England. The dialectical notion that both feudalism and a subordinated capitalism could dialectically coexist within a still dominant absolute and feudal state is excluded by Brenner's monocausal logic. Rejecting dialectical analysis that sees capitalism emerging within the chrysalis of a social formation dominated by feudalism, Brenner insists that the key to capitalist development is the supposed existence of economic rents in a rational market, which entails the preeminence of the capitalist economy from its first appearance. The implication of this is that in the transition to socialism, a state in which elements of capitalism persists is not socialist. Thus, states like the Soviet Union and the Chinese People's Republic cannot be seen as socialist experiments. In Brenner's hands, the example of France reinforces the uniqueness of English capitalism by becoming the perfect foil for the latter, experiencing the same upsurge of class struggle as England in the late Middle Ages with a quite different outcome. In France, peasants came to control roughly 45 or 50% of the land, as against only 25 or 30% in England. As a result of the greater share of property retained by the French peasantry, argues Brenner, whatever tendency there was towards capitalism in 16th century France was arrested. It is the differing allocation of property and the contrasting relations of production which determine the divergent evolution of the two countries in the early modern period. But we must point out that northern France, where capitalism established itself, is roughly double the size of southern England, so that the actual land available to capitalist farming may have been just as large as in England. Moreover, the peasants there had more control of the land than in England. This should have facilitated peasant differentiation and the emergence of capitalist farmers. But in fact it was the repression of the producers by the feudal class and the absolutist state that held back capitalism, not peasant access to more land. In any event, in the eyes of Brenner, England is the model and norm of capitalist origins. France is the feudal other. France remains the preeminent example of failed transition, Heller 2011, 71-4. As the most important Marxist authority on the transition question today, Brenner's view matters a great deal. His treatment of France has provided grist for the mill of the revisionist trend in historiography that has sought to sever the relationship between the French Revolution and the development of capitalism. Since Marx, it has been the view of Marxists that, like the English Revolution, the French Revolution was a bourgeois and capitalist revolution. Such a view was a fundamental feature of the Marxist view of history. The Brenner thesis could suggest that given the non-capitalist evolution of France under the Ancien regime, such a bourgeois and capitalist revolution was, to say the least, doubtful. In a curious way, Brenner's view based in Marxism dovetailed with a developing scholarly and political trend against the Marxist view of the French Revolution known as revisionism. This undeniably conservative historiographical current, ascendant since the 1980s, attacked the idea that the revolution in France could be understood as a bourgeois and capitalist revolution, Heller 2017, 4-9. Under French absolutism, feudal rent dominated to the point that there was no capitalist bourgeoisie according to revisionism. But in fact the 16th century saw an ongoing advance of the capitalist bourgeoisie. The religious civil wars, 1562-94, were undoubtedly a period of economic regression and confused conflict of all against all, the bourgeoisie divided against itself, peasants against peasants, as well as against nobles and townsmen and, to top it all, nobles against nobles, and all sides in revolt against the state. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that class conflict between bourgeoisie and nobles was the critical element. The essential arena of conflict was a struggle over the land in which the peasantry were being drawn in on the side of the bourgeoisie. The response of the nobles was to abandon the peasants to violence, Heller 1991, 60-1. The nobility responded to the threat from below by carrying on a class war from above. But the pugnacious French bourgeoisie were prepared to challenge the nobility. Far from exhausting itself in the long war, the bourgeoisie, in league with the urban plebeians and an increasingly aroused peasantry, were prepared to confront noble power more and more as the conflict unfolded. The concept of noble status itself came under ideological attack. In the end, the Catholic and Protestant nobles who had revolted were forced back into obedience to the king in order to protect themselves from the growing menace of the Third Estate. This was the basis on which the Bourbon King Henry IV, 1594-1610, was able to begin reconsolidating the monarchical state, Heller 1996, 157-196. The increasing political and social assertiveness of the bourgeoisie was based on its growing economic strength. The civil wars were hideously destructive and resulted in a considerable economic and demographic regression. In the south of France, the capitalism that had developed in the first part of the 16th century based on its tie with Italy weakened. On the other hand, things were very different in the richer grain lands of the north. The violence and heavy taxation of the civil wars may have forced many subsistence peasants off the land, but the bourgeoisie benefited from what amounted to primitive accumulation. A class of rural bourgeoisie in pursuit of profit was able to consolidate itself. The increased dependence of the expropriated peasantry on wages ensured the availability of abundant supplies of cheap labor for agricultural work. A wave of interest in agricultural improvement, new mechanical inventions and new manufactures developed during the religious wars that continued through the reign of Henry IV. Indeed, the Bourbon monarchy sought to support and control these initiatives through its mercantilist policies, Heller 1996, 119-96. The 17th century French state tried to contain this bourgeoisie while favoring the reconsolidation of the power of the nobility and church. That it was successful in the short run was signified by the decline of the so-called 16th century offensive of profit in favor of an offensive of rent. On the other hand, the rural and urban bourgeoisie that had emerged in the 16th century, though hard-pressed, survived and persevered in the 17th century. It re-emerged with new vigor in the Age of Enlightenment. Capitalism expanded prodigiously in the last century of the Ancien Regime. Pace-Brenner et al., the revolution that came at the end of that century was undoubtedly not merely bourgeois, but also capitalist. Heller 2017, 54-79, Heller 2006. The case of German capitalism is yet more interesting because it links directly to the relationship between capitalism in Europe and its connection to the rest of the world. Italian capitalism continued to be significant until the close of the 16th century. Over the decades of the 1500s, however, it came to be rivaled by the emergence of another pole of capitalist development in Holland and England. But between the 1470s and the 1520s, the most dynamic focus of up-and-coming capitalism in Europe was Germany, or the so-called Holy Roman Empire. Its geographical position between still dominant Italy and the emerging Holland helps to explain its dynamism. But more significant was the extraordinary expansion of its mining and metallurgical industries. Especially important were the gold and silver mines of the Tyrol, Erzgebirge, Saxony/West Bohemia, and Hungary/Eastern Slovakia. Organized and controlled on a capitalist basis, these mines, which employed tens of thousands of wage workers, provided the liquid capital in the form of precious metals that was critical to the spectacular early expansion of the capitalist economy in Europe, 1470 to 1530. Silver and gold from Central Europe also supplied virtually the only commodities Europeans could exchange for Chinese, Malay and Indian silks, spices, and porcelains. It was the precious metals from these mines that allowed the first stage of the cycle of capitalist accumulation in German and European agriculture and manufacturing to take place. Heller 2011, 61. Control of precious metals or capitalist money meanwhile facilitated the opening of new transoceanic sea lanes circumventing the Mediterranean in part and allowing Europeans for the first time to trade directly with Asia. When German production of silver and gold petered out after 1530, the influx of American silver and gold allowed this initial direct commercial link to expand into an enormous world market. It is our argument that the availability of this world money in the form of precious metals, first from Germany and then the Americas, was as indispensable to the development of capitalist accumulation as were capitalist relations of production. Population growth and overseas expansion led to an expansion of demand for commodities in Germany from the last third of the 15th century. Not only did the gold and silver mining sector expand, prodigiously capitalist relations of production were established throughout this key sector with technical progress and substantial capital investment by capitalists from Nuremberg and other South German cities. Moreover, the influence of financial and merchant capital was also apparent to a greater or lesser degree in the grain and woad trade and the extensive metallurgical, wool, silk, linen, fustian, grain, salt, glassmaking and printing industries that spread across the face of Germany. Heller 2011, 66. But in Germany a powerful feudal reaction consolidated itself as the capitalist economy and financial and merchant capital advanced. Capitalism exacerbated class conflict at every level of German society, prompting noble violence, increased feudal dues and growing attempts to impose or reimpose serfdom on the peasantry, especially in southern and southwest Germany and the Rhineland in the late 15th and early 16th century. The imposition of serfdom even served as a tool by which territorial princes extended their authority. On the other hand, though they lacked leadership and common objectives, the resistance of the common people became equally fierce, leading to the plebeian, worker and peasant protests that characterized the period leading to the crisis of the Reformation. Heller 2011, 67. The further development of capitalism was also hemmed in by the imperial and feudal order. The Habsburg emperor sought to rule a universal European state, not a unified and centralized Germany. The emperor, as well as the territorial princes, blocked such a national political project. At the same time, serfdom and feudalism fundamentally barred the route to the development of capitalism in agriculture. In Germany, serfdom and lordship grew stronger at the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century, and the new economic dynamism in fact made possible the simultaneous strengthening of not only capitalism but also feudal reaction. The result of this volatile contradiction was the famous social and political explosion known as the German Peasants' War, 1524-5, considered an early bourgeois revolution by Friedrich Engels. As their power grew, Germany's territorial princes levied heavier taxes and servile obligations on the peasants. The patrician rulers of the towns were allied to the feudal lords and oppressed the rest of the urban population, including the rich and not-so-rich burghers. The burghers appear as a moderate opposition, aspiring to share in the town governments from which they were excluded and attacking the privileges and property of the clergy. Beneath them came the plebeians, ruined burghers, small-scale craftsmen, journeymen, day laborers, and the numerous forerunners of the lumpen proletariat, some of whom became part of a radical opposition. No better, perhaps even inferior to them, were the peasants who earlier had engaged in numerous local revolts but who had never come together in a general national revolt. Though Germany was politically and economically divided on the eve of the Peasants' War, the Reformation created a crisis during which revolutionary political and social ideas spread deeply and broadly in the population. During this crisis, three large camps coalesced: Catholic or reactionary, Lutheran, bourgeois, reformist, and revolutionary. The religious conflicts of the 16th century were class conflicts fought out on the basis of the shibboleths of religion. This was the result of the ongoing powerful influence of the Church, as a consequence of which all questions, political, juridical, social, and economic, were still posed largely in religious terms. The Church was the all-embracing synthesis and the most general sanction of the existing feudal order. With roots deep in the Middle Ages, the heretical ideology of the burghers, to which some of the nobility also subscribed, called for the material dispossession of the wealth and privileges of the ecclesiastical order. Agreeing with such notions, peasant and plebeian radicals took things a step further by calling for political, social, and even economic equality. The propertyless, of whom there were increasingly large numbers, challenged the notion of a class-based society by espousing in utopian fashion the idea of all things in common. The Catholic conservative camp included the imperial authorities, the ecclesiastical and some lay princes, the richer nobles, the prelates and urban patricians. The Lutheran camp attracted to itself all the propertied members of the opposition, including the mass of the nobility, the burghers, and even some lay princes who wished to seize the property of the Church and increase their independence from the Holy Roman Empire. The peasants and plebeians constituted the radical party. The most important leader of the latter group was Thomas Munzer, who vainly advocated communism and a pantheism which, according to Engels, approached atheism. While the aspirations of the radical party were doomed to fail, so, too, were those of the more moderate reformers. No effective alliance between elements of the nobility and the bourgeoisie of the English sort emerged. In the latter country, serfdom had largely disappeared by the end of the Middle Ages, and the old nobility was virtually wiped out in the Wars of the Roses, 1455–87, and replaced by a new nobility of bourgeois origin. In contrast, serfdom was still rampant in Germany, and the nobles drew their income largely from feudal sources. Political power lay overwhelmingly at the local and regional level. The nearest approximation to a bourgeois revolutionary program was articulated by Wendell Hitler in the so-called Heilbronn Manifesto issued at the height of the Peasants' War. Engels is careful not to claim that Hitler's program was an expression of the bourgeoisie, but rather what may be described as the cross-section of the nation's progressive elements, which anticipated modern bourgeois society. While nominally written on behalf of the peasantry, the Heilbronn program called for a standardized currency, standard weights and measures, abolition of internal customs duties, etc., demands which were more in the interests of the townsmen than the peasantry. In order to reach out to the nobility, concessions were made that substantially approached the modern system of redemption and would have transformed feudal into bourgeois landlordship. Heller 2011, 63-6. Engels compares the German Peasants' War to the French Revolution from a political point of view. In the case of the 18th century revolution that occurred in a politically unified France, the whole country was split into two clearly opposed camps. In a deeply divided 16th century Germany, this was a rank impossibility. On the other hand, Engels saw the Peasants' War not simply as a German event but as an international one based on the prospects for the further development of capitalism. As he reiterated on returning to the theme many decades later, Reformation, Lutheran and Calvinist, is the number one bourgeois revolution, the Peasant War being its critical episode. Revolution number 1, which was more European than the English and spread in Europe much more rapidly than the French, Angelbetter and Vogler 1976, 105-6. Indeed, the Reformation spread throughout Western and Central Europe. The failure of this German early bourgeois revolution meant the subservience of capitalism in Germany to the forces of absolutism and feudalism until after the French Revolution. This subordination was reinforced by the growing superiority of capitalism in Holland and England, who integrated Germany into their economic orbit. Global perspectives. Brenner and his school ignore the overall European perspective on the development of capitalism in favor of a parochial Anglocentrism. There is little excuse for this kind of scholarship. But our criticism of the Brenner and political Marxist perspective also puts into doubt the Eurocentric view on the development of capitalism. For Brenner's school, the non-European world is extraneous to the development of capitalism. While not questioning the fact that Europe was the center of an emerging capitalism, our perspective takes seriously Marx's own view that the birth of capitalism was simultaneously the product of both new relations of production and the creation of the world market, and that they are dialectically connected. It holds that the accumulation of capital is not merely the product of the social relations of production but also the circulation and realization of capital. In so doing, it reviews the principal Marxist views on the significance of the development of the world market and the effects of early capitalism on the non-European world. Moving beyond discussion of these theories, it further argues that the development of capitalist world money out of the gold and silver produced in Latin America was critical to the emergence of the world market by lubricating exchange relations across the globe. More significantly, it suggests that this world money, in the form of gold and silver bullion, served an entirely new role by becoming indispensable in transforming the creation of value through new relations of production into an ongoing process of self-expansion, or, in other words, making possible the accumulation of capital. Hence, we contend that the origins of capitalism were perforce as much extra-European as European. It is important to make clear in the first place that the development of capitalist relations of production were by no means a strictly European affair. Organized and controlled on a capitalist basis, wage labor came into existence beyond Europe during the 16th century. It was a striking characteristic of economic relations in the gold and silver mines of Bolivia and Mexico, Brown 2012, 47-8, 50, 64. The advanced technology used in this industry, which produced this universal equivalent, and the relations of production that prevailed in the mining sector both in the Old and New World, should also be underscored. The fact that capitalist money, or the universal equivalent of all other commodities, was itself a commodity produced by wage labor with the most advanced technology available is remarkable, serving to announce a new mode of production. John Tutino has furthermore demonstrated that capitalist relations of production were to be found not only in the Mexican mines but extended into the Valley of Mexico from the conquest period onward, Tutino 2011. Equally significant is the role of gold and silver as a veritable world money in the newly emergent capitalist world economy linking the Americas, Europe, and Asia, O'Flynn and Giraldez 2008. The silverization of the Chinese economy that took place in the 16th century stimulated the development of an incipient or embryonic industrial capitalism in China through the spectacular growth of Chinese exports of silks and porcelains, which became the principal axis of the emerging world market. Su Dixon and Wu Chengming 2000, XXVI, 90, 318, 375, 377. The essential element in facilitating that market then was silver and gold, which began to take the form of capitalist money or money that embodied, for the first time, the accumulation in financial form of increasing amounts of value or abstract labor that made possible the accumulation of capital. The emergence of capitalist world money then constituted as much a founding element of capitalism as the widespread development of wage labor in England and Europe. It is true, as we have noted, that as the capitalist system developed globally it was Northwest Europe, Britain, Northern France, Holland, and Northwest Germany that came to dominate the system. This was because wage labor became dominant in Northwest Europe while less productive feudal and slave relations of production predominated elsewhere, including in China and the New World. A first attempt to theorize the global development of capitalism was made by Eric Hobsbawm using the concept of uneven development. He did so in his contribution to the celebrated debate on the transition from feudalism to capitalism in the 1950s, Hobsbawm 1976. In this highly original contribution informed by a dialectical view of history, a contribution that has been largely ignored, Hobsbawm put the emphasis on the role of uneven development in the evolution of capitalism throughout its history. As capitalism developed, West European advance came directly at the expense of Eastern Europe and Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The process of West European transition throughout its early history entailed turning other areas into dependent economies and colonies. Hobsbawm's conception of the transition is a dialectical one in which unevenness plays a central part. Gain in one place is invariably at the expense of other places, even those that were initially more developed. In this schema, the advance of Holland and England towards capitalism entails the refeudalization of Italy and Germany, the feudalizing of Poland, Hungary, and Russia, and the progressive subordination of the global South through colonialism. Capitalist relations of production at the center entails the reinforcement of serf and slave relations in the periphery. Eastern Europe and the global South were turned into dependent economies and colonies. Seizing resources from less advanced areas or later on from colonized regions became an intrinsic feature of West European development. In other words, the emergence of capitalism has to be understood in terms of an ongoing worldwide process of appropriation based on uneven development both within and outside Europe. Hobsbawm concludes that the net effect of European capitalism was to divide the world ever more sharply into two sectors, the developed and the underdeveloped countries, in other words, the exploiting and the exploited. From the perspective of the non-West European world, the onset of capitalism was a zero-sum game played at the latter's expense. Immanuel Wallerstein's world system theory may be regarded as an elaboration and systematization of Hobsbawm's conception, Wallerstein 1974. In common with Dobb and Brenner, Wallerstein acknowledged that the class struggles of the 14th century marked the crisis of European feudalism. But in contrast to their stress on changes in the relations of production as key to capitalist origins, Wallerstein emphasized overseas expansion that, in the first instance, was a way out of the impasse of class conflict from the perspective of the ruling class. It led towards the beginning of capitalism. The expansion of the world market is an exit from class conflict. Marx had noted that the 16th century saw both the emergence of proletarian labor as well as the world market. For him, these two developments, tied together dialectically, marked the beginning of the capitalist epoch. But Wallerstein acknowledged the importance of the proletarianization of labor only in passing, emphasizing instead the emergence of the world market or a trade-based division of labor as the starting point for accumulation, Wallerstein 1974, 37-8, 77, 127. Geographically, this world economy of the 16th century expanded to Western, Southern, and East Central Europe and included the Mediterranean, Latin America and the coast of West Africa, Wallerstein 1974, 68. Wallerstein may have discentered proletarian or wage labor, but only to place it in his more widely conceived capitalist world system. Its three main sectors were distinguished on the basis of the forms of labor each featured, the forms favored by ruling classes in each sector based on the economic constraints and possibilities for profit within the emerging world market. At the core of the system in Northwest Europe, wage labor became the dominant form of exploitation in agriculture and manufacture. In the semi-periphery, which embraced the rest of Western and Central Europe, tenant farming, sharecropping and petty commodity craft production prevailed. In the peripheral zones of Eastern Europe, Africa, and Latin America, which produced mainly grain and sugar, serfdom and slavery or coerced cash crop labor became the rule. Wallerstein 1974, 86-7, 95, 103, 104-7, 112, 116. The existence of free or wage labor specified or defined the emerging capitalist economy, Wallerstein acknowledged, as the relations of production that define a system are the relations of production of the whole system, and the system at this point in time is the European world economy. But free wage labor could not be found throughout the world system, Wallerstein insisted. Free labor was the form of labor control used for skilled work in core countries. Coerced labor was used for less skilled work in peripheral areas. The combination of free and unfree labor was the essence of capitalism, Wallerstein 1974, 122. This was a radical redefinition of capitalism motivated by Wallerstein's belief that accumulation at the center was based not merely on the exploitation of wage workers in Europe but also on the exploitation of producers on the capitalist periphery. We would only remind readers that wage labor is central to capitalism because, unlike slavery or other forms of labor, it alone produces surplus value. It is only when the surpluses produced by coerced labor are turned into capitalist commodities by wage labor, e.g. sugar refined and transported to market or hides turned into leather in tanneries by wage laborers, that they bear surplus value. At the core, the market became the principal means of the control of labor. But such capitalist states also tended to be strong with regard to other strong states and with respect to weaker political entities in the semi-periphery and the periphery. In the periphery, states were weak or even non-existent. In the latter two zones, political or physical coercion of the labor force persisted and was even intensified as they were absorbed into the capitalist world system, Wallerstein 1974, 308-12, 355. The development of classes was a function of, or depended on, its international division of labor. In this system of uneven development and of strong states dominating and coercing weaker ones, economic surpluses tended to move from the periphery and semi-periphery towards the core. Over the long term, underdevelopment in the periphery developed in tandem with development in the core based on unequal exchange, Wallerstein 1974, 95-6, 100. The initial advantages of higher skill levels and more fixed capital reinforced by greater political power provide the core countries with a cumulative advantage over states located toward the periphery. Hence, concludes Wallerstein, the ongoing process of a world economy tends to expand the economic and social gaps among its varying areas in the very process of its development, Wallerstein 1974, 358. For Wallerstein, there is a single capitalist world system, which questionably makes the Polish noble extracting labor from a serf, a French noble collecting rent from a subsistence peasant in the Auvergne, or an English noble collecting rent from a capitalist farmer in Kent, equally capitalist parts of the same process. But French and Polish nobles cannot remotely be considered capitalists because they did not exploit wage laborers but rather subsistence peasants and serfs. Furthermore, Wallerstein's notion of strong states at the center and less strong ones towards the periphery does not fit the historical evolution of absolutist states such as the Ottoman Sultanate or the Russian Empire in their heyday. Jaris Banagi's claim that capitalist relations of production were not decisive in the advance of capitalism but rather that it is capitalism's laws of motion that are crucial is a specious distinction, Banagi 2010, 145. For while it is true that labor tenancy, bond labor, sharecropping, and chattel slavery can produce surpluses, only formally free wage labor can produce surplus value. Insofar as it becomes labor power or abstract labor value can be measured in time and bought and sold for money and thereby accumulate as capital. None of the above forms of labor can be transformed into labor power. Moreover, If the social, economic, and political conditions for accumulation do not exist, wage labor does not become abstract and cannot accumulate as capital. Moreover, capitalism is nothing if it does not move forward. And what constitutes its progress or dynamic? It is the historic triumph of the relative exploitation of wage labor over absolute exploitation and non-capitalist forms of exploitation. It is true that other forms of exploitation have always accompanied this advance. But the return of labor tenancy, bond labor, sharecropping, and slavery to prominence and the regression of relative exploitation in contemporary capitalism should be taken as a sign of regression. Marx's conception of uneven global development has been further developed by David Harvey. Harvey understands the development of capitalism as proceeding through the recurrent renewal of accumulation by means of what he terms a spatial fix. Harvey argues that one of the ways that capitalism has repeatedly attempted to overcome its crises of overaccumulation is through the abandonment of older centers of accumulation that have exhausted their profit potential and the relocation of productive investment toward new poles of accumulation. In the contemporary context, the movement of investment capital from the United States towards China is a good example. Harvey 2005, 122-3. Indeed, the interest of Harvey in the historic displacement of the center of capitalist accumulation from one center of accumulation to another is obviously connected to the relatively recent shift of the focal point of capital from London to New York and the possible future transfer of the global center of capitalism to Asia. Such displacements provoke severe social and political turbulence in what Harvey calls a switching crisis. The current political turmoil in the United States in the wake of widespread deindustrialization and relocation of investment in China and the Global South is a notable instance. Giovanni Arrighi has lately attempted to show the pertinence of Harvey's conceptions of spatial fix and switching crisis to an understanding of the outbreak of signal crises and the initiation of a financial or declining phase of imperial power in the historical cycles of successive Spanish, Dutch, British, and American political hegemonies. In each instance, it is the displacement of capital from a place where overaccumulation has led to stagnation towards a fresh center of accumulation that provokes crisis and political and social conflict. Arrighi 2009. It was Marx himself, of course, who had pointed out how capital had successively moved from Venice to Holland to England and finally to the United States from one pole of accumulation to the next through the mechanism of the international banking and financial system. Marx 1975, 920. While we have limited hard or quantitative data of such capital movements, the sequence has been more or less confirmed by Fernand Braudel and Richard Goldthwaite. Braudel 1979, 118, 202-7, 228, 252-3, Goldthwaite 2009, 135-6. It is to Harvey's credit that he has brought this geographical dimension of the historical movement of capital to the fore. Nonetheless, this spatial displacement of capital should be seen in the light of Marx's more fundamental notion of uneven development, which he considered a characteristic feature of capitalism. Throughout it is the state and the hierarchical order of the international state system that provides the political framework for these displacements. The theorizations of Hobsbawm, Wallerstein, Harvey, and Arrighi allow us to understand capitalism's beginnings as a global system. But they assume rightfully that Europe and the United States were at the core of the system. I do not see how that reality can be erased despite recent post-colonial attempts to provincialize Europe or to downgrade its historical significance. After all, in my view, being in the vanguard of capitalism is no particular virtue. Whatever virtue capitalism had as a mode of production has by now exhausted itself, and we are waiting for its replacement by socialism. Envy by post-colonial scholars of the West's past achievements politically and economically is no foundation for critical understanding. Whatever prestige the West once had is being erased by the rise of Asia and the contemporary crisis of capitalism. From a political point of view, the left has always assumed that capitalism had a center. Moreover, it seems to me important in a political sense to always locate the headquarters of capitalism rather than to pretend that it existed everywhere or that such a system, having no center, really does not matter in a political sense. But the historical significance of the imperialism of the major capitalist powers has always mattered. That said, a useful attempt to minimize a Eurocentric perspective has lately been offered by Alexander Onyevas and Kerem Nisinsioglu, Onyevas and Nisinsioglu 2015. The two demonstrate the political or economic importance of non-capitalist and non-European societies to the development of capitalism. To break out of the pervasive Eurocentrism in the debate, they turn to Trotsky's theory of uneven and combined development. Trotsky argued that the capitalist mode of production transformed the general law of uneven development, which holds that societies grow at different paces, some faster and others slower, at various points in time. He maintained that capitalism's unique expansionary qualities led it to penetrate pre-capitalist modes of production, subordinating their economies and states to its laws of development. It thus produced hybrid societies, combining the world's most advanced and backward features. His paradigmatic example was of course Russia at the turn of the 20th century. It had been a backward, feudal society ruled by the autocratic Tsarist state. European capitalism penetrated it towards the end of the 19th century, producing a hybrid formation that combined advanced capitalist development with backward feudal relations, Onyevas and Nisinsioglu 2015, 44-50. Onyevas and Nisinsioglu use uneven and combined development as a methodology to show how capitalism came into being through an international, intersocietal process. They demonstrate how more developed tributary modes of production in societies such as China and the Ottoman Empire suffered the penalty of progressiveness, their more advanced economic systems and stable states stifling the development of capitalism within their boundaries. By contrast, the economic and geopolitical interaction between them and less developed feudal Europe, in particular Holland and England, granted them the privilege of historical backwardness, as they incorporated more advanced productive forces from elsewhere. Onyevas and Nisinsioglu 2015, 104, 106, 115, 250. Moreover, under the whip of external necessity, Europe was forced to compete geopolitically with its more advanced rivals, a dynamic that provided the condition for the development of capitalism in Holland and England. Within this framework, Onyevas and Nisinsioglu radically recast the process of capitalist development as the result of the intersocietal interaction between European feudalism and the Mongol Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the conquest of the Americas, the establishment of the slave trade and plantations and the colonization of Asia. This international version of history is perhaps their book's most significant contribution. They begin by demonstrating how the Mongol Empire spurred the development of merchant capital throughout Europe. The Pax Mongolica opened up the Silk Road, dramatically increased trade and transferred the empire's higher development of its productive forces to backward Europe. This encouraged the formations of cities, which had a gravitational pull on peasants to leave the countryside and become wage laborers, especially in the Italian city-states. Onyevas and Nisinsioglu 2015, 67, 71-7. The Mongol Empire was also the source of bubonic plague that caused the Black Death in Europe, which decisively changed the balance of class forces in England, driving lords to become capitalist farmers and peasants to become rural laborers. Thus the Pax Mongolica forms an international precondition for the rise of English agrarian capitalism recounted by Brenner, Onyevas and Nisinsioglu 2015, 77-88. But, Onyevas and Nisinsioglu contend, without the geopolitical competition from the Ottoman Empire, Holland and England would never have undergone the transition to capitalism. The Ottomans' more advanced tributary mode of production buttressed a more stable, unified state compared to Europe's squabbling feudal states. As a result, they were able to deploy a far larger military force against their rivals in Europe. The most powerful state in Europe, the Habsburg Empire, had no choice but to mobilize a disproportionate amount of its forces against the Ottomans. The geopolitical rivalry between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans facilitated Holland and England's capitalist development in two ways. First, it offered their merchants significant trade opportunities. Second, It provided them the geopolitical space to develop capitalism and complete their bourgeois revolutions. With the Habsburgs preoccupied, Holland managed to successfully carry through the Dutch revolt and establish the first capitalist nation-state. In England, the Habsburgs' preoccupation with the Ottomans ensured their isolation from any threat and led to a relative demilitarization of the feudal lords, thereby weakening their power over the peasantry and compelling some of them, in the wake of the Black Death, to adopt a capitalist agriculture. Onyevas and Niskensioglu 2015, 91-120. However, without the conquest of the Americas and the development of plantation slavery, Onyevas and Niskensioglu argue, the new capitalist powers could have been strangled and certainly would not have undergone capitalist industrialization. The Ottomans were the principal reason that the European societies reorientated from the Mediterranean to the so-called New World. And once they did, the plunder of the region reinforced the differential patterns of development between the feudal absolutist powers like Spain and those of the newly capitalist Holland and England. Driven by its feudal military preoccupation of competing with the Ottomans, Spain used its hoard of gold and silver to pay off loans it had taken out to pay for its military. Much of that treasure ended back in Holland and England to expand their new system. Onyevas and Niskensioglu also show how the colonial slave trade and the hybrid labor regime of plantation slavery, which fused capitalist pressures of production for the market with pre-capitalist relations of production, provided the raw material for industrialization, cotton, for example, being the basis for England's textile boom. Parenthetically, we note that Keith Pomeranz argues that access to overseas raw materials made it possible for England to escape a Malthusian trap that China, which was at a comparable level of economic development, could not avoid. Pomeranz 2000, 14-15. The combination of these intersocietal dynamics thus made possible capitalist development in Holland, England, and eventually the rest of Europe. Onyevas and Niskensioglu 2015, 120-73. But this was not an evolutionary process. They argue bourgeois revolutions were necessary to establish capitalist states to defend and reproduce capitalist class rule internally against the exploited classes and internationally against both capitalist and pre-capitalist rivals. Onyevas and Niskensioglu 2015, 174-214. Money. Let me conclude by returning and amplifying on my earlier discussion of the importance of the creation of world money to the onset of capitalism. Recognition of the importance of money to the operation of capitalism is not merely a scholarly exercise. As we know, we currently live under the rule of a globalized financialized capitalism in which money capital is at the core. The unification of capitalism as a global system has been made possible by the dominant position of money capital. At the same time, the ascendancy of money capital is what is destabilizing the whole system today. Relations of production and indeed the stability of states are being undermined worldwide by the rule of finance capital. Speculation threatens the possibility of productive investment and reliable accumulation. This is a principal reason why Marxists today are preoccupied with Marx's theory of money. In this light, it seems to me more important than ever to try to understand, theoretically and historically, the role that money played in early capitalism in terms of the development of the world market, but also to the beginnings of the process of capital accumulation. As we have noted, it is striking that the production of gold and silver both in the New World and the Old was itself a vanguard capitalist industry in the late 15th and 16th centuries, using wage labor and seeing major investments in technological improvements. In other words, the production of money was itself a major source of the production of value. Moreover, the infusion of massive amounts of money into England, the Low Countries and France rapidly monetized and commodified these Atlantic economies. An unprecedented inflation based on a lag in agricultural output and rising food prices allowed nascent capitalists to reap windfall profits. The minting of small coins by these governments during the 16th century makes it clear that the speeding up of market activity was strongly reflected in local markets. Moreover, population growth, enclosures, bankruptcies, war and violence expanded the size of the working class. The employment of more and more wage labor in agriculture and manufacturing who were paid in coins whose value was being constantly debased allowed the expansion of the role of surplus value and profit in these economies. The increasing size of this expanding working class and its exploitation is confirmed by the English Statute of Artificers of 1563 and the French Ordonnance of 1577, both of which attempted to fix wages despite the fact that prices were rising much more quickly. Although not a Marxist, Ian Blanchard has done pioneer work on the relationship between the growing availability of gold and silver, the development of credit markets, low interest rates and the pace and direction of productive investment on the European continent and in England in the 16th century. The gradual relocation of the center of gravity of financial capital and lower interest rates from Italy, Germany, and Spain to Antwerp and London as described by Blanchard is noteworthy. Likewise, significant is the relationship between low interest rates and growing investment in agricultural improvement in Holland and southern England, Blanchard 2005, 109, 112, 114-16. Blanchard's work helps us to understand that money at this point began to assume a new role. Not only did it serve to create a world market, it began to take on the function of facilitating capitalist accumulation in Northwest Europe. In the ancient world and in the Middle Ages, money served as a means of purchase or payment and also as a hoard. During antiquity, highly developed markets developed in the Greek and Roman period in which gold and silver functioned as universal equivalents for other commodities. On this basis, commercial relations on a considerable scale developed in the Mediterranean and beyond. Likewise, following the hiatus of the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages saw the redevelopment of these exchange relations that now embraced Western Europe. Precious metals were accumulated as hoards by the established church and by Italian bankers. In Florence, Venice, and Milan, banking became a speciality that more and more facilitated international commerce and the financing of war by high and late medieval states and kingdoms. Some Italian cities such as Florence and Venice were able to coin money that achieved international acceptance as currency. Kingdoms such as France and England established mints and were able to mint and circulate coins, facilitating trade within their territories. From antiquity onwards, money was particularly important as a form of payment that allowed landowners, merchants, and tax collectors to exploit the labor of small-scale producers. Until the advent of capitalism, the hoarding of money, the use of money in exchange, and the development of credit money were the way money functioned. These functions of money would continue under capitalism, but money barely functioned as a means of accumulating capital. For that to happen, two things were necessary. In the first place, surplus value and coincidental profits had to become a significant aspect of the economy. This was only possible as significant numbers of producers were forced to become wage workers, i.e. sell their labor time in such a way that the surplus it produced could become available as surplus value and profits. Secondly, an accumulation cycle had to emerge in which the production and circulation of commodities ended with the accumulation of profits in the form of capitalist money, part of which could be reinvested. The function of money, which embodied surplus value for purposes of reinvestment, was entirely novel. Alongside the emergence of the extensive development of wage labor, this change marks a quantitative leap or revolutionary change, signaling the emergence of a new mode of production. With the advent of new capitalist relations of production, money began to develop an entirely novel function, namely embodying abstract labor or value. In this way, it opened the way to the accumulation of capital. This alone makes it clear that the political Marxist view that ignores the creation of the world market and puts all the stress on the emergence of capitalist relations of production fails to take account of the role of money in the capitalist economy and, by doing so, does not deal with the emergence of accumulation as a fundamental aspect of the new mode of production. Moreover, given that the source of this new capitalist world money lay outside of Europe, the Brenner and political Marxist view that the beginnings of capitalism were simply an English or European matter is untenable. What else have we learned from our review of different Marxist views on the origins of capitalism? We have learned that debate is an intrinsic feature of Marxist discussion of historical questions. We have discovered furthermore that the transition from feudalism to capitalism was a long and tortuous process unfolding over centuries. We have learned that feudalism as a mode of production was very strong. It had the capacity to generate substantial economic growth in France, including the development of cities and manufacturing centers that rivaled those of early modern capitalist societies in England and Holland. We have found that the development of capitalism was by no means simply a result of economic factors, but that class and ideological struggle played a large part. That a strong state was an indispensable feature of the process. That the development of capitalism was not merely an English or even European affair but rather a global phenomenon. That a positivist and economistic bias against Marx's view of the transition as dialectical, i.e. entailing the simultaneous creation of capitalist relations of production and the world market, encouraged Brenner's parochial and one-sided view of its origins. That the transition to capitalism was a long and drawn-out process, but that early modern bourgeois revolutions, German, French, Dutch, and English, were indispensable in such transitions, and that success was by no means guaranteed. It is true that in the 19th century transitions to capitalism were made by Germany and Japan by imposing it from above. But it is important to insist on the revolutionary and democratic character of the initial transition to capitalism in the face of recent attempts on the part of the political Marxists and other revisionists who reject the decisive importance of revolutionary change. Without the intervention of the mass of peasants, craftsmen, and workers, the bourgeoisie by themselves could not have overthrown feudalism and established capitalism. Moreover, the absolutist monarchies and nobility left to themselves would never have arrived at capitalism. Likewise, revolution from below by workers will of course be a prerequisite to the transition from capitalism to socialism. A transition to socialism is not certain. On the other hand, it is probable that it, like the transition to capitalism, is likely to be the result of a prolonged crisis of capitalism punctuated by sudden revolutionary change. The gradual centralization of capital is what facilitated the initial bourgeois revolutions in favor of capitalism and what will help induce the eventual socialist revolutions against capitalism. But whereas a capitalist transition is the result of the step-by-step infiltration of the bourgeoisie into control of both the economic and political system, the transition to socialism is based on the seeming extrusion of the producers from control over the process of production. This is what is required by the process of primitive accumulation and by the law of value, and is what eventually throws capitalism into economic crisis. For it turns out that without the surplus value produced by the working class, the continuation of capitalism is unthinkable. It is that which prompts the turn from economics to politics and increasingly throws the spotlight on the issue of which class controls the state. At the same time, the concentration of capital also magnifies the potential economic and political clout of those workers who remain employed in the most productive sectors of industry or are part of the worldwide production and distribution chains. 3. Ascendant capitalism, 1789 to 1980. Capitalism reached its zenith in the 19th and 20th centuries. Following the upheavals and wars of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic period, the 19th century was relatively peaceful, although punctuated by revolutions in the first half of the century. Wars between the capitalist powers in the 19th century were rare and short-lived. They were mainly waged by the European powers at the expense of the nations of the global south. Capitalism boomed, growing and transforming itself organizationally into vast industrial and banking corporations and assuming monopoly forms closely attached to the state. Even backward Russia and feudal Japan began to move toward capitalism and industrialization in the closing decades of the century. Meanwhile, successive revolutions in France cleared the deck of old relations of production and allowed the forces of production to forge ahead. The 20th century was highly disturbed. Global wars and economic depression in the first half of the century and a Cold War, permanent military and ideological mobilization short of world war, opposed the forces of capitalist imperialism on the one hand and revolutionary socialism and national liberation on the other. Globally, East divided from the West, the underdeveloped South from the capitalist North. Wars and revolutions in the 20th century caused a mortality of well over 100 million people. but paradoxically these upheavals seem to energize rather than damage capitalism. An extraordinary increase in capitalism's scale marked by a vast increase in economic output and an improvement in living standards for the peoples of the global north accompanied ongoing upheaval. Socialist revolutions in Russia and China no doubt narrowed the field of capitalist operations. On the other hand, they failed to inhibit a tremendous expansion of the forces of production in the United States, Western Europe, and Japan. Successive world wars, however destructive, unleashed the full productive powers of American capitalism and made possible the reconstruction of capitalism on a new foundation in Europe and Japan. The 19th century began with the French and Industrial Revolutions. Breakthroughs in the relative exploitation of wage labor were reinforced by the more extensive exploitation of slave labor, especially in the United States, Cuba, and Brazil. The Haitian Revolution proved to be the opening act in a bitter struggle between free and slave labor that went on through much of the 19th century. Rapid economic growth and the expansion of the bourgeois and working classes set the stage for a series of revolutions which culminated in the revolutions of 1848. This upheaval coincided with the publication of the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, a dramatic intervention that envisioned the union of the struggles of the working class with the doctrines of historical materialism. In reaction, the consolidation of the nation-state helped to contain revolutionary socialism and facilitated a massive expansion of the forces of production. The Depression which set in 1873 marked a turning point. Capitalism moved from growth based on laissez-faire to monopoly capitalism, and the class struggle was transformed from Gramsci's war of movement, revolution, to his war of position or attrition against capitalism. Enhanced profits due to the concentration of capital, bureaucratization of business corporations, technological innovations, and the intensified exploitation of the global South allowed some increase in the living standards of the working class in the advanced capitalist countries. The success of unionization and working class political parties tended to tame rather than inflame revolutionary commitment. Late capitalism began with the outbreak of World War I, initiating a half-century of total wars based on rivalries between monopoly capitalist states amid ongoing economic upheaval. Capitalism was challenged by the Russian Revolution and the Communist International. This political form of class struggle was countered by the post-Versailles system of sovereign nation-states championed by the Anglophone powers of the United States and Great Britain. The economic upheavals of the post-war and the trauma of depression provoked a fascist reaction to the threat from socialism in Italy, Germany, and Japan. All three states were authoritarian and militaristic and proved eager to use force to pursue their goals in the face of ongoing British, French and American imperialism. World War II saw communism triumph in most of Eurasia. The advanced capitalist states bordering the Atlantic and Pacific and most of the global South fell under American hegemony. The American giant state globalized monopoly capitalism, inaugurating a Cold War against the communist states while unleashing a powerful new wave of accumulation based on a comprehensive system of multilateralism, militarism, freer trade pacts, multinational corporations, globalized production, and increasing international division of labor, mass consumerism and further exploitation of the global South. In the 1970s, profit margins thinned while the Cuban and Vietnamese revolutions, anti-imperialist and anti-colonial struggles in the global South and internal unrest in the United States and the other capitalist countries destabilized the framework of the emergent American empire. A new counter-revolutionary phase opened with the onset of neoliberalism. The French Revolution. The overthrow of the Ancien regime by the French Revolution is a prime example of quantitative or additive long-term change suddenly transforming itself into qualitative change. It marked the last and greatest of the early modern bourgeois revolutions and the onset of modernity. The capitalist mode universalized itself. The revolution, with its countrywide urban and rural revolts, was the culmination of mounting internal unrest caused by an exacerbation of popular misery. It was mass revolutionary action by the people that allowed the bourgeoisie to take control and legislatively destroy feudalism and the absolutist state. At the same time, the increasingly wealthy French bourgeoisie in the 18th century had developed the forces of production to the point where the relations of production of the Ancien regime were burst asunder and it could seize state power in the midst of popular revolution. Heller 2006. The misery of the masses and the increasing strength of the bourgeoisie together made the revolution possible. The revolution led by the bourgeoisie inaugurated a new culture of modernity based on individual liberty, constitutional government, equality before the law, separation of church and state, free markets, rational thought, and the idea of progress or the conquest of nature and elimination of political and social irrationality over time. The French Revolution, like the Russian Revolution, led to an enormous cultural transformation. Subsequent world socialist revolution will also bring sweeping cultural change. Whereas up to 1789 we can say that capitalism was the economically rising mode of production in a social formation in which the politically dominant mode was still feudal, the French Revolution of 1789 was the turning point that saw the sudden emergence of a new European-wide formation in which capitalism dominated politically as well as economically, and feudalism was subordinated to it. The revolution cannot be understood merely as an economic matter but was a change of the whole of society, i.e. a dramatic transformation in the mode of production no less, including its property relations as well as religion and culture, which changed from feudalism to capitalism. Feudalism was largely dismantled over much of continental Europe in the wake of the invasion of the armies of the Revolution and Napoleon. Revolution henceforth became the focal point of modern politics. The subsequent socialist revolutions in Russia, China, and Cuba took the French Revolution as a model for a would-be transition to a socialist mode of production. While the main current of the revolution saw a violent transition from feudalism to capitalism, socialist and feminist ideas were promoted by men and women activists. Anticipating later developments, Gracchus Babeuf led a secret revolutionary group of several hundred workers and radical political militants who organized a conspiracy to bring about a socialist revolution on behalf of the working class. 1797, Dahlin 1987, Schiappa 2003. The women of Paris galvanized the celebrated March on Versailles of October 1789 and were active participants in most of the great events of the revolution. Guilhaume and Lapide 2006. In the most radical Parisian neighborhoods at the height of the revolution, women were given equal political rights to men. The right to divorce and female inheritance were granted legal recognition. The equality of men and women was argued for by Olympe de Gouges as well as by Mary Wollstonecraft in England among others. Diamond 1994, Ferguson 1992. The failure of women to advance their cause further was the result of the continued defensiveness of male craftsmen and merchants with respect to maintaining the gendered division of family labor, but also because of their fear of competition and the threat of unemployment. Having taken power, the bourgeoisie attempted to deny the common people and workers political and economic rights. It is significant nonetheless that the Le Chapelier Law, 1791, which outlawed strikes and unions, liberated workers from conditions of personal dependence that had characterized their legal status under the feudal laws of the Ancien regime. Based on the constitutionally new guaranteed right of the people to assemble, workers formed unions and called strikes during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic period despite the prohibitions of the Le Chapelier Law and the recurrent imposition of martial law on them. Guichetot 2014. During the revolution there was some centralization of industrial production and considerable growth in the factory production of textiles and chemicals and the expansion of a factory proletariat. Heller 2006, 133-4, 137-9. But the redistribution of some church and noble land to peasants slowed the process of proletarianization and the development of large-scale industry in France until the latter half of the 19th century. Heller 2017, 154-64. The overall effect of the revolution was to provide somewhat greater freedom to French workers while inhibiting the pace of capitalist development and industrialization as compared, for example, to England, where the bourgeoisie enjoyed almost unlimited power. The standard of living of the French population overall improved in the aftermath of the revolution. Heller 2006, 141. Slavery. In the meantime, the revolution in France inspired revolution and the destruction of slavery on the island of Haiti, 1791, Blackburn 1997. Merchant capitalism had allowed a process of extended primitive accumulation based on slavery in the colonies. It helped reinforce capital accumulation resting on the exploitation of wage labor in England and continental Europe. The vast surpluses generated by slavery reinforced the development of industrial capitalism. Contrary to a view that has become common in mainstream historiography that plantation slavery was itself a form of capitalism, Robin Blackburn echoes Marx in seeing it as a form of direct forced labor in the colonies. It enabled the extraction of surpluses in the form of primary products that allowed the extraction of actual surplus value through wage labor in Europe. Plantation slavery was a mechanism that allowed a process of ongoing primitive accumulation in the colonies to feed capitalist accumulation based on the exploitation of wage labor in England and Western Europe, Blackburn 1997, 527-44. Forced or slave labor, which was increasingly organized and intensified, reinforced the extraction of surplus value at the center. Citing scattered comments by Marx, repeated attempts have been made to view plantation slavery as equally as efficient as wage labor and to portray it as effectively capitalist. But recent research reveals that value per se could not be extracted from forced as against paid labor, and that the law of value did not govern the operation of the slave plantation, which remained backward technologically as compared to capitalist factories, post-2011. Slavery was largely concentrated in the rural sector in North America, whereas there were many slaves in the colonial cities of Latin America and the Caribbean. Where it was found, urban slavery was likely to allow a little more autonomy to the slave. New World markets and raw materials vitally contributed to industrial capitalism. The planters, their brokers, and merchants were also crucial sources of credit, helping to finance canals, railways and steamships. Meanwhile, in Africa, massive imports of European guns fueled slave raiding and an immense expansion of the slave trade in the latter half of the 18th century. Racism certainly existed prior to the blossoming of plantation slavery, but it was deeply reinforced by slavery's economic success. Anti-slavery. The Haitian Revolution became the prologue to the worldwide abolition of slavery in the 19th century, but not without further struggle. An intense debate unfolded as to whether free labor was economically and morally superior to unfree labor, Drescher 2002. The seriousness of the debate between the two forms of exploitation was compounded by the fact that worldwide demand for sugar, tobacco, and cotton reinforced slavery in the United States, Cuba and Brazil, Tomich 2004. The stage was set for a titanic political and military struggle in the United States between the sides espousing free or slave labor in the mid-19th century, 1861-5, Levine and Foner 1992. Following abolition in the United States, Cuba, 1886, and Brazil, 1888, likewise abolished slavery. The aspirations of the industrial bourgeoisie were embodied in the notion of free labor, labor that was forced to sell labor power as a commodity to live and was legally free to do so. Indeed, bourgeois political economists argued that free labor was more skilled and easier to lay off than more dependent labor. Workers also supported free labor because it lessened their personal dependence on masters. Marx underscored that the capitalists responded to gains by the formerly free industrial working class by investing in greater productivity to maintain profits and ensure their ongoing control over production. The ideology of free labor inspired the anti-slavery movement in the United States. It also allowed a limited truce in the emerging class struggle between labor and capital. It was against this background that Marx developed his all-important concept of surplus value discussed earlier. According to Marx, surplus value was the money form of surplus extraction. Serfdom and slavery were non-monetary or directly coerced forms of surplus extraction and hence could not be translated into abstract labor or labor power, a commodity bought and sold for money. The creation of surplus value was based on the existence of market exchanges between different forms of concrete labor. But this possibility itself depended on the existence of a certain level of equality in society in which the sale and purchase of labor was necessary because the supply of dependent labor was increasingly restricted. It was this surplus value accumulated in money form that made the overall expansion of capital possible. This expansion of capital was not possible under slavery or serfdom. In other words, surplus value and particularly the expansion of value was only possible under conditions of free labor. 1. Marx's passionate espousal of free labor has been obscured by the way he makes the case for it in Capital. There he elucidates its significance by contrasting Aristotle's view of value with that of modern capitalist society. As Marx explained, Aristotle quite clearly states that the money form of the commodity is only a more developed aspect of the expression of the value of one commodity against some other commodity chosen at random. But Aristotle was unable to discover a common notion of value between two commodities. That was because the concept of all labor as expressing equal human labor and therefore as labor of equal quality was foreign to Greek society. The latter was founded on the labor of slaves, or the concept of the natural inequality of slaves and of their labor power as against others. The secret of the expression of value, namely, the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor, and insofar as they are human labor in general, could not be discerned until the concept of human equality had acquired the permanence of a fixed popular opinion. This is only possible in capitalist society where the commodity form is the universal form of the product of labor, hence the dominant social relation is the relation between men as possessors of commodities. The concept of value then is not simply economic but the outcome of a social and historical process of democratization, Marx 1975, 151-2. But as we have suggested, the concept of all human labor as equal was far from having become a fully fixed opinion in Marx's time. Indeed, slavery made a comeback in the first part of the 19th century. Powerful interests rejected the idea of equality and used racism to back up this refusal. Capitalism had developed on the foundation of free proletarian labor in Europe. But at the same time in its colonies it had latched onto slavery, the most regressive form of exploitation, as a way of amplifying its profits from wage labor. As we noted, the exploitation of slave labor was gaining ground in Latin America and especially in the United States, where cotton production expanded prodigiously in the first part of the 19th century in the wake of the Industrial Revolution in England. Under the influence of industrial capitalism, the slave plantations increasingly resembled capitalist enterprises. Marx's view was that under these conditions the surpluses produced on the plantations were realized as profits once sold and absorbed into the overall capitalist system of production, which of course was based on accumulation based on wage labor and the surplus value it produced. The conflict between free and slave labor led to civil war in the United States. Marx closely followed the course of the struggle, championing the side of the Union, Blackburn 2011. How passionately Marx espoused the idea of free labor as both a moral and economic necessity may be seen in his celebrated letter to Abraham Lincoln. In 1864 he wrote on behalf of the First International congratulating the American people on choosing Lincoln once again as their president. What was at stake for the working class was explained as follows. When an oligarchy of 300,000 slaveholders dared to inscribe, for the first time in the annals of the world, slavery on the banner of armed revolt, when on the very spots where hardly a century ago the idea of one great democratic republic had first sprung up, whence the first declaration of the rights of man was issued, and the first impulse given to the European Revolution of the 18th century. Then the working classes of Europe understood at once, even before the fanatic partisanship of the upper classes for the Confederate gentry had given its dismal warning, that the slaveholders' rebellion was to sound the tocsin for a general holy crusade of property against labor, and that for the men of labor, with their hopes for the future, even their past conquests were at stake in that tremendous conflict on the other side of the Atlantic. Marx 1961, 233-4. Free labor under capitalism. It is important to reiterate marked a real advance in the condition of the working class. As Marx understood, the full political emergence of free labor is crippled with the reimposition of a regime of personal dependence. Moreover, Without free labor or labor power that is exchanged as a commodity, the further advance of capitalist accumulation and the ultimate triumph of socialism or the liberation of the working class is blocked. The Industrial Revolution and the making of the working class. The revolution in France meanwhile inspired English workers to try to advance their claims to freedom as workers. The entire period that coincided with the Industrial Revolution was marked by riots, formation of illegal political organizations and unions, strikes, and political agitation inspired by the French Revolution and traditions of popular and working class resistance and social upheavals. Despite employer efforts to control them through the master and servant laws, workers won the fight to enter and leave employment as they chose, to unionize themselves and improve working conditions through collective action. Passage of successive Factory Acts, and in particular the 10 Hours Act, 1847, marked early victories of an increasingly class-conscious proletariat. Thompson 1966, 336-99. It was a fundamental characteristic of the Industrial Revolution that the formal subsumption of labor, characteristic of merchant capitalism, came to an end as capitalists assumed direct control of the productive process. In response to worker resistance and indiscipline as well as expanding markets and intensified competition, capitalists built factories in which the labor of workers could be more closely controlled and more efficient production could help maintain and enhance profits. Capital entered directly into the production process and transformed it, greatly enlarging the forces of production. The Election Reform Act, 1832, and the abolition of the Corn Laws, 1846, were major victories for the increasingly wealthy manufacturing class directing these changes. As a result, their social and political influence grew but did not fully eclipse the power of landlords, bankers, and merchants. The Industrial Revolution began in England in the 1760s and ended with the building of heavy industry and the railways in the 1840s. By then it had spread to the European continent and 2 decades later to the United States. In the 18th century, English agriculture had already become thoroughly capitalist. It was able to produce profits to finance industry and enough food to feed a growing population of workers. The remaining population of subsistence farmers and rural spinners and weavers were driven into the mines and factories. It was in these years then that the rural population experienced its final dispossession from the land and its transformation into an industrial proletariat. Overseas markets were widened and the merchant marine expanded, and an infrastructure of roads, canals, and warehouses created that allowed the sale and distribution of manufactured and imported commodities. The slave trade and plantation slavery provided enormous profits, part of which were reinvested in industry. In the initial stages of industrialization, it was the cotton industry closely linked with plantation slavery that underwent massive expansion and mechanization. British supremacy in overseas markets was consolidated by its naval victories during the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars. The next phase of industrialization saw a railway boom and the rise of the iron and steel industry. Heller 2011, 176-214. As we have noted, the Industrial Revolution saw a massive expansion of forces of production as capital entered into and transformed the productive process. In the form of increasing amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere and soil depletion, industrialization fostered a widening metabolic rift between the economic development of society and nature, which widened into a chasm over the next 2 centuries and confronts us now as an ecological crisis. But of course at this stage the problem of industrial pollution could be ignored because uncontaminated nature seemed limitless or remained to be conquered by the expansion of capitalism. Revolutions. The half-century following the French Revolution and Napoleon was marked by intense class struggle. On the one hand, the landlord class and the absolutist monarchies attempted to restore as much as possible of the Ancien regime following the defeat of Napoleon, 1815. Meanwhile, the Industrial Revolution spread to continental Europe, strengthening the bourgeois and working classes who were inspired by the political goals of the French Revolution. Their political aims included national sovereignty, legal equality and constitutional government at a minimum, political democracy and socialism at the outside. The result was a threefold wave of revolutions of increasing depth and strength. In the 1820s, on the periphery of Europe, Greece, Russia, Spain, and Latin America experienced revolutions. Belgium, France, again, and Poland followed in 1830. Finally in 1848 France and then the rest of Western and Central Europe including Germany, Austria, Italy, and Hungary exploded. In less acute form unrest struck Spain, Denmark, and Romania while even Ireland, Greece and Britain were disturbed. These revolutionary waves sought in the first instance to advance nationalist and liberal demands. In the revolutions of 1848 democratic and republican ideas, championed by the increasingly powerful middle and working class, came to the fore. The upheavals of the spring of 1848 which roiled Western and Central Europe involved liberal nobles, the professional classes, merchants, petty bourgeoisie, and workers, Hobsbawm 1969, 109-31. In June 1848 Parisian workers, made desperate by their economic plight, staged a second revolution, this time not against monarchy but against bourgeois rule, a revolution in the revolution. Indeed, the working class across Europe raised the flag of socialism for the first time, Hobsbawm 1969, 109-31, Price 1975, Simon 1998. Already prior to 1848 reactive forms of popular resistance such as food riots and machine breaking had declined and strikes emerged as the primary weapon of workers, their frequency and intensity tied to political events, Tilly 1975, 252. Workers across Europe meanwhile enunciated a version of socialism based on producer cooperatives, Moss 1976, 4. But now, in addition to strikes, revolution by workers espousing socialism came to the fore. In the midst of the revolutions of 1848 Marx and Engels published the Communist Manifesto, introducing the principles of historical materialism to the working class. Although with little effect in the short run, the marriage of the theory of historical materialism to the workers' movement at this point proved historic in the long term, Althusser 1970, 65-126. It was in this period that the overcoming of scarcity through growth became the major liberal justification of capitalism. It was argued by proponents of this idea of progress that capitalist growth would eventually trickle down to the benefit of the mass of the population. From the perspective of global humanity in the early 21st century, this has proven to be completely untrue. Furthermore, in Marx's eyes, the purpose of producing material surpluses was not to foster open-ended material growth but to provide sufficiency for the mass of humanity on the basis of equality. With such economic sufficiency as a foundation, society could limit the amount of labor humans needed to perform. Time would become available for democratic discussion and management of the affairs of the community and the pursuit of leisure activities, the latter according to individual choice. There would be more rather than less individual self-expression under socialism. The endless pursuit of profit and accumulation of material things as practiced under capitalism was completely contrary to Marx's vision of a future human society that was rooted in the ideas of political and social democracy as goals in themselves. The more so as capitalism, basing itself on the unchecked expansion of the forces of production as Marx understood, already represented a fundamental threat to the biological future of human society and the planet. Marx participated in the revolutions of 1848 through the Communist Corresponding Society, which became the Communist League. He was expelled from France and Belgium as a result of his leading role and was forced to move to London. But he took a major part in the formation of the First International in 1864. Marx advanced the idea of permanent revolution, which in its original form meant that the working class had to create its own independent political parties and organizations in order to liberate itself as a class. The political independence of the proletariat was the key to the ultimate victory of socialism and liberation of the working class. He took a keen interest in the emergence of the German Social Democratic Party and other socialist parties that began to emerge in the concluding years of his life. The creation of revolutionary working class parties independent of the influence and control of the bourgeoisie remains the basis of any socialist transition. By 1871 his Capital was increasingly recognized as a profound analysis and critique of the capitalist system and provided a powerful intellectual weapon in the hands of the working class. Capital was not a conventional work of history in the sense of an account of political or social history. It did not develop a sustained, concrete and organized historical narrative and eschewed, for the most part, developing a sense of agency. Instead, priority was given to elaboration and close analysis of the economic rules governing capitalism as it existed in the mid-19th century. But although not organized in a diachronic fashion, there is a historical narrative in Capital. Instead of focusing on the evolution of concrete events, it concentrates on the original accumulation and the historical development of the forces of production of capital. It is capital itself rather than human beings that is the primary historical agent in this work. In Marx's view, the operation of capital is intrinsically historical. Indeed, the notion of historical progress invented by the 19th century is itself a cultural byproduct of the expanding accumulation of capital. Fundamental to Marx's conception of history is that of the progressive development of the forces of production, Heller 2014. It is important, however briefly, to mention some of Marx's other historical and political economic ideas because his thought is not only important to a historical understanding of capitalism but because some of his ideas have become central to political and intellectual life in the current capitalist crisis. His analysis of the commodity form, value and surplus value, the law of value, absolute and relative exploitation, accumulation, money and credit, rent and capitalist economic crises are fundamental to an understanding of the contemporary world crisis. Marx's notion of the fetishism of commodities and the commodification of the world constitutes the foundation of our understanding of postmodernist consumerist culture. Marxist analysis has proved a powerful tool for analyzing capitalism, imperialism, the transition from one mode of production to another, but also the realm of values, ideas, and meaning. Beginning with the critical insights of György Lukács, Walter Benjamin, and Antonio Gramsci, and ending with Frederick Jameson and Slavoj Žižek, Marxism has proved an indispensable means of analyzing capitalist culture. We have already outlined the significance of value to capitalist accumulation. But it is important to underscore the growing importance of the law of value, or the need for capitalist producers to keep up with the average of socially necessary labor in the productive process in shaping the outcome of competition in mature capitalism. Furthermore, the competition that the rule of the law of value requires and the simultaneous failure of relative exploitation to generate sufficient surplus value in the past and in today's economy is key to understanding the successive crises of capitalism and the current gridlock of the system. Marx believed that the proletariat must do all that it can to organize itself and try to inhibit the operations of capitalism and indeed to overthrow it. But in the third volume of Capital he makes it plain that he believes that capitalism is likely to implode by virtue of its own contradictions. Capitalism socializes itself through finance capital while at the same time its productive core is destabilized by the very same finance capital which increasingly assumes a speculative form. If the credit system appears as the principal lever of overproduction and excessive speculation in commerce, this is simply because the reproduction process, which is elastic by nature, is now forced to its most extreme limit, and this is because a great part of the social capital is applied by those who are not its owners. This only goes to show how the valorization of capital founded on the antithetical character of capitalist production permits actual free development only up to a certain point, which is constantly broken through by the credit system. The credit system hence accelerates the material development of the productive forces and the creation of the world market, which it is the historical task of the capitalist mode of production to bring to a certain level of production, as material foundation for the new form of production. At the same time, credit accelerates the violent outbreak of contradictions, crises, and with these the elements of dissolution of the old mode of production. Marx 1981, 572. The expansion of finance capital overreaches the capacity of productive capital to produce surplus value. The above passage, written in the 1860s, has been echoed in most subsequent economic crises, including the tremendous development of financial capitalism under neoliberalism and its implosion in the crisis of 2008. The expansion of financial capitalism up to 2008 had spurred a global boom in which the valuation of financial assets vastly exceeded the possibilities for extracting real profits or paying off accumulated debt. The reverberations of the crash of 2008 are still being felt. Capitalism in its maturity. Revolution also marked the second half of the 19th century, 1848 to 1914. In Paris, the Commune, 1871, briefly established a workers' republic based on direct democracy in which workers for the first time in history controlled the levers of political power. Marx, who initially disapproved of the Commune as a political adventure without possibility of success, nonetheless drew important lessons for the future of class struggle from its brief existence. In particular, Marx underlined the need to abolish the bourgeois state and take the democratic and socialist government of the Commune as a model for workers' rule in the future, Hobsbawm 1975, 114. Meanwhile, class struggle globalized itself in the Taiping Rebellion, 1851-64, as an immense peasants' revolt against landlordism shook southern China. The revolution came about as a result of the destabilizing of China by the intrusion of an increasingly powerful English capitalism. English textiles and opium from India undermined traditional Chinese society. At the same time, the egalitarian ideology of the rebels based itself around a heretical version of Christian belief in which the leader Hung Xiuquan put himself forward as the second son of God. Part of the leadership of the rebellion was won over to the idea that China needed to modernize itself by adopting Western technology. Marx saw the Taiping Rebellion as a stepping stone towards an eventual Chinese socialist revolution, Hobsbawm 1975, 127-30. But in the years following 1848 it was the nation-state, which had been pioneered in England, France, Holland, and Belgium, that became the political model that was followed by the United States, Canada, Italy, Germany, and Japan, Hobsbawm 1975, 82-97. In the case of Canada, Germany, Italy, and Japan, capitalism progressed under state sponsorship in a kind of passive revolution or revolution from above. It should be underlined also that the rapid advance of Japan towards capitalism was significant because it demonstrated the obvious, that capitalism was not unique to white Europeans but developed where social and political conditions favored it, Hobsbawm 1975, 146-54. The Industrial Revolution involved the substitution of the use of capital for labor. But the degree to which this happened depended on where nations came to fit in the international division of labor. England and the United States, where labor costs were relatively high, saw a rapid development of a capital-intensive heavy industry. On the contrary, in France and Japan, where labor costs were relatively lower and the global market permitted it, a more labor-intensive industrialization prevailed, Austin and Sugihara 2013. The consolidation of the nation-states tended to foreclose revolution, containing the working class and allowing the consolidation of capitalism and the capitalist market under the bourgeoisie or under a partnership of bourgeois and landlord rule. The process by which the state bureaucratically organized and made homogeneous its territories and fixed its frontiers came to completion through the creation of the 19th century nation-state. On the one hand, there was a growing individuation of the citizens who were liberated from the ties of personal subjection and extended family. On the other hand, he or she bourgeois, peasant, worker was increasingly subject to the physical and ideological control and discipline of the state whose historical myths and traditions were inculcated through public education and often sensationalist newspapers. Over the next 30 years the nation-state served as the basic framework for the development of the capitalist market. The consolidation of the nation-state was made possible by and allowed a major expansion of capital. Following the steep depression of the late 1840s, a boom developed in the 1850s. After a downturn in 1857, growth resumed even more spectacularly over the next decades until the onset of a new depression in 1873. During these years there was an enormous growth in exports. Between 1850 and 1870 world trade more than doubled, facilitated by the discovery of gold in California, the expansion of bank credit and an overall environment in favor of the free market. The United States and Germany, meanwhile, achieved unification through wars, long and bloody in the one case and short and politically decisive in the other case. Industrialization leaped ahead especially in these two states and spread throughout Western and Central Europe, Hobsbawm 1975, 29-47. Monopoly capitalism. Then came a major and prolonged depression beginning in 1873. It began as a small financial panic in Central Europe that soon spread to the rest of the world. Its fundamental cause was a fall in profits and investment, Roberts 2016, 31-44. The dynamic of capitalism meanwhile tended towards the expansion of capital beyond the boundaries of the state into the global market. National capitals entered into increasing rivalry with one another. This contradiction, in significance only less important than the problems of the metabolic environmental rift and economic depression, came to the fore as capitalism entered into a new stage known as monopoly capitalism and imperialism, 1880-1945. This new phase of capitalism had the following characteristics: a. Monopoly control over the heights of the national economies by big banks and corporations that tended to fuse together, b. Partnership of monopoly corporations with the state that increasingly acted in their interest, c. Expanding export of finance capital seeking profitable return, d. Scramble for colonies or protected zones for investment and markets for manufactures, and e. Intensified economic, political, and military rivalry between European states, the United States and Japan. The capitalist countries, England, France, Holland, Belgium, Germany, United States, Japan, and even Austria-Hungary and Russia, became economic as well as political rivals, Smith 2000, 10-16. At the same time, monopoly capitalism and imperialism allowed the recovery and maintenance of profit levels in the years leading to World War I. Indeed, monopoly and imperialism permitted capitalism to escape the economic implosion that had been signaled by Marx. Total war and revolution took its place. Monopoly capitalism and imperialism enabled the economic depression of 1873-94 to be overcome and class struggle to be mitigated by allowing the wages of the working class to rise and by conceding the legal right of workers to unions, pensions and the vote. The late 19th century saw an enormous increase in fixed investment in urban capital and the spread of public education, the beginnings of the welfare state and the decline in the birth rate among the working class as a result of contraception and family planning. The vicious exploitation of women workers diminished. They had played a dominant role in the earlier stages of the Industrial Revolution, and their role in the social reproduction of labor in the family was now stressed, Bellamy, Foster and Clark 2018. These concessions were won by ongoing class struggle by an increasingly organized and aware working class, but also because advanced capitalism required a better educated and healthier workforce. This marked the first improvement in the condition of the mass of the population in the advanced capitalist countries since 1500. It came about as a result of a dramatic expansion of material output, but also through the growing exploitation of the peoples of the Global South, Bugchi 2000, 176. The shift in the nature of class struggle in Western Europe can be illuminated by the thought of Antonio Gramsci. He distinguished between revolutionary periods from non-revolutionary ones in the form of the contrast between a war of position and a war of movement in the ongoing class struggle. Revolutionary insurrection, it can be said, was a feasible strategy in the first part of the 19th century. The state apparatus was relatively rudimentary and civil society, i.e. the market and bourgeois institutions, were comparatively autonomous of the state. But after 1848 the internal and international organizational relations of the state in Western Europe became more complex, articulating themselves with civil society and exercising more control over citizens. The possibilities of a revolution or a war of movement diminished, at least in Western Europe. Through a wide range of cultural and political institutions, ranging from newspapers, schools, and political parties, the bourgeoisie had established its domination as a class. Referring to a later period, Louis Althusser referred to this kind of hegemonic regime of the ruling class against which the isolated citizen was defenseless as the ideological state apparatus. Althusser 1970, 4. Insurrectionary violence was incapable of overcoming the more solid foundations of this hegemonic order. Contrary to Althusser's pessimism, Gramsci suggested that the proletariat collectively could overcome bourgeois hegemony by means of a war of position, i.e. pursuing the class struggle by building an alternative hegemonic culture based on the working class. This proletarian alternative order included trade unions and political parties, but also the full range of cultural and educational institutions. In this way, Gramsci revealed the cultural dimensions of class struggle as workers and bourgeoisie vied for hegemony. Thomas 2009, 126, 148-51. Gramsci's hopes have been smashed by the triumph of neoliberalism. On the other hand, provided they are understood within the context of world revolution, they remain extremely suggestive as to how the international class struggle needs to be pursued in the 21st century. Meanwhile, the countries of the global south became colonies or semi-colonies of the west in the late 19th century. In states that were still governed by the tributary or feudal mode, the Ottoman, Persian, Russian and Chinese empires, the incursion of capitalist imperialism prepared the way for their collapse at the beginning of the 20th century. The tributary mode disappeared and the hunting and gathering mode retreated to the margins of the known world. Latin America, Africa, the Middle East and Asia were reduced to full economic and political dependence. British shipping and banking dominated Latin America while slowly and reluctantly making way for the intrusion of the United States. The latter began its economic and political penetration of Latin America in the Caribbean and Central America in the 1890s. Following the military defeat of Spain, 1898, Cuba and Puerto Rico fell under American control. By 1903, Venezuela and Panama had become American protectorates. Britain and France infiltrated the moribund Ottoman Empire and reduced it to near-colonial status. Britain and Russia similarly divided control of Persia. All of the capitalist powers cooperated in making China a semi-colony following the Boxer Rebellion, 1901. By then the African continent had been more or less fully colonized by the major capitalist powers of Europe. The global south became completely tied to the development of the capitalist West, and its traditional industries and agriculture as well as culture were undermined. While there was some improvement in the condition of the working class in the advanced capitalist countries, the growing populations of the rest of the world were plunged into deep poverty from which most have still not escaped. The only real exception is China, whose official ideology is Marxism-Leninism. Under imperialism, the basic economic arrangement was the exchange of Western manufactures for raw materials and tropical products from the South. Traditional manufactures in the global South were undermined while the development of modern manufacturing was discouraged. In agriculture, long-established communal forms of property were destroyed and the rights of private property affirmed. Much land was seized by European settler farmers or by plantation owners. Indigenous labor was recruited by forced labor decrees and by the imposition of poll and land taxes that required payment in money. Millions of coolies and bonded laborers from China and India were transported to the Americas to work on farms, plantations, and mines. The result was the destabilizing of the traditional societies of the South and the further enrichment of the major capitalist countries. The labor aristocracy or upper reaches of the working class in the Western countries benefited from the profits generated by imperialism. The power of Western imperialism and colonialism was reinforced by an ideology of extreme nationalism and racism. Bugchi 2000, 195-248. The best theoretical treatment of imperialism is Lenin's Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. It is a work that is still relevant. Lenin 1948, Marshall 2014. But Lenin was only part of a great debate on imperialism among social democrats and liberals that included Karl Koski, Edward Bernstein, John Hobson, Rosa Luxemburg and Nikolai Bukharin. As early as 1900, Luxemburg declared that the invasion of China by the capitalist powers represented a bloody war of united capitalist Europe against Asia and nothing less than a turning point in world history. She urged her comrades to take anti-war agitation to the streets. The Chinese War is the first event of the world political era in which all developed states have become involved, and this first thrust of international reaction, of the Holy Alliance, must be answered immediately by a protest of the United Workers' Parties of Europe. Gato and Day 2012, 19. World Wars 1914-45. Capitalism's explosion took the form of the outbreak of a horrendously bloody and destructive war in August 1914. It marked the beginning of an ongoing civil war between capitalist nations that marked the first half of the 20th century. In 1914, bourgeois governments under the influence of military elites brought on World War I. The fundamental inspiration behind this atavistic conflict was a blind effort to preserve the old order of European society in the face of an increasingly powerful working class. World War I proved the overture to a second and even more destructive war, 1939-45, which was the outcome of both economic depression and ongoing imperialist conflict. Hobsbawm 1994, 21-143. The pressure of World War I and the growing class struggle led to a successful socialist revolution in the weakest capitalist state Russia, 1917, and a near workers' revolution in Germany, the most developed capitalist country in Europe, 1918-23. Russia and its immense territories henceforth developed a distorted form of socialist state that nonetheless successfully modernized itself, accompanied by the mass mobilization of labor and ongoing political repression under the command of Joseph Stalin, 1924-53. On the other hand, as a result of counter-revolutionary pressure from Britain, France, United States, and Germany, the Soviet Union's development was constrained within the international state system and as a consequence developed its own internal contradictions. Lewin 2005. In the wake of the upheavals and destruction of World War I, the restoration of stability in the capitalist world after the war proved impossible. Germany had to cope with the onerous economic terms imposed by the Versailles Treaty and was roiled by class conflict, extreme inflation, and currency deflation. Elsewhere there was a short-term boom amid runaway inflation, but the boom soon petered out and prices fell. The rest of the world, led by the Anglophone powers, attempted to restore stability to their economies and their money deflating through containing the demands of organized labor and getting back on the gold standard. By 1924 calm seemed to have been restored and growth resumed. But farm prices were depressed and unemployment was at unprecedentedly high levels, and there was an enormous build-up of unregulated financial capital seeking investment amid indications of overcapacity and looming crisis. In October 1929 a financial crash centered in the United States quickly spread to the rest of the world. Financial crisis led immediately to economic collapse. By 1933 at least 20% and up to 44% of workers were unemployed in the main capitalist countries. World trade was down by 60%. Tariff barriers went up everywhere and compounded the underlying economic problems. Overcapacity, underconsumption, underregulation and persistent barriers to international trade were responsible for the collapse. Some insisted that a crisis of profits was the main factor. Hobsbawm 1994, 85-94, Roberts 2016, 53-4. The Depression, 1929-39, led to major political crises in the capitalist states. Hobsbawm 1994, 95-108. In states where liberalism and political democracy were weak, such as Japan, Germany, and Southern and Eastern Europe, fascist dictatorships supported by landlords, the church, the bourgeoisie, and peasants took power. Paxton 2007. In fascism, counter-revolutionary class struggle found a substantial mass base. Based around nationalist popular mobilization, xenophobia and extra-parliamentary and extra-legal rule, these regimes preserved the existing property relations and capitalism while rallying the lesser bourgeoisie and much of the rest of the population en masse to anti-communism and preparation for war. In a more positive vein, the liberal democracies initiated social security systems and a range of other government programs that became a prelude to the welfare capitalism of the post-war period. While government spending could not bring an end to the depression, the institution of social security programs and labor legislation, especially in the United States and France, represented significant improvements. Women achieved full political and legal, if not economic, rights in these states. Welfare benefits were also extended in fascist Germany and Italy. Bitter class struggles between communists and fascists broke out in France that saw the triumph of the left in a broad coalition brought together in the election of the so-called Popular Front government, 1936, dominated by the socialists and supported by the increasingly influential Communist Party. Electoral victory set off a massive wave of strikes and factory occupations and made possible important social and economic gains by the working class, including the 40-hour week, paid holidays, and the right to organize, Danis and Gibelin 1986. Meanwhile, in Spain, rivalry between fascists and communists culminated in civil war, 1936-9. The fascist side was openly supported by the direct military intervention of Italy and Germany, while the Soviet Union more discreetly supported the Popular Front government of the Republic. Fraser 2011. World War II, 1939-45. The build-up of imperialist tensions exploded into World War II, the result of which was the collapse of all of the capitalist states except the United States, which emerged as the hegemon of the capitalist world. At the same time, the war led to the victory of the Soviet Union and of a new revolutionary government in China, 1949, removing most of Eurasia from capitalist control. Wiener 2002, Blanco 1971. Rising nationalisms and liberation struggles in the global south after 1945 allowed most underdeveloped countries to achieve political, if not economic, independence from the West. Prashad 2007. In the aftermath of World War II, the United States, the last hope of capitalism, assumed leadership of the capitalist world under the mantle of liberalism and multilateralism. The rivals of the United States for world dominance, England, Germany, and Japan, were crippled, while the United States emerged as the single economic and military capitalist power. There was, to be sure, the opposing economic and political system focused on the Soviet Union and a few years later Communist China, but the socialist camp based on Eurasia posed no immediate threat to American control over the rest of the world. Monopoly capitalism and global imperialism were reinforced by United States dominance. It stabilized the capitalist world by organizing global political and military resistance to communism, liberalizing world trade and overseeing sharp improvements in productivity, the establishment of the regulated welfare state and the spread of mass consumerism based on debt, 1945-80. The intensified exploitation of underdeveloped countries was another feature of the period. In the United States, permanent war mobilization and militarism became an ideological and economic alternative to socialism. On this basis, there was a massive increase in the forces of production and improvement in the standard of living in the advanced capitalist states in a wide transoceanic arc running from West Germany to Japan. Consciously using its naval and air superiority and overwhelming economic and financial strength, the United States after 1945 created a new transoceanic framework for capitalism. It was based on its direct political control of defeated Germany and Japan and indirect control of other states through the primacy of the dollar and new institutions like the UN, IMF, GATT, World Bank, the NATO and SEATO military alliances and the European Common Market. Post-45 class compromise. With the United States acting as political and financial hegemon, liberal trade and investment policies were pursued which above all favored the American economy and U.S. multinational corporations. On the other hand, within this framework, states were encouraged to retain control over their national economies by restricting the international movement of capital and by actively intervening in their economies. Class compromise was negotiated at the heart of the economic and political system. Demands for higher wages and higher living standards were met by investment in fixed capital and improvements in productivity, enhancing profits while producing a cornucopia of low-cost consumer goods. Vital 2015, 184. Over the next 30 years a new system of industrial organization known as Fordism came to dominate the advanced capitalist economies. Based on a partnership between capital and its junior partners, government and organized labor, it promoted economic growth based on well-paying jobs in capital-intensive industries. On the basis of cooperation between capital and labor, economic growth and profits reached unprecedented levels, and some of the gains were made available to organized labor and the rest of the population. These gains translated into an unprecedented wave of consumerism centered on the automobile and suburbanization. This new stage of capitalism was attractive enough to buy the loyalty of the majority of Americans and Europeans and to limit the appeal of socialism. Based on their newly obtained political independence, the nations of the Global South were able to improve the lot of their populations to a degree. Although there were rumblings of discontent in the underdeveloped world based on radical nationalist and communist movements, access to the cheap resources and labor of the less developed states helped the West to sustain its economic expansion. Heller 2006a, 75-110. Global Class Struggle, 1959-80. An outburst of worldwide class struggle and anti-imperialism in the underdeveloped Global South, highlighted by the Cuban and Vietnamese revolutions and a growing squeeze on profits, undermined the economic and political stability of the capitalist world by the 1970s. The first signs of economic trouble appeared in the form of runaway inflation and slowing productivity at the beginning of that decade. This was compounded by an OPEC oil embargo which followed the Yom Kippur War in 1973. Profit margins thinned, and in 1974-5 the global economy experienced a worldwide recession unprecedented in severity since the 1930s. The restoration of profit became the underlying preoccupation of capitalists and Western governments from this point forward. Heller 2006a, 225-38. The fate of the working class differed between the United States and Europe. In the former state, consumerism, Cold War anti-communism, the racial divide and the bureaucratization of the unions politically disarmed the majority of the American working class. Meanwhile, in England, France, Belgium, and Italy, militant unionism remained intact. In Europe, a revolutionary situation developed in France and Italy based on working class combativeness. In England, labor pugnaciousness brought the economy to its knees. Heller 2006a, 180-3, 238. The same period in the U.S. did see radical protest on the part not of white workers but of students, blacks, Chicanos, Aboriginals, women, and gays. Largely isolated from the mainstream of public opinion, black and student revolt shook the confidence of the political and economic elite. A powerful resistance developed within the United States against the war in Vietnam. But white workers in the United States stayed aloof from these protests or actively opposed them as unpatriotic. Workers challenged capital only through demands for wage increases and indiscipline at work. Corrupt union leadership, anti-communist propaganda, racism, and consumer prosperity helped to explain this political inertia. The collapse of working class prosperity since then has changed the situation fundamentally in the direction of growing working class consciousness across the board. Meanwhile, there emerged an increasingly serious questioning of the gendered division of labor and the traditional family, and a decline in the birth rate that put into doubt traditional sex and gender roles. Birth rates declined and the workforce was maintained only by continuing immigration into Europe and North America from the Global South. Heller 2006a, 175-80, 205-9. Neoliberalism. However, the ideological and political split between the Soviet Union and China starting in the 1960s broke the unity of the anti-imperialist camp and indeed put into question the whole conception of socialist development based on centralized and planned national economies. Internationally, the United States was able to organize a counter-offensive, 1980-2008, that suppressed anti-imperialist movements in the Global South, led to the overthrow of socialism in the Soviet Union, and allowed the capitalist class to launch a major attack on the working class. The objective of this offensive was to restore profit margins and capitalist control over society in the advanced capitalist countries and in the Global South. Under so-called neoliberalism or global monopoly capitalism, under whose rule we still live, state control over markets was undermined by deregulation, restrictions on the freer movement of goods as well as capital were lifted and a massive attack on the wages and social benefits of workers launched. A new culture of austerity was imposed on the working class and the less well-off while the upper class reconsolidated its rule. 4. Neoliberalism, 1980 to 2018. A mood of political and economic exhaustion made it possible for conservatives to elect Ronald Reagan in the United States, Margaret Thatcher in the Great Britain and Brian Mulroney in Canada at the beginning of the 1980s. Germany elected the conservative Helmut Kohl as Chancellor in 1982. France, which had elected a socialist government with the help of the French Communist Party, was by 1983 forced into line by virtue of its ties to the rest of the EU and especially to the more competitive German economy. Even social democratic Sweden, Denmark, and Norway were required to water down their comprehensive welfare systems faced with the growing lack of competitiveness of their economies. The policy adopted by these regimes and virtually all other capitalist states backed by the support of increasingly organized and well-endowed capitalist lobbies is known as neoliberalism. It was designed to address both the economic malaise and social and political upheaval that marked the previous decades. The problem being the need to restore the rate of profit and to restore political and social discipline, neoliberalism became the remedy. As such, it was at bottom a counterattack by the ruling class against workers everywhere, including the peoples of the global south. Indeed, its first major success came in Chile in the wake of the overthrow of the socialist government of Salvador Allende in 1973. At that time, neoliberalism was called structural adjustment. From Chile, structural adjustment was imposed on the heavily indebted countries of Latin America and Africa. They were forced to knuckle under and their aspirations to independence and equitable growth were struck down. The economics of austerity were then put to work in the advanced capitalist states under the rubric of neoliberalism, Heller 2006, 260-4, 296-8. Neoliberalism in theory. A massive assault on the standard of living of workers hit Europe and the United States. Meanwhile, progressive steps to free capital from the constraints of state regulation were instituted, Albo 2002. As the 1980s continued, it became clear that the bureaucratic socialism of Eastern Europe was deeply flawed and entering its own crisis and could provide no counterexample to neoliberalism. As Margaret Thatcher of Great Britain proclaimed, there really did seem to be no alternative. As an economic theory, neoliberalism claimed that the economy would resolve its own problems if it were freed from distortions to the market, whether these came from state intervention or interference with the flexibility of the labor market by trade unions. Free trade would prevent national monopolies distorting prices and unemployment would settle at the natural rate necessary to prevent wages eating into profits. At the same time, the market would force discipline on the working population. Originally centered on the University of Chicago and the London Institute of Economic Affairs, neoliberalism became the dominant paradigm in economics, marginalizing Keynesian, Marxist, and other ideas. Neoliberalism, despite its anti-state rhetoric, did not in practice believe that the implementation of its program required the lifting of government constraints, far from it. The free market ideology is for public consumption. Rather, it is a question of active political and ideological intervention in which the state plays a key role in shaping freer markets while repressing dissent. The goal of neoliberals is not to destroy the state but to control and redefine it in the service of the market. The neoliberal state has actively sought to undermine democracy so as to block the imposition of any limits on the market. Streak 2016, 151, 155. In some cases, the neoliberal program even required the imposition of military dictatorship in order to impose such policies. The logic of neoliberalism is reflected in the fact that it needs the heavy hand of the state to create a freer market. But despite this intrusion of the state, the market is brazenly represented in neoliberal discourse as an autonomous machine or device that is the most powerful imaginable processor of information. The idea that the market might selectively favor the creation of some information while suppressing other information is not acknowledged. Indeed, for purposes of propaganda it is agreed that the market is represented as neutral and indispensable. Government attempts to guarantee social entitlements outside the market such as healthcare, education, and pensions are regarded as crippling the efficiency of the market and as placing limitations on an individual's freedom of choice. The question of popular legitimacy is addressed by viewing the state as much as possible as itself part of the market, assimilating political institutions to the model of private institutions and regarding citizens as consumers. Freedom is not the positing of a human or political and social ideal but rather the protection of private property, unconstrained markets, and production of autonomous self-governing individuals equipped with a neoclassical sense of rationality and motives of deep self-interest striving to improve their lot by engaging in market exchange. Freedom without capitalism is unthinkable. Those who cannot cope under such conditions should be given charity or put into prisons or other institutions. Morosky 2009. Neoliberalism's economic objectives are centered on control of inflation and the provision of supply-side incentives, reduction of regulations protecting labor or other constraints on the market, privatization and commercialization of public assets and the eventual commodification of all goods and services. Wages should be kept below gains in productivity, social services should be cut back, taxation should favor the entrepreneurial classes and an export-led growth policy pursued. Free markets for capital both nationally and internationally are essential. Corporations can do no wrong and are the rock bed of wealth creation. If there are anomalies, the market corrects itself. Under neoliberalism, inequality is thought of not as a problem but as an incentive and one which promotes progress. Under neoliberalism, the state is not done away with, it is taken over as far as possible by the market. Once again, the basic goal is to restore the profitability of capital. Globalization of finance. As these ideas were implemented globally from the 1980s onwards, transnational corporations overwhelmingly dominated the world economy. The international organization of this new phase of capitalism has been described as follows by John Bellamy Foster. The phase of global monopoly finance capital, tied to the globalization of production and the systematization of imperial rent, has generated a financial oligarchy and a return to dynastic wealth, mostly in the core nations, confronting an increasingly generalized, but also highly segmented, working class worldwide. The leading section of the capitalist class in the core countries now consists of what could be called global rentiers, dependent on the growth of global monopoly finance capital, and its increasing concentration and centralization. The reproduction of this new imperialist system, as Samir Amin explains in Capitalism in the Age of Globalization, rests on the perpetuation of 5 monopolies: 1. Technological monopoly, 2. Financial control of worldwide markets, 3. Monopolistic access to the planet's natural resources, 4. Media and communication monopolies, and 5. Monopolies over weapons of mass destruction, Amin 2014, 4-5. Behind all of this lie the giant monopolistic firms themselves, with the revenue of the top 500 global private firms currently equal to about 30% of world revenue, funneled primarily through the centers of the capitalist system and the core financial markets. Bellamy Foster 2015. On the Forbes list of the 100 top world companies, 2014, the United States dominated. Of the top 100, 34 were American, China had less than half that number. On the other hand, 5 of the 10 top 10 companies were Chinese and 4 of these were banks, reflecting the Chinese advance in these standings, Chen 2014. The United States has retained its dominance, but China is advancing steadily based on its growing links to global capitalism and its commitment to an internationalized version of Lenin's state-directed new economic policy. Global so-called transnational corporations were highly dependent on their home country, whether they be American, Chinese, German, French or otherwise. The financial crisis of 2008 only reinforced this dependence. Under neoliberalism, furthermore, finance became the dominant branch of policy, placing central banks and monetary policy at the core of state and private economic activity. Lipovitz's and Mendieta-Muñoz 2016. The expansion of credit, the centrality of finance in the structure and policy of private corporations, the expanded role of derivatives and other secondary markets, and the dependence of households on credit became the most salient features of the world economy. The predominant role of finance rather than productive investment in enhancing profitability was the fundamental feature of the neoliberal economy. Notable was the fact that large non-financial transnational corporations became world-scale financial groups with auxiliary industrial activities. Financial and shareholder value rather than productive activity was now the primary goal of the operations of hitherto industrial corporations. This reorientation reflected the fact that profits were difficult to earn in the productive sectors of the economy. In other words, the extraction of surplus value remained a core problem throughout the neoliberal decades. Financialization played an important role in the integration of the economy globally and in the extension of the influence of the American dollar. Bellamy Foster 2007. The freer movement of financial capital in particular helped tie West European capitalism more closely to the United States and facilitated the emergence of a truly global capitalism. Fewer than 10 companies based in the largest states came to control the bulk of global economic activity. Looking at things from the perspective of the aggregation of personal wealth, 11 million individuals worldwide owned more than $1 million in financial assets as of 2011. 3/4 of these individuals lived in the United States, Western Europe, and Japan in that order. Their overall holdings amount to $42 trillion, Kroll and Dolan 2011. It is these individuals, rentiers, corporate directors, managers, lawyers, stockbrokers, bankers, big merchants, and landowners who constitute the ruling classes in the major capitalist countries. On the other hand, a massive transfer of direct and indirect capital investment from high-wage economies in the global north to low-wage economies in the south occurred. Once again, enhancing profitability was the fundamental motivation. Smith, J. 2016, 313. The global ruling class and the state. Under neoliberalism, the financial and economic power of the ruling elites has increased. Based on the more open movement of trade and financial capital, the question is, have they become politically and socially integrated as an international ruling class? Colatrella 2011. Ongoing study of this question is necessary, but one must remind oneself that the capitalist class, like all historic ruling classes, has always depended on the state to maintain itself. There is little sign that a sufficiently strong international political and institutional framework has come into being that could sustain such a transnational class while dispensing with territorial states. Analysis of existing financial markets and signs of growing conflicts between the United States, Germany, Russia, and China rooted in economic and geopolitical rivalry casts doubt on this possibility. Norfield 2016, Sawyers 2016. Samir Emin meanwhile has suggested that rather than a single transnational capitalist class, there are globalized monopoly capitalists that continue to depend on the existing major capitalist states as a base of their operations. Amin 2015. The sovereign state, it would seem, is an essential characteristic of capitalism and indeed one of its contradictions. Not only are capitalists still tied to and dependent on their national governments, there continue to be frictions, both economic and political, between these states. In fact, there are signs that these conflicts are multiplying. Moreover, it is unclear whether capitalism could function under the umbrella of a single universal state. Such a state, which would no longer have any competitors, might constrain markets too much. The role of the state fundamentally changes under neoliberalism. Its primary goal becomes to facilitate the market and in particular the extraction of profits from financialization. Increasing public debt becomes an important means of enhancing profits while undermining the provision of public services. The collection of tax revenue more or less kept pace with public expenditure until the 1980s but declined thereafter under pressure from wealthy private interests. Unable to finance budgets through taxation, states resorted to borrowing from private financial institutions whose profits were enhanced as a result. The onset of the crisis of 2008 greatly increased shortfalls in tax receipts. Low interest rates made possible by a return to sound money and low inflation policies facilitated further borrowing. This spurred the further expansion of the financial sector worldwide, streak 2016, 114-21. Born as an economic and political theory, neoliberalism gradually developed into a veritable new culture promoted by government, universities, and the media. Widely accepted by the upper classes including establishment economists, it became a key instrument through which the upper class re-established control over society, culture, and politics, facilitating a massive transfer of wealth from the bottom and middle levels of society to its upper echelons. Harvey 2005. Neoliberalism purported to free markets and individuals by reducing state intervention. Yet state intervention has always been a feature of capitalism. The market itself from first to last has been based on state support. Its regulations created the so-called free market through the imposition of a definite legal and administrative framework based on the territorial state. Today the state's intrusion under neoliberal auspices manifests itself in its deliberate choice to reduce spending on social needs and concomitantly increase spending on the military, police and carceral system. Indeed, the neoliberal era has seen an enormous increase in the power of the carceral state designed to control populations that deviate from the standards of rationally autonomous individuals by dint of their being unemployed and, worse, criminal. Wackwant 2009. It includes the more than 8 million people in the United States who are under one or another sort of state control: jail, prison, probation, parole, community sanction, drug courts or immigration detention. The training and equipment of police forces increasingly resemble those of the regular military. Radley 2013. Since 1997 more than $5 billion in military equipment have been transferred from the Pentagon to local American police forces. Coupled with the intrusion of the police into neighborhoods based on community policing, these policies are meant to intimidate and control the population. At the same time, as the revelations of Edward Snowden and Julian Assange have made clear, a massive build-up of the surveillance of Americans as well as non-Americans has occurred. Parallel expansions of the prison, police, and surveillance systems of Britain, Canada, France, Germany and Italy have taken place. The mechanisms to institute an authoritarian state are in place globally. At the same time they represent an increasing impediment to the free flow of goods and people. Remarkable has been the narrowing of public discourse that has occurred since the 1980s. This is not unexpected as government and the media are largely controlled by wealthy corporations. Indeed, the concentration of ownership in the media has grown stronger over the neoliberal years. As a result of corporate media propaganda, permanent austerity is an idea that has for now been naturalized in many sectors of public opinion despite the fact that it is directly harmful to most people. The information diffused by social media somewhat countervails the shibboleths of neoliberalism and austerity. But most of the public still lacks access to alternative sources of information that might challenge the manufactured truth of established media. More and more outright disinformation is being pervaded. Mullen 2009. Alternative viewpoints are available only to savvy youth who are still a minority. The majority of the population remain unhappy and skeptical but fall back into an angry populism. In the meantime, universities are undergoing a restructuring which likewise is designed to limit critical views of the neoliberal order. Universities have for long served the needs of business through their training and research programs and the purveyance of liberal and conservative ideologies. On the other hand, during the golden years of the 1950s and 1960s they were perceived as serving broader public needs. Today the decline in public sector funding has forced universities to convert themselves into quasi-private institutions operating like profit-seeking corporations. Research results are regarded as intellectual property that is confidential or patented. The critical function of disciplines in the humanities and social sciences has been undercut by declining enrollments and lack of funding. Most notably, the teaching of heterodox forms of economics has been virtually suppressed. To a greater or lesser degree, this describes the situation of academic institutions in the English-speaking countries as well as in France. Heller 2016, 171-205. Neoliberalism as an ideology, it turns out, is both powerful and singularly intolerant of dissent. The consequences of this narrowing and privatization of learning and research for the future of scientific and technological innovation, to say nothing of critical thought, is entirely negative. Both the state's and universities' ability to provide the political and intellectual means of reform and correction of the economic and social system appear crippled. The new regime, winners and losers. Under neoliberal auspices, economic growth and profits recovered during the 1980s. An IT boom marked the last 2 decades of the 20th century, helping to compress time and revolutionize communications. But profits recovered to a level well below that of the preceding golden age, and the IT boom ended in bust. Roberts 2012, 126-8. The downward trajectory of growth and productivity has continued since the 1970s until today in the major capitalist countries. More seriously, weaker average growth and the decline of the state's economic role has been accompanied by rapidly increasing inequality and declining levels of public welfare. Under the aegis of neoliberalism, the fate of the Third World seriously worsened. Imposed on undeveloped countries in the 1970s and 1980s as a result of dictatorial rule and crushing debt, structural adjustment policies led to a massive decline in living standards. The coming of the new millennium did bring some temporary improvement in the economies of the underdeveloped countries. As a result of higher prices for primary products and the lowering of tariffs and relatively low wages, a considerable amount of direct foreign investment poured into these countries to the tune of $1.3 trillion. The economies of these countries withstood the crisis of 2008 better than those of the First World, at least for a time. But the subsequent end of a Chinese commodity boom brought this brief upward tick to an end. Gallagher and Porzekinski 2009. Meanwhile, there has been an enormous increase in the size of the working class in the global south. This only contributed to the decline in real wages in the First World amid a concomitant decline in membership in unions and left-wing political parties. Overall, the period of neoliberalism has seen a massive shift of political and economic power from labor to capital. As of 2015, 3/4 of the world's workers are temporary, casual, or self-employed, and this sort of employment is likely to become more prevalent, says the International Labour Organization. The ILO, a UN agency that specializes in work, analyzed employment patterns in 180 countries and found that the standard model of permanent full-time employment was less and less dominant in rich, developed economies. In developing economies, salaried employment was still growing as a share of the total workforce, but that historical trend appeared to be slowing. O'Connor 2015. Instability and inequality. The neoliberal period has been marked by much more economic instability than the preceding golden age. Anderson 2000. Beginning with the steep recession of 1974-5, the period has seen downturns at the beginning of every succeeding decade. 1980-1, 1990-1, 2000, and 1-3. While most of these crises up to 2008 can be interpreted as part of the normal business cycle, the housing and loan crisis of 1986, the dramatic crash of the stock market in 1987, the Mexican bankruptcy of 1994, the Asian and subsequent Russian banking crisis, 1997-8, suggests something else. Indeed, these disruptions were part of a deeper pattern in which, all told, there were 90 financial panics that afflicted mainly the underdeveloped economies during the 1990s. They reflect the rapid movement of financial capital from one place to another and a build-up of financial bubbles based on the deregulation of global and national economies in a context of the growing underlying weakness of the world economy and decline in the rate of profit. Roberts 2017. To be sure, there was some economic growth during these years on a world scale, but on the basis of a decline in real incomes for most of the population and an enormous expansion of both consumer and public debt. The existence of vast amounts of cheap labor in the underdeveloped world allowed for an enhancement of the global rate of profit. But this recovery of profitability clearly had its limits when set against the still greater expansion of credit. From 1980 an enormous transfer of wealth from the bottom and middle to the top of society took place and inequality worldwide greatly increased. The division of labor in production became truly global and there was a gigantic migration of industrial production to the global south at the expense of jobs in the advanced capitalist countries. Smith, J. 2016, 101-32. Despite these measures, which saw some further increase in productivity, profit, and growth rates during this period, failed to recover to those of the immediate post-war decades. Such profits as there have been have largely come from an increase in absolute exploitation worldwide in the form of lower wages and an increase in the turnover times of capital based on improved communications and transport. Wages stagnated in the First World as well as in the Global South. According to Samir Amin, the Global North continues to collect a global rent off the countries of the Global South as it had in the past. This despite the fact that the productivity of the export-orientated sectors of the economy located there are up to the level of those of the North. Amin 2014a. Deregulation under neoliberalism allowed the growth of debt and the development of speculative bubbles amid growing instability. Amin 2015. More long-term, the cumulative build-up of CO2 that started in the Industrial Revolution began to have serious effects with growing temperature extremes, storms, droughts, floods and rising tidal waters. Wolf 2013. The crisis of 2008. The lag in profitability and the expansion of credit culminated in the crisis of 2008. The ballooning of financial assets in the absence of matching profit levels generated in the productive sectors of the economy precipitated the crisis. Worldwide there had been growing signs of an asset bubble in housing, which finally burst in 2008. It began in the U.S. housing market and quickly spread to the rest of the world. Taking advantage of the loose regulation of the financial industry, a huge expansion of home ownership took place in the United States during the opening years of the new millennium based on easy access to loans and the overvaluation of subprime mortgages that were bundled up and sold worldwide to other financial institutions. Securities based on housing collapsed, leading to the insolvency of many banks and investment houses, including the key investment bank Lehman Brothers, which went bankrupt. Many of these banks and insurance companies did not have the financial reserves to cover losses. With the plunge of prices, many tottered on the edge of bankruptcy while a massive contraction of credit took place. As we have seen, it was only the injection of public money that salvaged the system. But the resultant credit crunch and economic downturn has continued ever since, with recovery remaining at best uneven and unstable. Kotz 2015, 128-215. In this depression, the internal contradictions of the system expressed themselves in stagnant profits, lack of productive investment, falling productivity and demand, inability to transcend the state form, environmental problems, and growing popular alienation from capitalism and its economic and political leaders. Since gains in relative exploitation were central to the success of industrial capitalism, lack of improvement in productivity appears as a major contradiction. But the gains in relative exploitation marked by automation, such as they are, represent an additional contradiction, as the constant expulsion of labor from the production process is creating growing difficulty in generating surplus value while also tending to suppress consumer demand. Capitalism in crisis. Capitalism has proved a highly resilient system. Based on social and political inequality, it has proved capable of developing forces of production on a gigantic scale. Faced with repeated economic depressions, it has been able to overcome these blockages by means of institutional liberal democracy, economic restructuring, the welfare state and consumerism, but also through wars, fascism and imperialism and neoliberal austerity. The legitimacy of capitalism since the 19th century has been premised on its capacity to deliver material abundance in the form of consumerism and public welfare that embrace the working class. It provided these gains in the advanced capitalist countries between 1870 and 1970. At the same time, there was little or no improvement in the standard of living of workers and peasants in the global south. Since the 1970s, the living standards of the mass of the population worldwide have deteriorated. It seems clear that the promise of material prosperity under capitalism for the mass of the world population is fading. Indeed, growing economic insecurity and the deterioration of the conditions of life is destabilizing the existing political and social system worldwide. Moreover, the number of barriers that capitalism faces in its effort to renew itself is daunting. We are left with a system based on inequality and which is increasingly dysfunctional and whose future seems increasingly in doubt. Imperialist rivalry. Inter-imperialist rivalries have intensified since 2008, with the United States trying to hold onto its global lead while challenged by Russia, Germany, and especially China. China, half socialist and half capitalist, poses the most obvious threat to American power. But a resurgent and now capitalist Russia is also a major rival. But the growing split between the United States and Germany, which dominates the EU, is also noteworthy. Smith, J. 2016. On the other hand, the United States' economic lead is still substantial. A key measure of state power is GDP. As things stand now, the GDP of the United States is almost twice as large as that of China's, while Japan's and Germany's GDP is less than half that of China. France and Britain trail behind. Another important indicator of power is direct foreign investment, with the United States holding almost $7 trillion, worth more than 3 times that held by Britain, France, and Germany. The U.S. lead is affirmed by the fact that almost 90% of international currency exchanges are still in U.S. dollars. U.S. economic primacy is reaffirmed by its military spending, which dwarfs that of all other nations combined, and the fact that in 2015 its military operations involved deployments of one kind or another in no less than 138 countries. China has emerged as a serious rival to American power, but there can be no doubt that the United States is still the leading power in the world. Norfield 2016, 6. Its two main rivals, China and Russia, have inaugurated a gigantic infrastructure project, the so-called Silk Road, that threatens to shift the axis of the global economy from the United States and its allies to Eurasia. Nolan 2016, 8-10. In the wake of the 2008 crisis, the creation of BRICS, which includes Russia, China, India, Brazil, and South Africa, or almost half of the world's population, in principle represents an attempt to find a path to a new and more equitable international framework outside of the control of the hegemonic West. Russia and China, to be sure, are committed to the idea of finding an alternative international economic order to protect their independence. But an analysis of the political economies of the other BRICS, South Africa, India, and Brazil, leads to doubt that they can break free of Western control, or that they even aspire to do so. Indeed, they may in fact constitute forms of sub-imperialism which serve to bring the regions in which they predominate more fully into the orbit of the United States and its allies. Popular resistance in South Africa and Brazil meanwhile make it unlikely that these states can serve as stable platforms of future capital accumulation. Meanwhile, the United States has veered towards economic protectionism, denouncing the North American Free Trade Agreement and turning its back on the proposed North American, EU trade agreement and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It has moved toward bilateralism, trying to use its political and military muscle on weaker states in attempts to impose one-sided trade agreements. It persists in trying to push aggressively against Russia in Eastern Europe, to encircle China and impose hegemony on the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. Growing economic and military rivalry fostered by the United States heightens the possibility of war. Ruling class strategies. Meanwhile, the upper class worldwide has responded to the crisis not by demanding fiscal measures to foster demand and public sector investment, but by ensuring the preservation of the private banking system, doubling down on speculation and imposing austerity on the mass of the population. Faced with the loss of political and economic legitimacy and growing social unrest, the American and West European elites in particular have responded politically by increasing surveillance, police repression, and wars abroad. Neoliberalism is being combined with political authoritarianism in an uneasy amalgam. The mass of the population meanwhile is becoming more and more class conscious, but so far has been unable to organize itself politically in an effective manner. Iceland nationalized its banks and prosecuted its bankers as a result of the 2008 financial failure. In the case of the United States, Great Britain, and continental Europe, the state intervened by handing over billions of dollars of public money to shore up the private financial system, letting the bankers off the hook. The rationale for doing so was that without a viable private financial system, capitalism itself would disappear. Street 2016, 85-7. That is perfectly true. Highly concentrated financial capital essentially controls all other aspects of the world economy. Major international companies themselves are involved in credit operations, and the credit made available in financial centers such as London and Frankfurt have played a major part in financing the expansion of worldwide manufacturing. The credit made available and the rate of interest charged on loans helps to determine the profitability of enterprises. The private financial system is necessary to capitalism's functioning, providing advantages for the states which are its headquarters, such as the United States, Britain, and Germany. The discipline finance can impose on particular capitalists can, in theory, increase productivity by way of increased exploitation, more intense use of each unit of capital, and the reallocation of capital to sectors that are more promising. Financial capital imposes a kind of private sector planning and coordination of the economy, Panich and Jindin 2014. But in the neoliberal period, flows of capital from the financial sector have not been primarily directed towards productive investment as the basis for gaining profits. Too little profit is generated by such investment. Instead, capital flows have been used primarily to allow an unprecedented worldwide orgy of speculation and rent-seeking. That being so, the survival of the financial sector following the crash of 2008 was essential to preserve the power and wealth of the globalized ruling class, as well as what was left of the life savings and pensions of millions of ordinary people. Accordingly, states like the US, Britain, Belgium, and France immediately intervened, making available trillions of dollars of public money to shore up these private financial institutions. Cots 2015, 151. 155. Several things were notable about this intervention. In the first place, it demonstrated the close tie between political leaders and the financial oligarchy. No doubt a certain amount of re-regulation and the imposition of stress tests took place in the wake of the financial collapse in the major capitalist countries, although they in no way seriously limited the operation of major banks. Fines and even prison terms were imposed on some of the small fry found responsible for the debacle. Some of the leading banks charged with setting interest rates internationally were lightly punished for collusion. But the big shots of the financial world, whose speculative activity brought on the crisis, escaped punishment, and their behavior has not been changed in a fundamental way by the so-called international Basel III reforms and other regulatory measures imposed at the state level. Cohan 2015. Indeed, a meltdown like that of 2008 could easily recur, especially given that financial speculation remains the one really profitable area of economic activity in the wake of the crash of 2008. On the other hand, what is striking is that the political elites in the United States, Great Britain, or France completely failed to consider another possibility, namely, that the highly concentrated banking system could have been nationalized not as a temporary but as a permanent measure. The fact that this is a real alternative reflects how close we are to a sudden end of capitalism and the dawn of socialism. Such a specter, we contend, haunts the present declining system as a real, not imagined ghost. On the other hand, that nationalization was not considered reflects the fundamental reality that the state as presently constituted, including the democratically elected legislators, acts fundamentally in the interest of the ruling class rather than in the interests of its own constituents. States at present are the fundamental bulwark of the class power of the capitalist class, and especially its dominant financial sector. The collusion between the financial elite, state bureaucrats, and key cabinet officials defines the essence of politics in all capitalist countries. The fate of the state and its partnership with the financial sector of capital therefore remains the key to the ability of the capitalist system to carry on or to otherwise flounder. The continuation of the capitalist system is intimately tied to the system of more or less sovereign territorial states and vice versa. Stagnation. The depth of the downturn in 2008 worldwide was striking, its impact most apparent in North America and Europe. The amount of credit available to small businesses and consumers dramatically fell and has remained meager as the state has done little to make credit available to the public. Some public money was allocated towards the needy and the unemployed and towards investment in the public sector, but what was notable was how niggardly the response of governments was to the needs of their own citizens. True, in the United States there has been a serious legislative impasse between the Democratic and Republican Party. But in other states where no such problem exists, such as Canada, Australia, and the Great Britain, the response to public needs was also minimal. This despite the fact that such spending, if it could not overcome the underlying economic crisis, could have helped revive economic activity, which since 2008 has remained lackluster. In Italy, for example, 25% of manufacturing capacity was shut down in the aftermath of the crisis and has not been restored. 40% of young people are unemployed in that state. The situation is similar in Spain, where GDP fell by 9% between 2009 and 2013 and unemployment stands at over 20% despite some recovery of output. There have been of late some feeble signs of recovery in Europe and especially in the United States. In the latter case, their GDP recovered to the level of 2008 in 2013. In the wake of the crash, interest rates fell to levels not seen in the whole history of capitalism. The persistence of low interest rates is a measure of the lackluster character of the real economy. It is true that interest rates have recently risen, the first Fed hikes since 2006. Nonetheless, the fall in interest rates to historic lows and their slow and partial recovery shows how long and how deep has been the impact of the global financial crash of 2007-8, the subsequent Great Recession of 2008-9 and the ensuing and seemingly interminable trend of below-average economic growth. Low interest rates have spurred stock market speculation. Meanwhile, the ostensible reason for austerity was the need to address the growing problem of debt, which is of course quite serious in countries like the United States, France, and Britain. On the other hand, the extraordinary scale of public debt is mainly the result of low growth, the decline of tax revenue based on concessions to the rich, enormous military spending and above all expenditure required to save the banking system. Spending on public welfare might in fact lessen the debt problem rather than increase it by increasing employment and tax revenues. Compared to military spending and funds to sustain the banks, public expenditure is a pittance. Insistence on austerity by the state in the face of enormous social needs and ongoing stagnation reveals the fundamental class nature of state policy aimed at disciplining the poor and working class and consolidating the power and wealth of the ruling class and especially investors and bankers. Many intelligent members of the latter group realize that present policies hold no prospect of reviving the global capitalist economy to its pre-2008 levels. On the other hand, massive government spending and investment as an alternative to the market scares them even more. The idea that jobs could be created and that goods and services could be provided through the public sector and that the market is dispensable could catch on among the populace. Hence the so far successful campaigns against deficit spending and the claim that big government rather than big banking is the problem. All the more so as since 2008 a still deeper financialization of the economy has occurred, enabling the wealthy to aggregate more of the wealth of society to themselves. It is obvious that state backing made it possible for the private financial system to survive and through low interest rates has permitted yet more gains from speculative finance. It is extremely unlikely that the financial and other markets can survive in future without state guarantees. Indeed, it is possible that the future collapse which haunts the economy could willy-nilly force nationalization of the financial sector. Given this possibility, governments and business are frantically demanding the bogus idea of a return to the free market. That the populace might repudiate the private sector and turn to the public sector and a decommodified provision of healthcare, education, jobs, energy, housing, and social welfare deeply concerns them. Public opinion polls suggest that disillusionment with not only capitalism but also liberal democratic politics is slowly spreading among the global population, including that of the United States. The Brexit option in Great Britain, which constitutes a rejection of mainstream conservative and Labour politics, exemplifies this rejection of politics as usual. The spectacular gains of the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn in the parliamentary elections of June 2017 only confirm this turn away from neoliberalism. The Italian referendum, December 2016, rejecting neoliberal-friendly constitutional changes likewise signals public repudiation of neoliberal austerity in a country with a youth unemployment rate of 40%. In similar fashion, the election of Donald Trump in the United States reflects a populist rejection of the political status quo and a flirtation with fascism. Paradoxically, the new Trump administration, reflecting the irrationality of the capitalist class, is actually trying to dismantle the public sector wholesale. The dependence of the financial and other markets on government is demonstrated by the policy of quantitative easing in force in the United States and Europe between 2008 to 15. In this scheme, the central bank buys up private bonds, driving up their price but lowering their yield. This has the effect of forcing investment capital towards stocks and hopefully productive investment, and thereby engendering increased economic activity. The best that can be said for this essentially government program is that it has marginally increased economic activity while staving off an outright collapse. It has above all supported the stock market, whose consistently high values have allowed investors to make striking gains by virtually guaranteeing no collapse in stock valuations. Bond prices have also benefited as some investors hedge their bets on stocks. Recently, the US has ended this policy, while the EU, which is experiencing some recovery, is also showing signs of moving away from it. The American move away from quantitative easing is designed to test whether the economy is strong enough to sustain itself. Despite some indications of recovery, signs of weakness continue to appear. Sales of new homes has recently fallen to levels not seen since 2008. The US economy grew by an anemic 1.6% in 2016. Particularly disturbing is the fact that although quantitative easing has the effect of increasing the money supply, the velocity of money keeps declining. Its decline actually predates the crisis of 2008 and has continued to the present day. Most economists regard the velocity of money as a key indicator of the health of an economy. American employment statistics indicate a fall in unemployment, yet the quality of jobs continues to erode. Likewise, noteworthy is the decline in world trade. Since 2009, the average annual growth of the U.S. economy has been at 2.2% compared to an average annual growth of 3.2% in the 90s. Elsewhere, growth among advanced capitalist countries has been considerably lower. Pointing to the fact that the present dismal economy nonetheless has seen some renewed growth and in that sense cannot technically be considered in depression, some mainstream economists refuse to accept that since 2008 we have been in a depression like that of the 1930s. Yet per capita growth in living standards in the last decade based on those who actually have jobs has been lower than in the depression of the 1930s, Elliott 2017. Two influential Marxist economists who do think the economy is in depression are Michael Roberts and Fred Mosley, Roberts 2016, 218, Mosley 2013. According to them, the crisis was caused by excessive debt and insufficient profitability on productive investment or the overaccumulation of capital. Until this debt is worked off, with a certain amount of fixed capital destroyed and still greater exploitation of labor, i.e. restructuring, there will be no resolution of the crisis according to them. The restoration of the rate of return on capital is key to private investment and the resumption of robust capitalist accumulation. Whatever gains have occurred in productive investment have been made by raising the rate of exploitation on workers, while the necessary destruction of capital has not occurred. Whether in the longer term the rate of profit on invested capital can be sustained or the necessary destruction of capital values will take place remains to be seen. The rate of return is also affected by the amount of outstanding debt. It is difficult to see how the present level of debt can be liquidated since it is rising rather than declining. Much of this new debt has accumulated in the corporate sector and weighs down on profit margins. As to consumer debt, the investor class is more than ever dependent on interest on this debt as well as on ongoing speculation for its income. Low interest rates and cheap money that is freely available to the corporate sector while it is carefully rationed to others enables it to speculate while the state is sustaining values in the stock market. Moreover, productive investment that might spur growth and gains in productivity and that could help to mitigate the significance of this burden shows few signs of reviving. The possibility of productive investment is undercut by the pervasive short-term attitude of demanding shareholder value or higher dividends and market valuations. On the other hand, such is the level of uncertainty, economic and otherwise, that many capitalists prefer to hoard cash in the trillions of dollars rather than invest in real economic activity. In other words, there is today an economic but also a political impasse or crisis of confidence that makes the crisis more than an economic one. A variation of this view is to stress that the fundamental cause of low profits is the constant expulsion of labor from the productive process due to gains in productivity and the reduction in its price. Given the build-up of fixed capital, it becomes increasingly difficult to extract a sufficient profitable return on invested capital given that it is the surplus value from labor that is the ultimate source of profit. General crisis. At base, we believe that capitalism has hit a brick wall. Marx's contention noted earlier that capitalism at a certain point implodes of itself appears on the point of being realized. Just as in the late medieval period, fundamental contradictions have developed in the mode of production that cannot be overcome within the existing mode of production. According to Guy Bois, the French peasantry during the High Middle Ages undermined rent or the feudal levy by organizing themselves at the village level against demands for more rent. Landlords at first reacted by inventing new forms of exploitative rent or forcing technological improvements, windmills, watermills, etc. But at a certain point, as overexploitation reached its limits and economic crisis deepened, they could only sustain themselves by pillage and warfare at the expense of the peasantry. The peasantry responded by class warfare from below. The nobles could only survive by looking to the state for protection. Bois 2000, 143-76. Likewise in 1789 the development of the political capacity of the peasantry and bourgeoisie and overexploitation precipitated the final crisis of the nobility and the feudal mode in France. This time the state of the Ancien regime could not save the system. It was class conflict that drove matters to crisis in both cases. But both crises took the form of a general crisis of the system. The same dynamic seems to be in play today. This sense of overall crisis is manifest in the growing ecological contradictions of the system but also in its political dysfunction and its increasing illegitimacy in the eyes of the populace. But this sense of a historic turning point is above all evident in the multidimensional nature of crisis. In this work we have stressed the recurrent problem of the falling rate of profit as a precipitant of the current crisis as well as those of depressions of 1873-94 and 1929-39. We continue to recognize its importance. But Radhika Desai has recently pointed out that Marx himself understood the nature of such great crises as the product of a multiplicity of factors including underconsumption. Among factors, financial and political conjunctures also can precipitate crisis. Desai 2010. A decline in the rate of profit may be the common factor, but the precipitation of a crisis may be due to a variety of factors, and the decline in the rate of profit may itself be a variable dependent on a variety of other factors. Rather than fixing on a key independent variable such as the rate of profit, Marx tends to explain things through a process of dialectics and progressive circularity. In the case of economic crisis, decline in the rate of profit is central, but this can be the result of a failure of demand or financial crisis. Certainly in Marx's work, crises are represented not merely as economic calamities but as across the board and systemic. That is what is occurring today. That Donald Trump gained the American presidency may be taken as symptomatic of a general crisis finding political expression in the figure of a buffoon-like head of state. It may be that the ascension of Trump to the American presidency can, in the short term, spur investment and growth. Economic nationalism, labor bashing, Further deregulation, tax cuts favoring the rich and a possible massive infrastructure and arms procurement program might boost the economy in the United States and perhaps by extension elsewhere in the short run. Perhaps new signs of life in the Chinese economy can also provide stimulus to global capitalism. On the other hand, it is difficult to see how such measures will stabilize the financial sector, restore global economic balance or diminish social and economic inequality in the longer term. Breakdown. We may be at a turning point in the advanced capitalist countries where the upper class is transforming itself from having had some involvement in productive activity into being essentially a rentier class. Perhaps we are witnessing a breakdown of the system as a whole, as some Marxists believe. Japan has never been able to break out of the downturn caused by the pricking of its real estate bubble in 1986-9. Fear and unprecedentedly high levels of debt have chilled both investment and consumption globally. All efforts to restart global growth have produced lackluster results, and vital signs such as the level of international trade and the creation of new businesses in the advanced capitalist economies is well below pre-2008 levels. The growth of protectionist sentiment in the United States and signs of crack-up in the European Union seem ominous. But above all, youth unemployment and underemployment worldwide has reached staggering levels. True, this puts downward pressure on wages and potentially enhances profits. But the conundrum is that in the aggregate, jobs and decent wages are necessary to sustain demand. And where is the bottom in the downward spiral of wages? Especially given the fact that decently paying jobs are disappearing because of technological innovation and the continuing export of employment to places where wages are at subsistence levels. Under such circumstances, it is hard to see how the economy can correct itself and real recovery occur. Such conditions rather presage ongoing stagnation or worse, and increased social upheaval. In any event, if capitalism can somehow renew itself, it will do so with nothing to offer the working class and the population as a whole. In reaction to this situation, there is widespread political disillusionment and unrest developing all over the world. The real question is, can this largely inchoate unrest become organized and politicized enough to fundamentally challenge the existing capitalist order? Such a challenge can only come by mounting a successful attack on the capitalist state and its ideological apparatus. Even without such a mobilization, we have entered a period of permanent popular unrest and increasing massive state repression all over the world. Some mainline economists talk about a permanent low-growth economy. There is the school of thought among them that insists that there is no crisis of capitalism, just a return to lower levels of economic growth that characterized the world prior to 1945. Such lower growth entails lowered expectations on the part of most of the population, which might in itself pose problems for the continued viability of the system. The capitalist economy post-1945 promised jobs, growth, and consumer affluence as a counter to socialism, and was able to produce growth rates that averaged above 3%. Such a growth rate would seem necessary to produce an adequate return on investment. Without such a return, the incentive to invest in productive activity withers. It is hard then to see how a capitalist system hitherto premised economically and ideologically on strong growth can continue to exist under conditions of stagnation without undergoing transformative change, taking the system back towards a much more austere and hierarchical social order dominated by the very wealthy and unable to offer decent jobs and income for the great majority. Such low growth without redistribution is more likely a recipe for social unrest and/or the imposition of a much more authoritarian political regime that has no popular legitimacy. The difficulties in the way of perpetuating the current system are compounded by mounting ecological problems in the form of increasing temperatures, the poisoning of the water, drought and desiccation, and exhaustion of the land that arise directly out of the drive for profits at the expense of the environment. Green capitalism seems like an oxymoron. When it comes to climate change, the problem is not just the type of energy being used but what is done with it. The basic problem is the fact that our economic system demands ever-increasing levels of extraction, production, and consumption. Alienation. There is today growing popular alienation from the capitalist system and the current political order. Hostility to the latter is based on the fact that even left-wing parties, which form part of the liberal democratic order, seem to be unwilling or able to do much to better the lot of ordinary citizens or, indeed, halt the erosion of living standards. On the contrary, there is a growing skepticism towards professional politicians and established political parties. In the neoliberal period, where money has become the measure of all things, politicians and politics have been deeply corrupted. In Italy, the entire political establishment is held in contempt and a mood of bitter cynicism prevails in the electorate. The fury of public reaction to the socialist government's drive to end the 35-hour week in France is particularly striking. The sell-out by the socialists to the neoliberal agenda is historic, reflecting the complete venality of that political formation. But the political class's disrespect for democracy is further demonstrated by the longer-term history of the European Union. Although endowed with elections and a parliament that sits in Strasbourg, the reality of the European Union is that power lies with its enormous bureaucracy headquartered in Brussels and with the European Central Bank in Frankfurt. The consistently low turnouts for European-wide elections reflects the fact that the public realizes that the outcome of these votes matters little to the economists and technocrats in Brussels who control the Union and who act in the interest of financialized capital embodied in the European Central Bank. Perhaps the most glaring instance of elite contempt for democracy came in the mid-1990s when referendums were allowed in Holland, Ireland, and France to ratify the Union. When the referendums went against the Union, they were simply ignored and further referendums cancelled. Promises that the EU would remain committed to a social Europe have been repudiated. Indeed, social democratic and liberal democratic parties and politicians in Europe and North America today characteristically accept the politics of neoliberal austerity that require that accommodation of private business remains the highest priority, the election of Jeremy Corbyn as leader of the British Labour Party being a notable exception. It is highly likely that Corbyn will be charged with overseeing the exit of Britain from the EU, a step that followed the success of the Brexit referendum. The electorate's abstention or support for radical right-wing or separatist parties reflects the sense of popular alienation from left-centrist politics. Likewise, the rise of Islamic fundamentalist movements and parties throughout the Middle East represents a parallel development. The failures of social democratic governments in Argentina and Brazil are also notable, riddled as they were with corruption that circumscribed any effort to attack structural inequalities that lay at the heart of politics in these states. The campaigns and promises of what may be called pseudo-revolutionary parties of the left in Greece and Spain have only deepened the mood of political disenchantment. Perhaps the attraction for extreme left politics will grow as the effects of unending austerity sink in more deeply. For now we cannot discount the consequences of decades of pro-capitalist and anti-communist propaganda and fetishized consumerism on popular attitudes toward radical left politics. On the other hand, the extent of street-level protest is notable. The Occupy movement in North America and Britain, the Spanish Indignados movement and the Arab Spring, 2011, that touched large parts of North America, Europe, and the Middle East were high points. The objectives of the movements varied, but clearly they were directed against economic, racial, and political injustice. The Arab Spring was a strongly political movement directed against authoritarian governments in the Middle East fueled by economic and social deprivation. Unorganized as Occupy was and limited to occupying only public space rather than private property, it represented no fundamental threat to the capitalist order, but, on the other hand, it bespeaks a deep sense of public alienation, particularly on the part of downwardly mobile middle-class young people. Likewise, Black Lives Matter in the United States has attracted both black and white support. Almost half of Americans now self-identify as lower or working class, something unheard of in earlier decades when most Americans considered themselves middle class. A majority of the young reject capitalism and call themselves socialists. The ruling class in the United States has responded with stepped-up surveillance and militarization of the police. The security state, including the militarized police and sophisticated electronic surveillance, that has emerged in all advanced capitalist countries preemptively suppresses possible dissent. Out of the 494 cases related to terrorism the U.S. has tried since 9/11, for example, the plurality of convictions are not for thwarted plots but for material support charges, a broad category expanded further by the 2001 Patriot Act that permits prosecutors to pursue charges with tenuous connections to a terrorist act or group. In an alarming number of cases the plots were fostered by government-paid agent provocateurs. In other words, using the excuse of the threat of terrorism, the state is stepping up preemptive control over its citizens by the systematic use of provocateurs. At the same time, Western states, led by the United States, lend credence to the threat by pursuing the war against terror in the Middle East. In fact, a principal motive behind these endless foreign wars is to contain social instability at home. Likewise, the state seeks to keep the public in line by invoking the Russian, Chinese, and North Korean threat. Decline. In our view, global capitalism has entered into decline marked by economic stagnation, growing social polarization, and the breakdown of the liberal democratic order. As such, we find ourselves in an interregnum when the old social and political order is clearly in decay while a new one has not come into view. In Gramsci's sense, it is a period of great insecurity in which the established chains of cause and effect no longer apply, and in which unexpected, unwelcome, and frightening events may intrude at any time. Streak 2017. Abysmal underlying conflicts express themselves in seemingly aimless violence and endless wars in the Middle East, Ukraine, and Africa, while there is stepped-up state repression and a sense of dread and uncertainty that grips the population in Europe and North America as a process of slow-motion disintegration plays itself out. Not to be discounted is the deliberate spread of disinformation by government and private media designed to bewilder the population, making it difficult to understand the source of their problems. Or perhaps another way of looking at things is that terror, confusion, and deprivation that have long afflicted Latin America and Africa have reached into the heart of the developed world. It is hard to take seriously the view that the rules of capitalism allow capitalism to bounce back on itself. In this conception, if you exploit workers enough and deleverage debt sufficiently, eventually there will be a recovery based on a recovery of profit levels. It excludes the possibility that insufficient demand might be more important to the onset and perpetuation of capitalist crisis than this view allows. Moreover, such a view, which harps on profit levels, ignores the fact that such a capitalism has nothing to offer the mass of the population. In any event, the running down of the physical and mental well-being of the population and institutional infrastructure makes the further reproduction of the system unlikely. At some point I would argue that politics supersedes the rules of capitalist economics. The delegitimization of the system on account of social polarization and the degradation of the lives of citizens, as well as the deterioration of the public infrastructure and environment, are undermining the political and ideological parameters within which capital can operate. Looking back, we can see that over the 4 decades that preceded the collapse, that financial instability became a characteristic feature of the system. The build-up of financial bubbles became important to the extraction of windfall speculative profits, which became the alternative to productive investment. Given the fact that there has since been only cosmetic reform of this deregulated financial system, it would seem highly likely that a repeat of a serious financial crisis is possible in the absence of government regulation and support, or perhaps even with it. Left to itself, it seems clear that the present neoliberal economy does not have the capacity to cure itself. There are too many problems standing in the way of a renewal of healthy rates of growth and profit margins. Instability, growing inequality, and social polarization, lack of legitimacy and investor confidence, and environmental problems make recovery unlikely. Indeed, one might ask whether an economy that bases itself on as much growth as possible and sees failure as the inability to achieve growth makes sense anymore. It is true that there are places in the world where more growth is needed. Moreover, some growth is necessary to renew the existing stock of capital. On the other hand, given that gross world product is approximately $115 trillion and that per capita gross world product is over $16,000, it would seem that the real problem is not more growth but redistribution. Such a redistribution should not be done on the basis of exchange values, but rather should entail the multiplication of use values made available through the public sector. Making such use values available throughout society would itself provide more than enough employment for the millions of people who cannot find gainful employment in the capitalist marketplace. Without transformation, capitalism is likely to degenerate into a predatory financial system with limited growth potential and stagnant wages. Striking though is the political illegitimacy of the current system, which is in part already a reflection of this kind of economy. People, and especially the young, understand that the system is fundamentally undemocratic and works in favor of the rich and at the expense of the rest. Whether in the member states of the EU, the United States, the Middle East or Africa, alienation from the existing political order is profound. Faced with mounting unrest, it is conceivable that the ruling class could resort to desperate measures. Unable to resolve the crisis within the existing political and economic framework, it could attempt to up the rate of profit by dramatically raising the rate of exploitation of workers while doing away with representative democracy altogether. As the election of Trump in the United States suggests, we could be moving toward a new authoritarian system of rule based on militarism, ultra-patriotism, and fundamentalist religion. The discredit of social democracy and rise of right-wing parties is a portent. But legitimizing such a dystopian system might prove difficult in the long run. Moreover, to what degree this more authoritarian regime squares with the deregulatory goals of neoliberalism remains problematic. 5. Towards socialism. Revolution. Capitalism is at an impasse. Socialist revolution is off the agenda. The failures of socialisms of the 20th century rule it out. Moreover, we know from history that revolution always ends badly. The revolutionary agency of the people is irrational and a kind of madness, Losurdo 2015. These are the shibboleths of neoliberalism. On the contrary, we contend that neoliberalism and the social democratic compromise with capitalism have been discredited. Revolution is the only rational exit from the current capitalist dead end, and therefore seems increasingly the probable outcome. The failures of the past in making revolution and building socialism that were real must be seen as so many experiments in a long transition. Let us begin our discussion of the transition to socialism with the working class, the spearhead of revolution and socialism. Historically, Marxists considered the industrial proletariat the vanguard of the working class and the foundation of revolutionary politics and the construction of socialism. Today it is commonly said that the political potential of the industrial proletariat has declined, if not disappeared. The economic and political weakening of the proletariat is commonly associated with the deindustrialization of traditional industrial regions in the United States, Great Britain, France, and Holland. On the other hand, Kim Moody, recognized as the most important Marxist analyst of American labor, denies that this is the case in the United States and the other advanced capitalist countries. According to him, the industrial working class today is numerically and proportionately larger than is generally understood. At the same, it remains more concentrated than any other sector of the wage-earning class. The companies that employ industrial workers own more assets and employ more workers than ever before. The proportion of real gross domestic product, GDP, produced by this declining number of industrial workers has actually grown due to the rise in the productivity of labor, Moody 2014, 11. It is the industrial working class that produces the entire infrastructure on which both accumulation and daily life rest: roads, ports, airports, railways, factories, office buildings, streets, public transit, housing, etc. Wholesale and retail trade, finances, overseas trade, and many services in the sphere of circulation grow on this productive foundation. Rather than dwindling away, concentrated economic power is changing its shape, as the big firms create all manner of networks, alliances, short and long-term financial and technology deals with one another, with governments at all levels, and with legions of generally, although not invariably, smaller firms who act as their suppliers and subcontractors on an international level. Hence, even though still largely employed by independent capitals or even by the state, workers in such industries must be regarded as part of today's contemporary industrial working class. The growing interdependency of workers across national and international economies is what is most notable. Furthermore, the role of the industrial proletariat and its political potential has increased because of the recent expansion of industrial capitalism in the Global South, Moody 2014, 9-10. Paid workers now constitute half of the world's labor forces. Moreover, new elements are being added to the working class. Since 1945, women have entered the proletariat on a vast scale. In many countries they constitute a near majority of the workforce. Their wages in most places remain well below that of men. The emergence of knowledge capitalism in the late 20th century in the form of IT and biotech industries as well as in and around universities has created a new layer of highly educated workers who occupy strategic economic positions and are increasingly identifying with the working class as a whole. In other words, the increasing interdependence of workers inside and outside of industry and the addition of new intellectual workers to the proletariat means that the revolutionary potential of the working class in the United States and the other advanced capitalist countries has never been greater. It is true that most of these workers are not fully conscious of themselves as a working class and certainly not as revolutionaries. On the other hand, given the increasing levels of exploitation being experienced, it is not unreasonable to think that they can become a socialist and revolutionary vanguard. The working class is actually a sleeping giant. It is also important to point out that the most important revolutions of the 20th century, Russia, China, Cuba, Vietnam, were made in countries in which the organized proletariat was small if well organized and strategically located. The political weakness of the regimes in these states and high levels of political consciousness and organization spelled the difference. Moreover, if the industrial proletariat is still considered important to the revolutionary project, it is worth reiterating that it has in fact significantly grown in numbers in the Global South. The potential for revolution in different countries is rising as workers stagger under the weight of neoliberalism. Such an upheaval in one country is likely to have a knock-on elsewhere, as, for example, the catalytic effects of unrest in Tunisia on other Middle Eastern states during the Arab Spring, 2011, but perhaps with a deeper and more global impact. Capitalism is deeply entrenched and historically has shown great resilience. Its overthrow cannot be envisioned simply as a class-based revolution. To get to the point of a revolutionary overthrow of capitalism requires a veritable cultural and political movement on the order of the Enlightenment, which qualitatively changed the value and cultural system. Among other things, a growing understanding of the hollowness of liberal democracy is an essential requisite for the demand for a more popular and direct form of democracy to arise. Given the litany of problems capitalism faces, it is likely that the system is approaching its limits, signified by a significant rise in class consciousness. Moreover, seeing how entrenched the present capitalist order is when revolutionary change arrives, it is likely that it will be a qualitative alteration entailing deep-seated social and personal transformation. The French Revolution was the fruit of a centuries-long transition from feudalism to capitalism. The Revolution of 1789 was not an accidental event but an earthquake based on the build-up of a huge mass of contradictions. Revolutionary change in our times is likely to take a similar form because it has been so long delayed. Moreover, whereas pessimism about the future grips the bourgeoisie, contemporary Marxism views the future as a continuation of humanity's progress since the Enlightenment. That optimism bases itself on the hope for the triumph of economic and political democracy, continued belief in reason and science, the multiplication of use values as against exchange values, and an end to ecologically destructive growth. In this concluding chapter we will try to demonstrate that given the development of the forces of production in late capitalism, the feasibility of a socialist reordering of society is greater than ever. On the other hand, we will not pretend to know when capitalism will end. Nor we will dogmatically assert how best to organize to overthrow capitalism and to organize a socialist alternative. We only offer some suggestions. Moreover, we are not prepared to assert what exactly a future socialism or socialisms might look like. Revolution is likely to take different paths because social and political conditions in the nations of the world are so different. What we bring forward instead is a series of insights and possibilities and nothing more. In other words, we reject dogmatism and sectarianism in principle as unworthy of a historical outlook. Revolutionary possibilities. A global revolution would likely take the form in the first instance of an assault on the coercive apparatus in an existing state or states, including not merely an attack on repressive bodies like the police, army, prisons, and courts, but on the ideological system including the media, educational bodies, and organized religion. Such a revolution could begin almost anywhere and, like the upheavals of the 1960s or the recent Arab Spring, occur as a chain reaction and develop unevenly. On the other hand, it can only succeed if it embraces one or more of the major capitalist states, or in other words takes control of the commanding heights of the world economy. Only then can it become a world revolution. Moreover, we think that it is in the United States, which is a giant world state and the focal point of capitalism, that such a revolution is most probable. The crisis this time. In the wake of the failure of Soviet communism and demise of the great Marxist-Leninist parties in the West, it seems absurd to discuss world revolution and Lenin's ideas on revolution in particular. But we will discuss both. We do so because we are living in a time like Lenin's in which capitalism is in crisis once again. The capitalist economy needed to transcend the parameters of the system of mutually antagonistic states and was unable to, and as a result the globe was plunged into 2 world wars. The Depression of 1929–39 compounded the political disorder, revealing the underlying fragility of the economic base of the system. Despite the apparent prosperity of the subsequent Cold War years, the global capitalist order, even at its post-war height, was marked by an underlying instability that was contained by consumerism, mounting debt, and the expansion of American imperialism. The downturn in profits in the 1970s and the imposition of neoliberalism in the 1980s then set the stage for the outbreak of crisis in 2008. But the present situation is not simply marked by an inter-imperialist crisis or a crisis of the economic system. It is a crisis of both. These contradictions are fueling international conflict and in particular the exacerbation of American militarism that threatens another world war. The outbreak of such a war makes a nuclear Armageddon more possible, in which case all bets are off. The fundamental problem remains the continued outbreak of military conflicts between sovereign states, a shortcoming that has been intrinsic to capitalism since its beginnings but has now assumed potentially catastrophic proportions. Short of the possibility of a war of nuclear extermination, revolutionary change on a global scale is quite likely. Both possibilities are latent in the present situation. We seem to be approaching a tipping point that resembles the onset of war in 1914. Accordingly, Lenin's ideas on world revolution that emerged in a previous period of upheaval deserve reconsideration. The long-standing contradiction of mutually antagonistic sovereign states primarily takes the form today of the determination on the part of the United States to hold onto its hegemonic role in the face of competition from an increasingly economically strong China and militarily and diplomatically strong Russia. These conflicts are exacerbated by the tensions arising from the capitalist economic crisis that broke out in 2008. There are Marxists who claim that the present economic malaise is simply the outcome of an insufficient level of profits and/or excessive debt. When these problems are overcome, they contend that capitalism will recover and the status quo ante will be restored more or less. To the contrary, it is our view that the system has entered into a general crisis composed of so many negative factors that it is difficult to believe that it can restore itself. What are the elements of this crisis? We have already mentioned some: the system's inability to transcend the form of mutually antagonistic territorial states, resultant uneven development and intensified imperialist rivalry, lack of profitability on accumulated capital, speculative bubbles, overhanging debt and credit crunches, and a nagging lack of demand. All of this amounts to a crisis based on the classic Marxist model of crisis as stemming from the conflict between the forces and the relations of production. There is also a growing legitimization problem rooted in the widening gap between the rich and the rest of the population. Lurking in the background is the ecological crisis, which one way or another constrains the ability of the system to renew itself. It is said that the American, European and Chinese economies, in contrast to most of the rest of the world, are recovering. but Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, Japan, and most of Europe continue to experience difficulties. World GDP has slowed to below 3%, levels of productive investment languish, the value of world trade has fallen and protectionist sentiment is growing among other negative symptoms. Raising worldwide growth levels sufficiently to achieve a sufficient return on existing capital essential to incite investment is becoming a Sisyphean task. In this interdependent world then it is difficult to believe that the American recovery can be anything but temporary. Moreover, the economic nationalism of Trump can only deepen the problems of the system as whole. The meaning of Trump. Despite its recent positive economic performance in many respects, the United States, the heart of capitalism that some believe is immune to socialist revolution, is at the focal point of the crisis and is its weak point. Obama represented the last attempt to maintain the mirage of liberal reform. The election of Trump in the wake of Obama's failure signals the demise of the liberal order in the United States, which up to now has been able to contain class and racial conflict. Clinton's defeat represents the collapse of the liberal ideology based on the idea that American capitalism could and would reform itself. In its place has developed a split in the ruling class between the failed liberal democratic elite and those rallying behind the new authoritarianism of Trump. Since the crisis of 2008, the job market in the United States has recovered. But the overwhelming number of new jobs created have been temporary or low-paying. Many young people as well as mature workers unable to find stable employment have dropped off the employment roll and have withdrawn from the system. Socialist ideology is particularly rife among the young. The liberal intelligentsia, bemused by identity politics, clinging to cultural studies or neo-Keynesian economics, or even trying to revive the Cold War against Russia and China, have no capacity to address the crisis. The Democratic Party remains under the thrall of Wall Street, high-tech multimillionaires, and Hollywood liberals. All pretense of reform has been abandoned by the ruling class. Given the reactionary policies of the Trump presidency, we are already seeing an exacerbation of social and economic problems, an upsurge of protest from below and intensifying class struggle. In reaction, it is highly likely that there will be an intensification of state repression. Indeed, the militarization of the police, growth of the carceral system and deepening of government surveillance and censorship has prepared the way for the transition towards a fully authoritarian police state. It will be rationalized as the need to preserve the constitutional legacy of the Founding Fathers. Already the United States is being characterized by credible analysts as a neo-fascist state with a mass base in the lower middle class, Bellamy Foster 2017. Any idea that the United States will willingly retreat from its posture of aggressive militarism is belied by the fact that 3 generals sit in President Trump's cabinet, testifying to the overriding influence of the military-industrial complex. Their presence is helping to usher in a new stage of the arms race involving a whole new level of military spending, despite the fact that the trillion-dollar defense budget already dwarfs that of all other states combined. The president has at his immediate disposition a 70,000-strong Praetorian Guard and large private mercenary armies, as well an unlimited array of technologically sophisticated weapons. Militarist rhetoric and gun culture pervades American society, and the greatly expanded growth of armed vigilante groups, as in previous fascist regimes, is perfectly possible under Trump. In recent American history, militarism and militarist adventurism has repeatedly been used as a means of evading internal social and political conflict at home and maintaining American influence abroad, and is once more likely to be seen as a way out by the political and social elite. Ongoing war overseas is now built into the system. Under such circumstances, to wit, economic crisis, growing class conflict, an entrenched ruling class unwilling and unable to reform itself, an exhausted liberal intelligentsia, an alienated younger generation, embittered racial and ethnic minority populations, and a frustrated and impoverished working class, the United States seems headed towards internal political crisis, one possible outcome of which is revolution. Even now, in the presidency of Donald Trump, the United States has become a seething cauldron of class and racial conflict. Indeed, a failed military adventure would be a catalyst for such a crisis, as the population in such circumstances is unlikely to rally around the flag. Mass protest could develop as happened during the Vietnam War. Even without a revolution, the result of such internal divisions could be a management crisis for the American empire. The United States falling into internal confusion could open the way for revolutionary change elsewhere in the empire as, for example, in Saudi Arabia or South Africa. The possibility of revolutionary change within the United States or of internal conflict within that gigantic country, which is the core state of global capitalism, needs to be considered a central question of geopolitical analysis. In this context, the example of the Vietnam War comes to mind. The unrest within the United States at that time is today forgotten or deliberately brushed under the carpet. But the fact remains that the war precipitated a near breakdown of governance within the United States. It brought to the surface popular animosity to the bureaucratic and militarized state and racial and intergenerational conflicts that lay below the surface of Cold War American society. Today many see the upheavals of that time as a mere episode that went away with the end of the war. On the other hand, the underlying conflicts were never resolved. On the contrary, they were suppressed and have intensified over the years. Seen in this context, the unrest of the Vietnam period should be seen as a signal crisis. Whereas the 1960s were a time of relative prosperity for the working class and the mass of the population, economic and social disparities have greatly intensified. The possibilities of conflict, including class conflict and overall upheaval on a large scale, are now much greater than 50 years ago. The absence of an effective military draft mitigates this possibility, but it does not eliminate it. The American state is using foreign wars to distract from the increasingly fraught internal situation. There are signs such as, for example, the populist repudiation of the pro-war candidate Hillary Clinton by the voters in the election of 2016 that this strategy may itself be failing. Furthermore, the polarizing impact of the Trump presidency can of itself help to precipitate class conflict. The social and political situation in the United States is far more divided than it was during the Vietnam War. The accumulation of problem upon problem and struggle upon struggle makes the likelihood of a systemic crisis of the current capitalist order likely at some indeterminate point in the future. It is rather like the build-up of layer after layer of geological pressure prior to a major earthquake. Such a crisis should not be understood in simply economic terms or as a possible outbreak of international war, global revolution, or environmental catastrophe. Rather, it is likely to be a combination of such factors, a civilizational crisis of grand proportions, the nearest parallel to which would be an explosive mixture of World War I, the Russian Revolution and the Great Depression rolled into one. Who can say when and how such an event could occur? It will come about no doubt in some unexpected way. Imagining revolution. Imagining such an event, it is important to remember the French Revolution. It arrived as a near-complete surprise and was experienced as a total transformation of society as it changed from one mode of production to another. Privilege turned into equality, faith into reason, tradition into progress overnight, or nearly so. It was immediately recognized as an event of universal significance. Having happened once, it could happen again, and in fact it did happen again, in 1917. Following a future socialist revolution, hopefully on a world scale this time, redistribution of wealth would be the primary means by which equality and material sufficiency would be achieved between the rich and poor in each country and between the developed and underdeveloped countries. But further temporary expansion of material output might also be required in order to meet the needs of the peoples of the underdeveloped world. The ultimate goal would be a global economy that is close to a steady state. Eliminating profits and the accumulation of capital as the objective of economic activity would represent a decisive step in the direction of a no-growth economy. Growth focused on the expansion of the output of material goods was always rationalized as a means to overcome scarcity or to satisfy an expanding number of needs. That was the rationalization of the endless pursuit of profit and accumulation of capital. Under socialism, economic growth, which was merely a means to the goal of capital accumulation or the need for profit, would cease. The promise of growth in the past became a way of rationalizing the existence of social inequality. Indeed, Growth was advocated by liberals as an alternative to demands for economic redistribution. The expanding pie of capitalism could meet everyone's material needs. In reality, economic growth under capitalism as a goal has always been subordinated to profit-making and capital accumulation. In economically depressed periods, when it was difficult to make profits and accumulate capital, economic growth simply ceased. The end of capitalist growth. As we have suggested, under the auspices of liberalism, capitalist growth has been justified on the basis of the notion of an ever-expanding economic surplus. According to this view, fostering equality on society will cripple growth, which is the goose that lays the golden eggs. Following this line of argument, one must acknowledge that capitalist growth did provide some material benefits to the working classes of the advanced capitalist countries in the last 100 years. On the other hand, one must bear in mind that much of this prosperity was based on the exploitation of the labor and resources of underdeveloped countries. There is furthermore no guarantee that working class prosperity in advanced capitalist states will continue under conditions of neoliberal globalization. Given the enforcement of this doctrine's insistence on a worldwide and open competition for paid work, workers in advanced capitalist countries have seen a decline in their standard of living, and little or nothing stands in the way of a further erosion of working class incomes. Similar rationales of future prosperity have been offered to justify the continuation and expansion of capitalist development of China. There are some in China who definitely have become rich, and even very rich. But the evidence is growing that there may be more loss than gain for the majority of China's population in pursuing such policies, and they are increasingly being questioned by the mass of the population and the current regime. In fact, most of the 7.5 billion human beings on Earth have yet to taste the benefits of capitalist growth. Premised on the maintenance in permanence of capitalist inequality and social insecurity, such growth can never provide employment, let alone well-being, for most of the world's population. Indeed, ample evidence exists that keeping a large part of this population permanently jobless is necessary in order to keep wage costs down. This is to say nothing about the fact that ongoing capitalist growth is endangering the future of human and animal life on the planet. It is overheating and polluting the atmosphere while destroying the forests, melting the ice caps, and poisoning the water. Despite ongoing efforts by apologists to convince people that profit-driven growth is compatible with a sustainable environment, it is in fact fundamentally in contradiction with it, as we shall see. Under global socialism, the ideology of productivism that has been with humanity since the Industrial Revolution would be subordinated to the goals of meeting essential human needs, furthering the development of human capacities, and protecting the natural environment. As things now stand, there exists more than enough material wealth to meet the needs of the world's population. World GDP per capita, according to CIA Factbook figures, was just below $8,000 as of 2005. That amounts to around $30,000 for every family of 4 on the planet. Such a figure, based on dividing world GDP by world population, of course means little in itself and is methodologically open to question, to say the least. But it is useful nonetheless in suggesting that there is more than enough wealth to go around. In other words, as a result of the cumulative growth of the past 200 years, there is no longer any purely economic barrier to the elimination of scarcity. It would not be the aim of a socialist order to reduce material output from what it is now. It would be rather to redistribute wealth in order to provide the world's population with a decent standard of living. The intent of the socialist project is not to redistribute wealth in order to create an equality of poverty. On the other hand, such a project does entail stripping the assets of those in the world who have and consume too much. Those who own the means of production would obviously see their property taken from them. But also high-income earners in what have been referred to as the overdeveloped countries, who participate in overconsumption of commodities, SUVs, luxury homes and mansions, compulsive shopping as recreation, would have their incomes reduced. The objective would be not an equality of poverty, but one of decency and sufficiency for the whole of humankind. Of course, the barrier to the redistribution of wealth is the greed and power of the capitalist class, whose wealth is responsible for poverty. As never before, the fundamental alternatives are capitalist growth or socialist redistribution. Economic sufficiency for the whole population would in itself provide an incentive to limit further expansion of material output. Ongoing scarcity provides a convenient rationale for further economic expansion. Moreover, the high consumption of the rich whose ideas rule over society is a negative example to the rest of the population. As we said, a socialist economy would, for all practical purposes, be a steady-state economy maintaining or renewing existing productive capacity. The socialist economy. How would production and distribution in a global socialist economy be organized? As we have noted, the base of such an economy would be the tens of thousands of corporations that currently dominate and interconnect the world economy. As they exist today under capitalism, they constitute a vast, centralized and concentrated web of worldwide production and distribution. As publicly controlled enterprises, they would become the sinews of a global socialist economy. In command of enormous productive resources, these firms are organized on the basis of technologically advanced networks of production, communication, and distribution that already plan their activities. These globally interconnected enterprises would now become public property and would come under the control of their workforces as well as global, national, and local public assemblies. In the course of becoming public enterprises, they would undergo a process of systematic democratization that would undercut their hierarchical structures of control. This would be part of the transformation of the overall economy, in which private property as means of production or means of money-making would be taken over by the public sector at a pace deemed appropriate. The economic activities of these transnational economic corporations would need to be supervised and coordinated. Such a task would appear daunting. Yet it must be realized that these global corporations operating in the context of the world market already require and actually possess immense organizational capacity and sophisticated planning mechanisms. Even in the capitalist market economy of today, the degree of planning that exists is already enormous. Reinforcing these control mechanisms at the enterprise level are the equally impressive planning capacities of existing government bureaucracies and international economic and financial institutions. These include those bodies devoted to economic forecasting and survey research, as well as the provision of services and the creation of and coordination of international, regional, and local economic activity. The universities, of which there are thousands worldwide, are repositories of enormous economic, financial, and administrative intellectual resources. Public bodies, for the most part, with their constantly increasing coordinating capacities, have been underutilized under capitalism. In other words, there presently exists the potential for the socialization and coordination of production and distribution on a global scale. The possibility of socializing production and distribution has been greatly increased by the development of the computer and the Internet. The coordinating functions necessary have been strengthened by the computer, which has become indispensable to the productive process as well as to public and private administration. The new socialist order would take advantage of the fact that the Internet already allows thousands of businesses and public institutions as well as grassroots organizations to store information and to maintain contact and coordinate activities with one another in an unprecedented way. The instantaneous transmission of global stock market quotations and financial transactions illustrates the way data could be transmitted in a sophisticated socialist economy. Inventories, demand, and flows of goods are already predicated at the enterprise and national level. Just-in-time procedures already show what can be done in terms of production and distribution. The use of barcodes, computer purchasing, and the embedding of Internet cookies allow refinement of these processes. Workplace democracy. The creation of socialism on a world scale will necessarily unfold as an amazing improvisation. It will be brought into being by the enthusiasm, energy, and inventiveness of the mass of the people in each country. It will literally be the creation in a relatively short period of time of hundreds of millions if not billions of working people. What the combined imaginations and creative efforts of such a multitude might produce in building up a new socialist global polity is anyone's guess. There is reason to believe that it could be a magnificent and completely unprecedented political and social construction. The fund of experience and theory attendant on past revolutions will be an important resource. but there is no certainty in such a project and there is no reliable guide. The workforces in the private and public sector would be the pillars of such a newly established socialist order. Organized around their millions of workplaces and their unions, these elements and the productive capacity at their command would form the sinews of the new political and economic system. The control of capital having been abolished, social labor would proceed to organize its own democratic economic and social order. Value as defined by capitalism would cease to exist. The general intellect of social labor rather than capitalists or hired experts would be in charge of the process. This would accord with the original vision of Marx and Engels and the thought of socialists up to the present. Meanwhile, the so-called socialist calculation debate on how to effectively run a socialist economy in the absence of the law of value would of course continue and even intensify. Running a socialist economy organized on a world scale would no doubt be a complicated business. But given the vast capacity to forecast, which is already built into capitalist society, or the great experience of Cuban and Chinese planners in running national economies, there is good reason to believe that organizing a global socialism is not beyond human capacity. No doubt mistakes have been made and will be made in doing so. Meanwhile, economists and planners can continue to debate how best to develop a socialist economy. Levy and Pert 2008. Socialist environmentalism. In a socialist order, whether or not more economic growth would be necessary would be subject to national and international democratic debate and decision-making. Using resources to meet real needs or promote human improvement would require the regulation of economic activity with ecological standards as a central criterion. Insofar as it did, continued economic growth would no longer be an objective for itself, while the provision of clean air, green space, clean water, and the preservation of animal habitats and species would become so. The associated producers who control production in a socialist society would consider such environmental goods use values in exactly the same way as food, shelter, and clothing are use values at present. Technological innovation would continue, of course, its development based not on the need for profits or growth but on maximizing workers' control over production and the quality and utility of products as well as their ecological compatibility. At the same time, older modes of production based on hunting and gathering and peasant agriculture would be restored as much as possible. These older modes provide employment and means of subsistence as well as tending to be in metabolic harmony with the environment. Under capitalism, businessmen, bankers, and managers control the economy. The expansion of surplus value and the need for profit necessarily overrides all other considerations and as such requires economic expansion at all costs, even at the expense of clean air, water, and green space. Market competition and profit expectations compel managers and owners to downplay and ignore environmental considerations where they can. In order to compete successfully, private entrepreneurs are required to operate in this amoral fashion regardless of their private morality. Indeed, such competitive pressures incite capitalists to try to treat air, water, oceans, and open space as free goods from which materials can be extracted and into which wastes can be dumped. It is of course possible to try to regulate such antisocial behavior. But if the experience of the last 35 years of environmentalism is anything to judge by, capitalists always find a way to subvert or circumvent such regulation. Moreover, a steady state or no growth economy is incompatible with profitability and therefore with the perpetuation of capitalism. Continued expansion of output is intrinsic to the accumulation of capital. On the contrary, under socialism the associated producers control the means of production and are willing participants in a socialist order committed to a steady state economy. They have a direct and ongoing interest not only in producing use values such as food, shelter, and clothing but also in ensuring that production does not threaten other vital use values like thriving woodlands and marshes and clean air and water. The preservation of such use values is in the immediate interest of the direct producers in a way that it can never be for capitalists. Burkett 2006. There is a large measure of agreement about the question of capitalist growth among socialist theorists. Istvan Mazaros's view of the matter represents a somewhat heterodox perspective, or perhaps it is just a brilliant reconceptualization of the problem. Mazaros 2007. Following in the footsteps of Marx, Mazaros rejects the idea that growth should cease under socialism. He argues instead that most eco-socialists oppose growth because they are still in the grip of a capitalistic and fetishized way of thinking about growth of which they are prisoners. Their consciousness is attached to the belief that capitalist growth or growth of material output is the only kind of growth that is possible. In this conception, wealth takes the form of fetishized commodities to be maximally produced in as minimal a time as possible without regard to the actual producers. Capitalist growth recognizes no limits and is prepared to accept as growth that which is wasteful and destructive for the sake of profit. Mazaros sees the problem as fundamentally that of redefining the nature of wealth. Under socialism, the time devoted to the production of things would be defined by their social utility as determined by the freely associated producers. Instead of their value being determined by the socially necessary or average labor time embodied in things, as is the requirement of commodities in circulation under capitalist market competition, the worth of things would be based on the disposable time dedicated to producing them, seen as a goal set by the associated producers. Mazaros suggests that the resultant products would be inherently superior to capitalist commodities because they would draw on the infinitely richer resources and skills of the associated producers rather than what is produced under the tyranny of socially necessary labor time. Indeed, Mazaros suggests that capitalism does not even offer a convincing definition of growth. Rather, it advances a tautologically false definition of it as an increase in productivity, while productivity is in turn defined as growth. Capitalism's fundamental aim is not growth but rather the accumulation of capital, which is its be-all and end-all. On the contrary, wealth under socialism will be defined by its use value. The production of communal wealth would be based on careful and rational husbandry rather than heedless waste, and it would be rooted in a clear understanding of the ecological limits to increases in material output. Indeed, its basic goal would be the production of use values including food, shelter, clothing, culture, and leisure, as well as child care, health and disability care, and a clean environment. According to Mazaros, the multiplication of such use values is in fact growth as redefined by socialism. He insists that the continued hegemony and one-sidedness of capital blinds us to fully appreciating the value of this fuller notion of the accumulation of wealth. Based on this proper view of wealth, the production of nursery school teachers, speech therapists and pianists would be as fully valued under socialism as that of engineers, physicians, and accountants. Likewise, the production of a greater sense of community or of an ecologically friendly environment would constitute growth. The economistic distortions of capitalist society would be re-articulated towards a much more balanced view of human social and cultural production and activity. Mazaros's redefinition of growth, or of the composition of growth it should be added, more closely conforms to the original vision of Marx than does that of other eco-socialists who insist on the end of growth. Marx held to what may be called a Promethean view of humanity that insisted that its potentialities were inherently inexhaustible. The redefinition of growth under socialism as the expansion of ecologically benign use values rather than an unlimited increase in merely quantifiable material outputs allows for a continuation of human progress under entirely new and more auspicious circumstances. It is not sufficient to speak about socialist society as an ecologically minded society. Rather, as one student of the subject puts it, it is necessary to create an ecologically realized order of things. This suggests that socialism ought not to be simply an improved version of the present based on equality. Rather, it should be a society in increasingly conscious symbiosis with the natural environment. Such a symbiosis between society and natural environment must be an ongoing intention or goal of the community reflected in the democratic planning process, Covell 2003. A new socialist world order may have no choice but to move in this direction. Global warming and the depletion of oil will probably make long-term industrial expansion based on the use of fossil fuels unsustainable. Prior to the development of modern industry, the world ran on energy from wind, water, and biomass. In the centuries prior to the Industrial Revolution, there was a certain amount of growth in both agriculture and industry in Europe, but also in China and Japan. But economies remained embedded in society, and in turn the political order and society were implanted in nature. There were definite Malthusian constraints on population and the size of cities based on the ratio of land holding and food supplies to numbers of people. The Industrial Revolution led to the disembedding of the economy from the rest of society. Social relations and political regulation and culture were viewed as secondary or inhibiting factors. More damaging was that the capitalist development of the economy came at the expense of nature, which was thought of as a free good. Marx spoke of a metabolic rift in which the logic of capitalist accumulation severed the economy from basic processes of natural reproduction, leading to environmental deterioration. Running on empty. The Industrial Revolution based itself on the use of increasing quantities of coal and oil, energy-rich but highly polluting sources of energy. But the approaching exhaustion of oil and the cumulative environmental harm caused by coal and oil is becoming daunting. Capitalism requires economic growth to create a larger pool of profits. But such growth is premised on the availability of cheap energy. Without such growth, capitalism will wither. Perhaps more efficient use can be made of coal, employing so-called clean coal techniques so as to cause less harm to the atmosphere. But the energy used to clean the coal itself engenders a significant amount of greenhouse gas. The use of hybrid engines or the availability of hydrogen power as a substitute for gasoline might delay the depletion of oil or reduce the need to consume it. There is the possibility of using nuclear fuel. But this too may be unfeasible because of its hazardous waste. Solar, water, wind, compressed air, geothermal and hydrogen power may all prove usable, but their practicality remains to be demonstrated. One should not rule out the possibility of further technological breakthroughs that might help to prolong the life of capitalism. After all, in their time the invention of the steam engine, the agricultural revolution, the internal combustion engine and the development of hydroelectric and nuclear power helped to invigorate or reinvigorate capitalism. Capitalism is nothing if it is not resourceful. One cannot exclude the possibility of further technological fixes that would allow capitalists to continue to pursue accumulation and make profits without sufficient popular resistance. If so, the social and environmental devastation of capitalism could continue while the earth would be turned into a complete wasteland. On the other hand, there may be an absolute limit to such growth based on the ecological carrying capacity of the earth. As a result, humanity may be forced to move to a less energy-intensive economy. The advent of socialism in such a case would mark a turn to a low-growth or no-growth economy. It would be the conscious intent of such a society to repair the metabolic rift between society and the natural environment. A socialist society would in a sense mark a return to pre-industrial circumstances in which society would be re-embedded into the natural environment. At the same time, such a new order would still have access to environmentally friendly technologies and knowledges that have accumulated over the last 2 centuries of so-called modernity. Indeed, in a socialist economy there would be an incentive to invent and apply new technologies that reduced energy consumption. Planning the population. Uncontrolled expansion of the population was another consequence of industrial capitalism. The loss of family access to land, proletarianization of the majority of the population, the need for an expanded labor force as well as improved sanitary conditions and increased food supplies promoted an immense increase in human population in Europe and elsewhere from the 18th century onwards. Indeed, the increase in population played a key role in promoting economic growth. Population expansion under the conditions of market exchange promoted increased division of labor, including technological advances that increased productivity and levels of material output. Under socialism, increases in material output would be carefully controlled or altogether muted. The emphasis would shift to equalizing rather than creating more wealth. The need for more population to spur economic growth would be eliminated. Under such conditions it would be beneficial to look towards a gradual reduction in the human population in order to reduce its environmental footprint. Such a proposition has nothing to do with the Malthusian conception, which hypocritically ignores all the social and historical factors that mold human reproduction and population increase. Bellamy Foster 2002, 137-53. These factors are known and are potentially within the power of humanity to control under the right conditions. Malthusianism prefers to view population increase fatalistically as a biological force that is inexorable unless checked by so-called moral restraint or by positive checks, i.e. food shortage, malnutrition, disease, and morbidity. These notions, which reinforce the economic ideas of laissez-faire, are premised on preserving the privileges of those who hold property while deliberately refusing to do anything to improve the standard of living of the rest of the population. Socialist demographic planning, on the contrary, is based on humanity taking the fate of the population into its own hands by means of democratic planning of the economy and limiting ecological destruction. Population growth may once have been related to biological or cultural survival. In the pre-modern period, parents depended on children as a source of labor, income, and old age insurance. States were pro-natalist because increasing population provided more tax revenue and recruits to the military. Since the Industrial Revolution, population increase has also been seen as necessary to maintaining access to a cheap and exploitable labor force and as the source of the reserve army of the unemployed. In an economy where labor is a commodity, indeed, the critical commodity, having a ready supply of such a commodity at a low price is indispensable to profit. Of course, under such circumstances, increasing the population has nothing at all to do with the actual well-being of such a population. That is beside the point from a capitalist point of view. Indeed, under current circumstances, the spread of birth control is seen as a threat by those who desire continued access to cheap labor. Families at the grassroots understand such matters quite well. Whatever resources they possess have been obtained by personal effort and collective struggle. As for reproducing themselves, ordinary families plan the birth of their children where they have the opportunity to do so. Quite contrary to Malthusian notions, in the present epoch a demonstrable link exists between population limitation and the growth of the economic well-being of families and the expansion of opportunities for women. Under socialism, family formation, births, and the growth of the population would become the subject of democratic discussion and the basis for the formulation of humane and environmentally conscious public policy. What is decisive in this respect is the socialist and democratic auspices under which a policy of limiting the growth of population is undertaken. Planning or conscious and rational decision by citizens as a whole would take the place of tradition, state policy, or capitalist ideology in the formation of population policies. The built environment transformed. Eco-socialism would entail the substitution of resource consumption and pollution-generating practices by resource-saving and pollution-minimizing processes. Existing infrastructure would be retrofitted. Public mass transit would replace the private automobile and water, wind, and solar power would substitute for oil, coal and nuclear power. The ecological restructuring of existing industries and the development of community-based green industries would become priorities. The goal would be to transform the whole built environment so as to be eco-efficient or in harmony with the topography and carrying conditions of the natural environment. This would include the transformation of cities by extending public transit, recombining work, living and recreational spaces based on multifunctional design, revitalizing city centers, community centers, and neighborhood centers of sociability, green-belting urban sprawl, thereby simultaneously increasing population density and increasing green space, and the creation of wildlife habitats and garden farming within the urban setting. Albo 2007, 343. The city should be transformed into a network of urban villages linked by good public transport systems. At the heart of a serious effort to transform urban life will be the fate of the private automobile. From the 1920s onwards, the automobile became the key capitalist symbol of consumer freedom and affluence. After World War II, it turned into the ultimate object of mass consumption throughout the capitalist world. Car and truck production, the superhighway system, and mass-produced suburban housing became fundamental features not only of American life but of life in much of the developed world. The lure of suburbia was the promise of a private enclave of family-based consumption in an ordered garden-like setting apart from the hurly-burly, sordidness and disorder associated with the city. The separation of home from work made the automobile indispensable to the realization of such a suburban fantasy. Among the noxious effects of suburbanization have been the social isolation and depoliticization of citizens, the decay of inner cities and public transport systems, chronic traffic congestion, exurban sprawl, and growing carbon emissions and greenhouse effects. This pattern of development is now in the process of extending itself to the underdeveloped world. Capitalist society, such as it is deeply wedded to the private automobile as the basic means of transport and as a fundamental part of the existing system of production and employment. Furthermore, the automobile as private property and a symbol of affluence is a fetish to which millions of consumers are deeply attached. Patterson 2007, 192-24. The absurdity of this situation is heightened by the realization that individual owners consider these vehicles as a kind of sacrosanct property while actually using them on average only 2 or 3 hours a day. The recent decline in the North American automobile manufacturing industry, the rising price of gasoline and the intolerable levels of traffic and pollution in places such as Southern California, Southern England, Southern Ontario, and the environs of Paris and Lyons increasingly threaten the sustainability of the state of affairs. Such a system will sooner or later become both economically and ecologically unviable. Yet such is the centrality of the private automobile to capitalism that a crisis in this sector will of itself set off radical changes in employment, consumption, and urban living, to say nothing of politics. Automobiles might in future be available to holidaymakers or for other special occasions. Public provision of rented cars could meet such needs. But sooner or later the private automobile will have to give way to public transit and the planned spatial reintegration of home and work. Many of the workers in this industry would find work in building new mass transit systems including trains, minibuses, buses, light trains, and trams. But it is not enough to be concerned with the greening of cities. Cities must be planned as part of the ecology of whole bioregions including their agriculture, forests, and aquifers. A sustainable agriculture obviously must be an integral part of this program. The food supplies of cities should, as much as is practicable, come from local sources rather than being trucked or air freighted from sites thousands of miles away. In contrast to the industrialized farming current today, which is degrading the soil and water, a sustainable agriculture that replenishes the soil, does not pollute and is based on the limited dissipation of energy is necessary. The peasantry restored. Free trade in agricultural products and the development of capitalism throughout the undeveloped world is in the process of dispossessing hundreds of millions of peasants. The restoration of a peasant-based agriculture must be a priority of an eco-socialist project. Dispossessing these populations of their means of subsistence forces them to try to sell their labor in return for a wage. But this mass of humanity cannot possibly all be turned into urbanized industrial workers with stable employment. Yet this is the fundamental developmental logic that is assumed by theorists of capitalist modernization. Capitalism cannot provide enough jobs in the manufacturing sector for such a mass of humanity, and the world would be ecologically much the worse off if it could. Indeed, most of the rural dispossessed are winding up as a lumpen proletariat in the overcrowded urban slums of the Third World, Amin 2004. Such tendencies need to be reversed. An agrarian reform that handed the land back to the peasantry, made available sufficient resources, credit, and technical support and provided a proper return to the producers for the food produced must be envisaged. Mazoyer and Raubdar 2005. Under the right conditions peasant agriculture based on labor inputs can be efficient. Sauriso 2015. Modern agronomy ought to be combined with the revival and encouragement of long-standing local traditions of farming while taking into account the need for agricultural and biological diversity. Health, education, culture, and other services made accessible to the rural population at a level equal to that of urban society ought to be an intrinsic goal of development. The case for market socialism. We have suggested that the market and the commodities that are exchanged in them ought to be phased out through a democratic process and by the introduction of new means of non-market exchange and distribution. At the same time, all socialists, including those most vehemently opposed to the market, accept the idea that market exchange would have to continue in the immediate wake of a revolution. The planned economy would have to be introduced step by step. As such, many socialists see the market as a necessary evil that should progressively be limited as effective non-market mechanisms of exchange can be introduced. Some see the process of replacing the market with other forms of exchange as a more or less long drawn-out affair. Others insist that the market be phased out as quickly as possible. But there are still others who firmly believe that the market is entirely compatible with socialism and should be an intrinsic feature of the new order. Proponents of market socialism believe it to be the most efficient means of carrying on exchange between public enterprises and between such enterprises and consumers. Most of those who advocate market socialism assume that the means of production would be progressively socialized. They also assume that a market for capital would cease to exist and that the labor market would either be abolished or greatly constrained. Prices might be set not necessarily by supply and demand but by a publicly controlled mechanism of adjustment and readjustment based on perceived shortages or oversupply. Markets would continue to exist for an indefinite period for producer and consumer goods. Among the most sophisticated proposals for a socialized market based on the computer is that advanced by Diane Elson, 1988. Her view starts from the by now familiar notion that markets are politically, historically, and culturally constructed entities interdependent with other social institutions. According to Elson, then, in a socialist economy, markets should be constructed and controlled by public bodies. The secretariats of these bodies, wage and price commissions, should be financed out of household or enterprise taxation and not be dependent on sales taxes. Of necessity, private markets generate an ethos of goodwill and reciprocity among the relatively small number of private gentlemen or charmed circle who are the main players in such an arena. Contrary to orthodox economic theory, capitalist markets are far from being level playing fields. As most everyone aside from neoclassical economists understand, the market is largely dominated by a more or less exclusive club of big players. They tend to exclude outsiders while exercising leverage and having privileged access to information. In a socialist order, according to Elson, the market is transformed into a public electronic information network with open access to everyone through the Internet. Public electronic marketplaces provide information on sales and purchases between firms and consumers. Liberal economists led by Friedrich Hayek objected that, unlike the market and its method of assigning prices, a socialist economy could not generate information at the micro and grassroots level necessary to run an efficient economy. As a matter of fact, capitalist markets, far from providing increasingly perfect information, actually are prone to hide and fragment information. Enterprises in such a market have an inherent incentive to conceal information about their productivity, costs of production and innovations. Such practices create barriers to the sharing of information. Hayek, in criticizing socialism, had in mind the highly centralized economy of the Soviet Union, where access to accurate information from the grassroots was indeed difficult to come by. On the contrary, a socialized and sufficiently decentralized market would permit the dispersal of initiative, which is an essential feature of a society that liberates people. At the same time, a socialized market would create new channels and incentives for individual initiatives to serve the common good. Electronic marketplaces have developed in fragmented fashion in industrialized capitalist countries. The largest of such enterprises, eBay, has become a worldwide electronic marketplace with revenues of billions of dollars from its origins in 1995. A public electronic marketplace would have the enormous advantage of standardization as compared to the fragmented and non-transparent situation under capitalism. Great economies of scale and lower transaction costs could be had through such a public system. Enterprises and individuals would have a positive incentive to do their business through such a cheaper setup rather than attempt to operate through much less complete and more expensive private marketplaces, electronic or not. To participate, firms would have to provide true data on their costs, UPS, and profit. Otherwise, they would be excluded from the public electronic network. The price and wage commissions that would operate the network could help to set prices and wages by offering norms, while the fluctuation of these norms might help in the making of investment decisions. Elson, in contrast to other market socialists, advocates the perpetuation of a quasi-socialized labor market. In this way, a market would still help adjust the supply and demand of labor to different sectors of the economy. On the other hand, there would be a guaranteed annual income as well as free public services that would allow people to choose to enter the labor market or not. But the guaranteed annual income would be set low enough to encourage people to work if they wish to consume more or accumulate money to set up a small business or cooperative. The electronic marketplace would include information about job vacancies and job seekers. Existing private bodies, she notes, fail to provide accurate information on the terms and conditions of employment, going wage rates and the supply and demand for different kinds of labor, something the public electronic network could supply. It could set minimal conditions for jobs by controlling employer entry to the public electronic marketplace. There would be no unemployment, as those whose jobs were scrapped would continue to be paid their wages and be retrained. For orthodox economists, the capitalist market is an economic site where there are buyers and sellers who between them organize the exchange and distribution of goods. A Marxist would define a capitalist market as the sphere of action of the law of value, or the point at which values generated through the exploitation of labor in production are realized as profit through the sale of commodities in the market. The value of a commodity is based on the quantity of labor power or abstract labor embedded in it. Price then reflects the value embodied in a commodity exchanged in the marketplace. A capitalist market in a Marxist sense does not exist merely because goods are exchanged or money changes hands in such a market. Such markets long predated capitalism. Rather, a capitalist market exists when exchange measured in terms of monetary prices reflects embodied value. For a capitalist market to operate, then prices reflect the measure of value in each commodity. In contrast to Elson, equally sophisticated versions of market socialism argue that it is possible to restrict or even eliminate the labor market and still leave room for the exchange of consumer goods as an effective means of providing such goods, ensuring productivity, and allowing choice. Labor power would no longer be bought and sold in the market, and hence surplus value would no longer be realized as profit from the sale of goods as commodities. Rather, goods would be exchanged, but their prices would no longer reflect embodied value. Prices, or so-called shadow prices, would be determined by approximation or simulation by the publicly controlled boards. For many who espouse market socialism, restricting or eliminating the labor market is the essential. Rather than destroying the market, the goal ought to be to socialize it gradually while perhaps reducing the role it plays in the economy. The limits of the market. While acknowledging the role the market must play in the transition to socialism, it is important to underline the dangers that the continuation of the market poses to the full realization of the socialist project. Those socialists who question market socialism reject in particular any scheme that would see the perpetuation of a labor market, even in the modified form proposed by Elson. For them, the existence of a labor market is one of the roots of the perpetuation of capital. The existence of capital is based on the sale in the market of labor power by workers. The realization as profit of the surplus value produced is then dependent on the exchange of commodities, in which such value is embedded, in the market. However controlled the sale of labor power might be in a public electronic market, such a sale of labor power and resultant profit represents the thin edge of the wedge making possible a return to capitalism. Those who oppose market socialism reject in principle the individualism and acquisitiveness the market promotes. Stressing the importance of the ethical and moral foundations of society, such critics see the continued existence of the market as diametrically opposed to the creation of a socialist society. Mutual cooperation and sharing must be the foundational values in such a society. The individualism and greed fostered by market activity, if allowed to fester, will undermine the foundations of a socialist society in the longer term. According to this view, it is not enough to change the relations of production of a society or to introduce planning in order to create socialism. Such changes are of course a precondition. On the other hand, it is important to wage a moral and social struggle for socialist values. As part of such a struggle, closing the door to market options as quickly as possible is essential. Perpetuating market relations and its values beyond what is immediately expedient represents a real danger to the development of a fully socialist society. Proponents of market socialism might argue that a market socialist society could decide to reward personal sacrifice for the sake of the community, a socialist virtue, as a token of that society's commitment to socialism. But it is hard to see how in the long run this would prove compatible with the market's inherent bias in favor of competition, which entails the improvement of productivity. Based on the need to compete and improve productivity, the tendency of the market would be to reward higher levels of skill, talent, and education rather than a higher level of personal sacrifice for the sake of the collective. On the other hand, if it rewarded productivity, equality would soon go out the window. The very structure of markets is based on inequality and unless corrected becomes exacerbated over time. Those with more capital, skills, talent, and education tend to gain advantage over those with less of those qualities. It can indeed be argued that however much the legal system or public policy in a socialist regime might try to circumscribe the operation of the market, its existence tends to corrode a socialist ethic. Experience shows that market socialism can lead to the restoration of capitalism. The history of post-1945 Stalinist Hungary represents an excellent case study of this process. Beginning with the death of Stalin, 1953, a strong movement towards economic reform and democratization developed both within and without the Communist Party. The suppression of the Hungarian Revolution by the Soviet Army in 1956 represented the end of all hopes for the emergence of democratic socialism in that country. In place of installing democracy came the promotion of market socialism as a way of reconciling the population to the communist state apparatus. The supply of consumer goods would compensate the people for the absence of democratic politics. Over time this led to the penetration of the economic and political categories of Hungarian society by capitalist relationships and norms. Eventually there came into being a second economy based on a nascent capitalist class. This class eventually assumed power in the wake of Gorbachev's political liberalization of the Soviet Union. China until recently seemed headed in the same direction. Only the continued dictatorship of the Communist Party and the state stood in the way of the complete re-establishment of capitalism. A great part of the economy fell into the hands of a burgeoning middle class and foreign investors. According to one view, China lost control of its internal economy, becoming increasingly dependent on exports to keep the economy afloat. Much of the population was caught up in a frenzy of consumerism and greed. Accompanying this process of dismantling the public sector and the spread of market individualism was a constant reinterpretation of Marxist concepts to rationalize and accommodate such economic liberalization. But under President Xi Jinping there has been a sudden reassertion of control by the public sector. The crisis of capitalism in the West and the attempted isolation of China by an increasingly aggressive United States has strengthened the hand of the left in China. Ironically, American hostility is promoting a return towards socialist ideas. A new emphasis on the decisive importance of the public sector, including state-owned companies, and the necessity of a planned ecological economy has come to the fore. Those who advocate market socialism fail to appreciate that capitalism is more than simply about capitalists. If market criteria are going to be used to regulate production, workers in collective enterprises will in all likelihood be forced to act like collective capitalists. New workers will only be hired if they can increase profits or market share. The collective, like a private enterprise, is unlikely to empathize with those outside of the enterprise who need employment or have special needs. Within the collective, workers may be forced to work longer and harder according to the dictates of conforming to the demands of the market. The continued rule of market criteria will ultimately mean that conformity to its exigencies becomes the litmus test of all other social policy. The persistence of money within a market framework will lead workers to constantly seek more money to buy more or to have the power and status of someone who has such purchasing power. Indeed, market socialists fail to understand the transformation in subjectivity required to construct a successful socialism. For such a socialist project to succeed, workers will have to develop a sense of their common interests beyond the level of their workplace, possess a high level of common concern and accept personal responsibility for political decisions and their consequences. The political and economic institutions of society need to be restructured in order to help workers institutionalize and internalize such norms. Critics of market socialism further suggest that those who advocate market socialism suffer from the illusion that the market is an inescapable part of modern economic reality. They have naturalized the market in their minds. Like consumers and producers in market society, they can conceive of no other way of producing and distributing goods in an efficient way. As we have noted, they see market exchange as the most efficient form of economic transfer. Indeed, based on neoclassical economic principles, markets have been presumed to be costless mechanisms. Yet the costs and disadvantages of such exchanges are far from negligible. They involve all the so-called transfer costs in a wide range of areas such as accounting, advertising, wholesale and retail trade, credit rating, banking, capital markets, insurance, regulation and legal and judicial enforcement. Such transaction costs, which historically have inexorably expanded upwards, already totaled more than 50% of the American GNP in 1970. The introduction of the Internet has improved productivity in many areas of the economy and especially in the provision of services, but it is still the case that these indispensable services are provided within sectors with lagging productivity. As such, they constitute a permanent drag on economic output as well as profitability. The creation of giant capitalist corporations that minimized exposure to the market were a way of minimizing such costs. 2005, 28-9, 51. Advocates of the market stress the efficiency of markets. In the market, individual buyers and sellers seek one another out in order to effectuate transactions in a way that is most economic and unencumbered for both. What is ignored is the potential cost to third parties, often society as a whole, that has to pay the ecological cost of pollution and the health cost of dangerous or hazardous products. Market pricing ignores the social cost of using petroleum as against wind or hydroelectric power. Such detrimental cost shifting is a fundamental feature of market behavior that is becoming increasingly insupportable. Moreover, the individualistic orientation of market demand often leads to neglect of the fact that much of demand, for healthcare, childcare, care for the elderly, education, clean air and water, is essentially social in nature. In a market-orientated society, such social needs are at best afterthoughts. Far from markets promoting technological innovation, the operation of such markets with their tendencies towards secrecy, litigation, monopoly, and rent-seeking actually inhibits innovation and the dissemination of knowledge. The information problem. The so-called information problem proved to be an insuperable obstacle in Soviet-style economies. The bottom communicated poorly with the top of that economy, making it difficult to acquire the economic data necessary to plan and coordinate production and consumption. The central planners had great difficulty gathering accurate information from the grassroots as the relations between top and bottom were antagonistic. It is true that part of the problem was technical. In Eastern European socialist countries there were ineffective methods of data collection. These defects could be remedied by merely technical means like the more intensive and pervasive use of computers and the Internet. A more serious impediment to effective planning was the fact that a systemic divergence of interests between the centralized bureaucracy and production units led the latter withholding accurate information. Current advocates of planning insist that these difficulties could be overcome in a socialist order in which democratic planning was a fundamental principle. Under such circumstances there would exist an economic incentive for units of local production and distribution to provide accurate information to planners. In contrast, advocates of the market, including market socialists, insist that the demand and supply signals provided by individual consumers and producers in the market provide accurate information to which markets respond. But those who champion the market, including those advocating market socialism, ignore the fact that markets have a severe information problem of their own. The reality is that the market also provides less than perfect information to individual consumers or firms. The difficulty, if not the impossibility, of acquiring accurate information about the future economic decisions of individual suppliers or consumers makes it very difficult for actors to act rationally over the long term in the market. The absence of such effective future markets and therefore sense of future costs cripple the efficient allocation of resources. As a result, the failure of effective investment decisions constitutes an Achilles heel of market-driven economies, reflected in wasteful overcapacity and market gluts. In existing capitalism, it is not clear that either capitalists or managers are rational actors insofar as making choices that would most benefit the long-term development of their business. Stiglitz, 1994. The problem is simply carried over and perpetuated within market socialism. It was Hayek who posed the information problem as an insuperable difficulty in a planned economy. But in fact that problem is compounded in markets where successful prediction and rational investment decisions are virtually impossible based on the choices of isolated individual entrepreneurs equipped with imperfect information, to say the least. Planning represents a better option, allowing more or less effective control of the future rather than depending on market choices that are essentially hit and miss affairs. Indeed, recent patterns of behavior in the existing global economy suggests an obsession with short-term private interest at the expense of long-term investment. The ongoing uncertainty and growing competition in the global marketplace makes it risky to make productive investments based on the long term. In actuality, there appears to be a clear relationship between the increasingly laissez-faire economy under neoliberalism and ongoing stagnation in investment in fixed capital. Over the last 60 years, regulated economies seem to have worked better than those that are entirely dominated by the play of the market. States that were the most interventionist in the capitalist world appear to have been the best performers in the recent past. In highly successful state-directed private property regimes such as Japan and South Korea, major investment decisions were made by the state rather than the private sector. Assuming a coordinating function, the state fixed the tax rates, tariffs, and levels of credit to support certain industries as against others. The interventionist state acted based on economic information about the behavior of the global economy and technology that was mostly readily obtained by governments rather than private firms. Taken together with the social inequality, economic crises, and neglect of the environment, the market must be regarded as a less than perfect mechanism for distributing goods. Those socialists who insist on the continued necessity of the market based on the need for efficiency fail to consider the possibility that the collective learning of socialist and non-alienated producer and consumer bodies might ultimately prove to be an equally efficient or more efficient means of carrying out exchanges. The general intellect. We've been discussing what a socialist economy might look like. But it is necessary to come to grips with the fact that the transition to socialism will necessitate revolutionary change. The evolution of bourgeois democracy into socialist democracy, or the agenda of social democracy, has demonstrably failed. So too has the backup idea of these same social democrats, to wit, that capitalism could be made fairer. Revolution that could challenge the existence of capitalism has to be put back on the agenda. On the other hand, can we also bring Leninism back? By Leninism I mean in the first place placing the question of revolutionary political change on a world scale at the core of discussion. Such a discussion requires viewing world revolution not as the product of a predetermined scheme, but the outcome of a strategy, organization, and political will that would be adequate to ensure working class victory in the class struggle on a global scale. And tactically it means an awareness of the uneven character of capitalist development and focusing on the vulnerable points or weakest links in the capitalist system while organizing a political attack on such weak points. In Lenin's time this meant viewing the Russian Revolution as a catalyst of world revolution, organizing a political party sufficient to the task, creating a new communist international that could bring about world revolution, and understanding the anti-colonial struggle as an intrinsic part of the global revolution. The question of how Leninism could apply to the contemporary world was brooded in a collection of essays entitled Lenin Reloaded, Bugin, Kavlakis, and Zizes 2007. Among the most intriguing pieces in this collection was one by a well-known critic of Lenin, Antonio Negri, Negri 2007. Negri became well known as a radical anti-Leninist who contended that it was possible for the working class, or rather the multitude, to overthrow the capitalist system without overcoming the bourgeois state, without a revolutionary party and without the support of organized labor. Negri begins his essay by acknowledging that Lenin's project looked towards doing away with the state, although he notes it resulted in the very opposite. Despite the unfortunate way things turned out, Negri is forced to concede that we must once again return to Lenin's project, which was a political one, and that an effective revolutionary project must in the end take a political form. But Negri insists it must be understood as biopolitical, i.e. involving every aspect of life. Lenin's aim was the victory of the political will of the proletariat, in which body and reason, life and passion, rebellion and design constitute themselves as a biopolitical subject, with the vanguard of the proletariat as its soul. Having conceded this much to Lenin, Negri then mistakenly argues that the relations of production in contemporary capitalism have changed utterly since the time of Lenin. He claims that the development of so-called immaterial labor means that the material production and the ensuing relations of production in the capitalism of Lenin's time are irrelevant to political organization today. That is not the case. Factory production remains important in the First World and is increasingly significant in the Global South. The factory or material proletariat and industrial trade unionism continue to be important to the political struggle of the working class. At the same time, as Negri points out, there have emerged new and advanced forms of commodity production in the form of so-called knowledge industries, including universities. Negri is also right to note that industry is enmeshed in and dependent on as never before local, national, and international institutions and networks, including those in the public sector. Negri is correct furthermore to conclude that changing conditions of the capitalist organization of production require new forms of political organization. This latter point was fully understood by Lenin, whose outlook was supremely political. Indeed, the original creation of the Bolshevik Party and the Communist International were themselves in their time a fresh response to the development of mass production, monopoly capitalism, and imperialism. But the really original part of Negri's argument has to do with his discussion of Marx's concept of the general intellect. It is this concept that Negri uses to characterize all of the changes that have taken place in the forces of production in recent history, while underlining their revolutionary potential. As described by Marx in his famous chapter on machines in the Grundrisse, the general intellect is a combination of the accumulated technical and social knowledge that develops under the control of industrial capitalism. But taking his cue from Marx, Negri underlines the explosive contradictions latent within the general intellect. Contained within it are all the vital forces of production and reproduction that are implicit within the biopolitical matrix of current capitalist society. This includes the struggle against wage labor and the demand for leisure and non-work that are inimical to capitalism and are in struggle against it. In other words, the general intellect includes the sum total of the forces of production engendered by capitalism, but also in contradiction with the existing relations of production. These changes add up to a major conflict between the forces of production and the existing capitalist relations of production. It is this contradiction that constitutes the most important factor behind the movement towards world revolution today. An instance of this contradiction is to be found in the contemporary university, which is at once an impressive achievement of capitalist society and at the same time is today crippled in the production and dissemination of knowledge by its corporate form, bureaucratic administration, and the demands of its capitalist patrons. Another example is the medical system, which is under the thrall of a bureaucratized and professional elite dominated by the drug companies. The latter block the full application of the vast accumulation of medical and social knowledge that could ameliorate illness and disease. In like manner, the oil and gas industry and its profit system limits the possibility of the application of ecological science from resolving the environmental problems that threaten humankind. The forces of production that comprise the general intellect constitute a prime revolutionary contradiction to the relations of production of capitalism, which today threaten to burst the system asunder. The more so as awareness or consciousness of this contradiction is growing not merely among elites but in the mass of the population. The return of Lenin. In Negri's eyes, then, the general intellect is a subversive force, but the form of the struggle that it will take in an effort to free itself from capitalist control is uncertain and will be determined by the development of the struggle itself. It is at this point that Negri falls back on Lenin in declaring that such a struggle must assume a political form that is not yet clear but which respects the liberating potential of the general intellect. Leninist the struggle may be, but its form must conform to the goal of realizing the potential of the general intellect if it is to be liberatory. As such, it is the liberation of the general intellect by its appropriation by the proletariat which is both the means and the goal of world revolution. Negri also underscores the importance of identifying the weak links where a breakthrough of the general intellect is possible in accord with Lenin's dictums. Negri's conception of revolution is global, as was Lenin's. The latter saw Russia as the denotator of a global revolution focused on Germany, which was the command point of European capitalism. He also pointed to the revolutionary potential of the colonized countries as strategic sites from which capitalism could be undermined. We argue that today it is the United States, in the era of Trump, that is the great epicentre of capitalism and is now the most vulnerable point for a revolutionary breakthrough or at least a political breakdown that could open the way for major change elsewhere. But at the core of Leninism is the concept of the party organized on democratic centralist lines and constituting the brains and the nervous system of revolution. Without such a body it is difficult to see how the overthrow of the bourgeois state and capitalist relations of production would be possible. Such a party needs to be capable of effective action against capitalist institutions including the police and military. Negri makes a bow in this direction although, as we have noted, he insists that the revolutionary movement of the general intellect will develop a new and original form of organization in order to bring about revolution. This is an important point. The party needs to assume a form that will prevent it from becoming a closed sectarian organization and that will be capable of instituting the general intellect instead of becoming a post-revolutionary bureaucratic machine. At the same time, the party must be organized enough to overthrow capitalism. Marta Harnecker has reaffirmed the need for revolutionary leadership based on the experience of the Latin American left. While her experience has largely been with the left in Latin America, her analysis is extremely important to the left in both developed and underdeveloped countries. Harnecker reaffirms the need for a mass party of the left with the organizational capacity to unite social movements and carry through a socialist transformation. On the other hand, she has underlined the importance of the link between the social practice of workers and the development of class consciousness independent of the organized political left. It is through the struggle for racial equality, indigenous rights, or gender equality by grassroots organizations and social movements that people learn about oppression in the first instance and then hopefully arrive at a sense of the need to unify particular struggles with those of others. In other words, social experience and practice can produce a sense of class consciousness in the mass of the population. That capital is unjust and exploitative is a not uncommon opinion among workers and others. Marxism is not required to learn that lesson. But it is Marxists equipped with theory that can reveal to workers among other things that capital is in fact their own product which has been turned against them. But Marxists cannot impose such a viewpoint on others. Like good teachers, they must create spaces where those engaged in particular struggles can access its teachings in order to facilitate their own practice. Harnecker 2007, 59-63. Harnecker calls for the creation of a single revolutionary party. Such a party continues to be necessary to help to organize and carry through a revolutionary project. But such a party should be only a distant relation to the Marxist-Leninist parties of the Third International. The strength of such a party should not be assessed in terms of its numbers or by its internal activities but by its influence in society. Most of the time of members should be spent not on internal party affairs but on forging links between the party and society. Intra-party meetings and business should be reduced to a minimum. Rather, the political education of members should be given priority insofar as inter-party activities are concerned. Democratic elections and decision-making would be axiomatic operating principles. Self-scrutiny and a critical attitude towards the work and leadership of the party should be ongoing. All significant decisions should be based on plebiscites of the whole membership. Different currents of opinion would be taken for granted within the party but the formation of closed factions would not be allowed. The members of this new party would be different from old leftist parties in that they would be able to accept and work with difference. In the old Marxist-Leninist parties the tendency was always towards homogenizing the social base. In part this was justified because of the nature and identity of the working class among which they primarily worked. Today the notion of homogenizing the social base of the party is an anachronism because of the diversity of social actors and movements. The emphasis has to be on trying to create unity in diversity based on respect for cultural, ethnic, gender and other differences and the respective social movements to which they have given rise. Most of the time of members of the party should be given over to participating in these movements and trying to develop their autonomous strength. Attempts to manipulate and subordinate such movements to the objectives of the party must be rejected. Opportunities to provide Marxist perspectives or to help to forge unity between different social movements should be seized. But it is important for party members to learn from the experience and ideas of people engaged in daily struggles and not to try to pose as leaders and know-it-alls. On the contrary, party workers must be exemplary in their commitment to democratic decision-making within such social movements. Fully immersed in such movements, party members must try to create spaces for political education, forging common projects between movements and ultimately try to build a common national project and organizational capacity. Harnacker 2007, 84-91. In the final analysis there must be a common revolutionary program in order to develop the political capacity to effect revolutionary change. Those who adhere to such a program should bind themselves to it, agreeing to act within the boundaries of such a project. But such a project cannot be the creation of the party substituting its program for that of diverse movements of the left. It must emerge in an authentically democratic way from the deliberations and experience of the constituent social movements. Harnecker's vision seems to be realizing itself in Venezuela, where the consolidation of the revolution has taken place as a result of the growing role of mass organizations and rise in popular class consciousness. Harnacker points to the paradox that membership in left party organizations worldwide has declined while left sensibility among the mass of the population has increased. The reasons for this fall-off in political activism are no doubt complicated. The failure of Soviet communism, involvement in social movements, depoliticization, consumerism, and individualism as part of the offensive of neoliberalism all play a part. But political involvement is in the end indispensable. Harnacker argues that part of the difficulty getting people to commit to party membership is the constraints placed on the time of individuals. She suggests creating different kinds of party membership as a partial answer. Individuals would participate based on varying levels of activism or with greater or less participation in party work as against social movement activity. This would accord with a party that would defer more to the social movements. It would acknowledge the need for party members to have personal psychological and living space while not abandoning political activism. This accords with the reality of the greater individuation and diversification that has taken place in society. It would also amount to a recognition that it is a movement based on actions of millions rather than the party that should determine the revolutionary transformation of society. Paul Le Blanc has put forward a conception of a Leninist political leadership that might be able to overthrow the capitalist state and relations of production while in particular opening the way for the triumph of the general intellect. Le Blanc 2014. Perhaps it is not the ultimate form that such an organization will take. Nonetheless, it is suggestive of how such a party might come into being. Le Blanc sees the precondition of a broadly based and democratic revolutionary party to be a large vanguard layer of a broadly defined working class that has more knowledge and organizing experience than the rest of the population. This stratum is at present not organized in a single party or is not in a party at all, but does have a capacity to educate and organize other workers. It is this group of socialist-minded and activist people that we can say constitute the organic intellectuals of the working class charged with ensuring the successful realization of the general intellect under socialism. Only through the coordinated efforts of different components of this broad vanguard layer will it become possible to mobilize tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands and millions of people in serious challenges to the capitalist status quo, which should be the primary goal of revolutionaries today. Mass action coordinated by the broad vanguard layer obviously must go parallel with, and is inseparable from, efforts to nurture revolutionary consciousness within more and more of the working class as a whole. Various groups and individuals can and should feel free to develop theoretical perspectives, share their ideas, disagree with each other, engage in debates, etc., while continuing to collaborate closely in building the mass struggles. This is the pathway to revolution. If one or another segment of this broad vanguard layer, under the banner of some spurious Leninism, seeks to dominate the broader effort at the expense of other segments, the result would be fragmentation and defeat. On the other hand, Le Blanc's conception does not preclude the existence of parties that are Leninist in their organization existing as factions within a broader revolutionary party. But it is this broad vanguard element as a whole that in the course of development forges a revolutionary party. If something approximating a revolutionary vanguard party, with good politics and a mass base, can actually be forged by different currents joining together in the class struggle, then the question is posed as to how such a formation can hold together and be an effective force for the advance of the working class and the revolutionary cause. Freedom of discussion including debate over the principles of such a party should be axiomatic. On the other hand, once decisions about political action are democratically arrived at, they should be binding on members. The importance of free discussion and debate lies in that it is the only way that the realization of the general intellect is possible in the process of dismantling capitalism and the capitalist state and moving towards socialism. Such a party would, on the one hand, always define itself in terms of the implementation of the general intellect and, on the other hand, have the political means for overthrowing capitalism and creating the institutions of a new democratic and socialist order.